How's it going, folks? Happy Monday. I'm back at it again. But not at Krispy Kreme. I'm just in my office. At my desk. That's where I'm back at it. I hope you had a nice weekend. I had a lovely weekend. Compared to my last weekend, it was great. My last weekend, I was in pain and feeling bad, and then made myself sick from overdosing on medication, which you might remember. That was miserable. This weekend, very nice. Very nice. Had a nice evening on Friday. Watched Avatar for probably about the 10th or 11th or 12th time. Not sure. The original. Had a nice dinner. Saturday, I went and did stuff. I went to Osheaga on Saturday. I went to Osheaga Music Festival here in Montreal. I had passes for the whole weekend, but because I'm old and I don't have the energy or the physical ability to stand up and walk around that long, I just went to the one day, but it was really cool. I got passes from Steve Sladkowski of the band Pup. Which I was like, Steve is a really cool guy, and I've talked to him a bunch of times, like online and on my podcast and everything. And I was aware that Pup was like a popular band, but I don't really listen to a lot of modern music, and I don't really keep up with it. But they were I saw them, they were fantastic. I thought they were so great. Definitely a band, like I liked them a lot. Definitely a band when I was like 18, 19 that I would have loved. Like I would have been all in, all the way in on Pup. They were fantastic. Yeah, they're a little propagandy, little piebald. I got some piebald vibes from them. Some Weezer, some Get Up Kids, all that. I love that shit. I love that kind of shit, and Pup does a phenomenal job. So it was really cool that Steve got me into Osheaga to see them. It was really cool. I unfortunately wasn't able to meet up with him. We had plans to like meet up and get a drink, and it didn't really work out. But I just
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hello, Dan. Dan Simpson. Thank you for the Dan Simpson raid. I always love getting that Dan Simpson bump.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Oh my goodness. I'm getting the Dan Simpson bump, and I'm getting the Doc Hollywood bump. Thank you for two back-to-back raids right away. The doctor is in. Thank you, Doc, and thank you, Dan Simpson. Dan, I hope the stream went well today. What did y'all talk about? That's right. I'm a Canadian, but I denounce Canada, and I'm trying to overthrow and destroy Canada. So I hope that's acceptable. So yeah, I had a nice weekend. I hung out at Osheaga. I saw the National. I saw this other like electropop act that I had never heard of before, Sophie Tucker, but they were actually quite entertaining. I saw the National. We talked about the Midwest Melee, the Alabama Riverboat Brawl, the White Trash Bash. That was pretty fantastic. I am assuming, Dan, that you saw the play-by-play version, right? You saw that, right? Fake Empire still goes. Yeah, I think the National are a great band, but honestly was a little underwhelmed in that big festival context. You know? I think they would be they're a fun band to look at in a more of a smaller venue. For this big kind of festival that was there seeing a lot of like electropop kind of acts, it was a little underwhelming, I think, and a little kind of like low energy. Again, it's not that they're not a good band or don't have good songs, but was a little underwhelmed from seeing them in that context. And they had kind of a mixed reaction because a lot of people were there to see these like electropop kind of artists. They were there to see Billie Eilish, who performed after them. So I saw a bit of her. I saw a bit of Billie Eilish. She was quite good. I missed Carly Rae Jepsen, unfortunately. She was there, but I was making my way across the grounds because Pup played directly after her, and I watched the National instead of Carly Rae, and now I a little bit regret now not watching Carly Rae Jepsen rather than the National. So a little bit of regret for missing Carly Rae Jepsen, my old touring buddy, as you know, my old colleague, my old pal, Carly Rae Jepsen, who I know very well, and I'm sure would, were I to meet her today, recognize me and know exactly who I am. because we have that kind of relationship. Call Me Maybe is a great pop song. It's undeniable. It is undeniable. And a lot of the stuff that she did afterwards as well was really good. When she got into that kind of like hipstery pop direction, that was very good also. Do all Canadians know each other? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. And as you may know, like I'm joking around about the fact that you would recognize it. Yeah, she probably watches the stream. I'm sure she does. But my last big tour that I ever did, like when I was a musician, my last big Canadian tour was with Carly Rae Jepsen and Marianas Trench in 2009, right before she blew up. She was still just kind of like, she was on Canadian Idol. She was like kind of a Taylor Swift country pop type thing. That was before Call Me Maybe. So I toured with her and Marianas Trench and the New Cities. Have you kept in touch with Neil Young, given how long he's lived in California? Oh yeah, we're kind of pen pals. He still does the snail mail, paper and pen. But I respect that about him. So overall, it was a fun weekend, but I was also just totally exhausted yesterday. I didn't sleep a lot on Saturday night. My son had been hanging out up north for a couple days. He came over yesterday. I was on very little sleep, but still we had a fun time. We went to see the Ninja Turtles movie. That was the other thing I did this weekend. I went to Oshiaga on Saturday, and I went to the Ninja Turtles movie on Sunday, which was good. I liked it. It was really quite enjoyable. Really good animation, really cool animation. And I think it is really cool how in animation, even some of these big mainstream properties are finding ways to make that more visually interesting. So not everything looks like that kind of Pixar style or like the Disney animation style. It was everything, the DreamWorks,
good old Rob to
the DreamWorks kind of thing.
TRRS Rob Knife TRRS Sankara.
Hello, Chimera. Thanks for the 7 months tier 1. Thank you. Superfly was right. I think the problem with Superfly was his plan wasn't just unlimited genocide on the first world. It was just unlimited genocide on human beings in general. So I'm going to pump the brakes before giving him the full he was right statement. Really cool character though, and Ice Cube was very funny in that. I wouldn't say that I won't spoil the flick for you, Sean. I don't know if you're going to see it. I don't think they make Leo look like a dope. The trailer kind of picked on him. He was my favorite as a kid. How could he be the leader if he wasn't the best, most well-rounded in Splinter's eyes? I think they really played up the youth angle. Like they really were like young kids. So he didn't look like a dope at all, but someone that was kind of trying to find his place. This is like a kind of an origin story almost. And definitely someone that's trying to grow up, someone that's trying to find his place as a leader, and still not really knowing how to do that, and also balancing being serious with being a kid also and being silly. It was good. It was honestly really cool. The voice acting was fun. The animation was really, really interesting. I liked it. So that's the review of my weekend. I went to Oshiaga, saw a bunch of like cool artists. I imagine they are building a series. I mean, everything is always building a universe or a cinematic universe or a franchise. That's what these studios are about right now. But I imagine if it hits the benchmarks that they want, they'll want to be making more of those. The No Diggity appearance was nice. That was probably the highlight for me. That kind of montage with No Diggity, I quite enjoyed that. So that's it. That's what I did this weekend. And my kid went away again. He's staying with my dad this week. So I got a little bit of a late start today. I'm very low energy. Did get a little bit of a late start, but we'll be going a little bit later today. I don't know if we'll go to 8-9 hours, but I'm gonna try and stick it out till at least 5 or 6 or so, which I'll try to maintain throughout the week. I got a lot going on this week because I'm doing this stream. Hopefully, unless there's some kind of like interruption, make it an even 24 hours. That's right. Unless there's some kind of interruption, should be doing the stream every single day this week. At least lengthier streams, at least 5 or 6 hours a day. Also, Jordan Yule is moving this week to LA, so I'm doing the Insurgents podcast alone. So I've got a whole bunch of content to churn out this week. I'm on the content hamster wheel big time this week. But do have some really good plans. I think I'll probably combine the interviews for Insurgents and this show. But it should be a fun week. Got a lot of stuff going on. I'm reaching out to some cool guests. A lot of things to cover, a lot of things to get into. Whole lot of stuff going on as well that we're going to talk about today. I want to talk about this New York Times hit piece about like Code Pink and these anti-war groups. This part of being the insidious threat the China threat network of CCP propaganda, and the way that the New York Times is talking about that. There's that. There's more developments going on in Niger, and all this kind of like ongoing sort of decolonization wave happening in Africa and the reaction to that. Lots of stuff to get into. But you know what the most important thing to get into is a little TV show. A certain reality show that I like to call... Wait, what is it again? MANTRACKER. I almost said Manhunter. Then I'm like, that's not what it is. It's not called that. I do have my lunch here. I made another delicious ramen, and I would like to eat that. So I'm going to throw on, to start us off, I'm going to throw us on an episode, our new favorite TV series for my ongoing Meta React segment, where I react to the series MANTRACKER. You're going to need a MANTRACKER emote. I agree with that, yeah. Anyone can hunt a man. It takes a professional to track one. Exactly. This is not just a hunter. He goes beyond that, as we're going to see. So I'm really hungry. I want to eat my lunch, so I'm going to throw that on now. I'm going to throw on an episode of MANTRACKER. We can have some enjoyable times riffing on that for the next little bit. And we got plenty more to do, plenty more to talk about. And I'm going to be here all day. I'll be here till at least like 7, 8 p.m. today. So let's do it. Shall we? Has the MANTRACKER ever tracked a woman? Is he even able to? I think this came up previously, G. Kleppy, where so far I've only seen white contestants, white prey. I think Stalinist Grandpa would be a better choice of emote. In fact, I think I made a Stalinist Grandpa emote and I just haven't uploaded it yet. I know Lodane's been getting after me to upload a bunch of new emotes, which I will try and work on this week, now that I've got a little bit more free time and I'm not like debilitatingly ill. I don't think there's been like a female prey on MANTRACKER, or like a black or brown or indigenous person, which I kind of understand, given the kind of like slave catcher sentiment that's kind of animating the whole thing. I think you'd run into some thorny territory if you had anyone other than white contestants on that show. You know, if he's tracking indigenous people or non-white people or women, I think, yeah, the optics are not great for that. Even if we celebrate diversity on our favorite shows and reality shows, I don't think that's a wise direction to go in. Although maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does. In fact, this might be a female episode right now. And the title, get ready to be enraged, folks. Get ready to be fucking enraged. This is Terry Grant gets taunted by his prey in the latest episode of MANTRACKER that we're going to be looking at here. the prey is taunting MANTRACKER. That's just unacceptable. We could have femme or BIPOC trackers. I agree. Yeah, but this is the guy. I don't know. This is the MANTRACKER. It's not the MANTRACKER that we want. It's the MANTRACKER that we got, you know? I believe a woman can outrun, outwit, and outsmart the MANTRACKER. Well, I would like to believe that that's true. As you know, G. Cluppy, and as everyone knows, I do respect women very much, so I completely agree with that analysis. And we're going to see. We're going to see what happens on the latest episode of MANTRACKER.
Constant, piercing, unforgiving. An apt description for both man and country.
And MANTRACKER.
MANTRACKER and the Mojave Desert. Here on the edge
Natives have been avoiding our CMP for so long. Any 70-year-old couple could leave in tears. I'll bet. I can imagine.
He prides himself on knowing his prey and his land. But his skills were honed in the Canadian wilderness, not in the scorched rock and sand of the desert.
This country is really tough to track in. You know, you might as well be on Mars. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff out here that wants to hurt you.
For the Alberta cowboy, this is alien territory. The hot sun and high winds can accelerate the erosion of prints. So MANTRACKER needs to work fast in tracking down these two. Stephanie Hickey and Christy Bro. Best friends and roommates hailing from Los Angeles, California. More than city girls, they've got horse skills, outdoor savvy, and put new meaning to the thrill of the hunt.
It's not going to be easy for MANTRACKER to find me because of my experience in the outdoors and growing up in upstate New York and playing in the Adirondack Park. I'm going to run circles around him. MANTRACKER, to me, he's kind of creepy in a way, but I like it. I like that his main focus is to find us, to get us.
Well, being a horse person, I think being on foot, we have an advantage because there's a lot of rock around here. That's going to be a problem for a horse. He may think he has an advantage with the horse. You have not met any women like us, and we will beat you.
Steph and Christy have 36 hours. Their objective, outsmart and outrun MANTRACKER to the highway finish.
So we're going to head out this way.
They're equipped with a compass and a detailed map of the area.
And because he's on horseback, we want to make sure that we find the steepest areas we can.
MANTRACKER doesn't have navigation tools and is unaware of the finish location. Instead, he's partnered with a local guide. And in the valleys of Big Bear, that's modern-day cowboy Mark Murphy.
My understanding is these girls are from down in the city, pretty close to sea level, and they're going to be coming up to about 7,000 feet. The altitude is going to kick their butt. There's a big difference between being in shape in the gym, going to whatever fitness club you go to, and coming up here to the mountains and traipsing across the country. It's not city shape. It's definitely backcountry shape.
The city girls have yet to earn the cowboys' respect, but the feeling is mutual.
This man doesn't respect women
like
like I do.
That just kind of unnerves me. I think he's just a little too cocky.
We'll show him.
In fact, we'll show him so much, he'll never forget.
Oh, shit.
The riders arrive at their lookout position, more than 3 kilometers away from the prey's start location.
If that flare goes off, we're going to be able to see.
What happened to Barry? I think he's got a different, different support
to signal the start
party
of the chase.
each episode.
Goodbye, civilization. Hello, outrunning the MANTRACKER.
You know, I don't want him to get me. I'm so scared already. Hurts.
The flare is up.
There it is right there. Got it.
The chase is on.
You know where that is? Yeah. Get me to it. Let's go hunt some city girls.
The ultimate game of hide and seek.
See, already
begins.
it's problematic.
The Cowboys have
Already
no
the
idea
optics
where the
are
prey
wild
headed.
here. Let's go
It's
hunt
their
some
goal
city
to force
girls.
Steph and
Jesus
Christy to the
Christ,
toughest
sir.
routes possible. The
Thank you,
Prey's
Mac.
challenge.
I'm glad to see your
Avoid
priorities in
capture until
order here.
sundown tomorrow and reach the highway finish 26 kilometers away.
These boots are
Well, this is the thing. One who reads, he has like a support person
Zigzagging
who's
on
often
and
doing a
off-road,
lot of the heavy lifting,
the Prey try to
frankly.
disguise their direction of travel.
We're a little too close to the road.
as MANTRACKER inches closer to the flare site.
Do we want to keep going around?
I think we should go around a little further. I don't think that my heart has ever beat so fast.
Like we're wasting time here. Okay. We want to get as far away as we can. I was absolutely nervous. I wanted to get as much distance as I could.
It's so nerve-wracking.
Do you think we should cross the trail into the other side? Yeah, let's cut over.
Scary.
That flare should have been around here somewhere.
You take this trail, Mark. Okay. I'll go up high.
I mean, we can play on the trail for a little bit.
Hey, Mark, up here. I love it when they make the start obvious.
I thought that was pretty brazen, very arrogant. It was very disrespectful because it's an honor just to be with MANTRACKER, period.
These guys are starting off trying to get me off, and
you know what? I do want to support women, but I agree they're not being quite as reverent towards their MANTRACKER as I think we all expect.
Nothing going that way. It's got to be coming out bottom here. Right
just to be tracked by the MANTRACKER is a privilege in and of itself, and I think they're kind of taking that for granted.
It's a good track right here, really definite. This mud's fresh, still wet. Everything's all messed up. That's the logical trail right there.
Jump.
Looks like they've come down right.
By the way, I did put a craft single into this ramen that I'm eating. It's like a spicy seafood flavor ramen, and in addition to some of the stuff that I put in, it was a little bit less going on than usual. I don't have any kimchi or anything, but I put some rice cake and spicy beef dumplings and a craft single and an egg in there, in addition to chives and cilantro. It's very, very good. Really good.
There, they've come across. And right here, I got a really good print. This boot print right here, we've got the heel with nothing there, and then we've got a nice solid line right there. That's probably going to show up a lot more farther on down the trail. Those straight lines continuous from one side of the footprint to the other, they're very distinctive. Normally the roads are so hard packed, there's no sign whatsoever. This stuff all has dust and a bit of clay, so it left me a track, which is good.
She's raring to go. Enough evidence for a track profile and direction of travel, while the prey are still adjusting to the heat and fear factor.
I'm hot.
Yeah.
Now the reality is setting in.
We're leaving tracks everywhere.
Oh yeah, there's some rice cake in here.
Excuse me, rattlesnake. Shut up.
See, I got no footprints up here. Very well could have jumped off right there and gone across. We'll go around the corner and check it out.
I'm hot.
I'm dying of heat too, dude, but I don't want to strip down.
I gotta take it off, dude. You get to a point in any relationship where you really don't care what the other person thinks anymore.
For all we know, he's up this way.
6 seconds.
We're more or less like sisters, so we will be fighting it out a little bit.
MANTRACKER's inspection of the prey's road movement is meticulous. He's not about to give up the high ground unless he's 100%. And though the riders are slow moving, the prey's lead is eroding, and the frequent pit stops have Christie on edge.
Too much to stop, dude. I would rather get eaten alive at this point. I want to get out of...
You mean two female roommates that are like sisters are going to be fighting and arguing? No, I've heard of everything. Sorry. I'm trying to decide what angle I want to go with this. Do I want to be ironic male feminist or ironic misogynist angle when it comes to my biting jabs, verbal jabs? I don't know. Yeah, I guess you can do both. As we've seen with many prominent male feminists, it's often not mutually exclusive. People in a stressful situation arguing, these gals menstruating. Yeah. That's what I was hinting at, but you know. Thanks, G Clippy, for spelling it out. MANTRACKER went woke ever since they let woman on the show. The name doesn't even make sense now. They picked a hunter that Didn't know what he was doing, so the females look better. Some Canadian incel, absolutely. The producers are leaving them little snacks and stuff. Leaving little drops, supply drops for them. It ain't called Lady Tracker. Women do be shopping and arguing. I mean,
This way. I just want to get further away from this area.
Okay, I'll adjust this around my neck while we move.
I'm going to adjust around your neck if you don't move. Let's stay as close as we can to the larger trees.
Easy. Oh, there's dirt right there.
I feel like I have escaped the prisons of Los Angeles, and the only thing that stands between me and a life free of smog is the MANTRACKER.
We got both sets of prints here now.
I do like these ladies. They're quite funny.
On the insole of one of the boots. It's probably a new
They're
boot.
treating this with the level of seriousness that I think
really
we would be if we were on there.
Line, and it was great because they were very distinct and separate and very definite. That's that line we want to watch out for, right there.
Barbie, let's go.
A little bit of a toe kick, so they're just walking. Yeah.
I don't have time for that, dude.
Yeah, everything's all... Oh, yeah, there's a footprint down there. Lots of skid marks.
What can I say, dude? Tingles, slow me down.
You're slowing me down. Let's go.
Oh, look at this.
Let's go.
Right here, I got a right footprint of that heavy lug sole. Right here, there's another right footprint that's more of a sneaker. And right here...
Tracker?
Yeah.
I got him about 150 yards away from us.
I feel like I'm always watching my back.
I know, me too. You never know.
MANTRACKER.
It's so nerve-wracking.
I love it when they make the start obvious.
It's
I feel
unfair.
Like I've escaped the prisons of Los Angeles.
It's unfair that they make the women evade him in somewhere where there's footprints are so obvious there's very little tree coverage. It's institutionalized sexism. Well, that's what I mean. It seems like the opposite of what we were saying. It's not like it's being made easier. They're in this like wide open desert and he has an elevated position. You can just like see him. I think you're right, G. Clippy.
Oh, there's dirt right there.
Tracker, got him.
It's early in the chase, and MANTRACKER's methodical analysis of the prey's direction of travel has finally paid off. Stephen Christie's location has been compromised.
I saw him on a horse.
Yeah. Are you serious? Stephanie. Stephanie, come here.
Are you sure?
I'm 99% sure I saw him.
Oh my God, dude. There he is.
I saw his hat and his eyes.
And we were in a place where there wasn't a lot of cover.
Like his eyes.
Yeah.
She has this look of fear and paranoia in her eyes that I have never in my life seen.
Like, I just can't get it out of my head. Stephanie, he looked right at me.
That fast?
I'm so scared.
Are you sure?
I'm shaking.
She's kind of laying it on a little thick here.
Just let's try to stay together because if we
There's a little bit of like an arrogant females get their comeuppance element to this, isn't there?
Back over here along this face trail.
Oh, they were just joking around a few minutes ago. Now she's like, oh, MANTRACKER saw me. She's like losing it.
Just saw some movement.
I'm gonna have nightmares the rest of my life.
Let's go. Chrissy.
MANTRACKER had heavily supervised the editing of this one.
Let's go introduce ourselves.
If he's on to us already, we just need to come up with a plan and fast. Get out of here.
Stephen Christie's initial flight response comes easy, but they lack a quick follow-up.
I'm scared.
You know, one thing, one interesting question as well. Yeah, because that's the question. What is she scared of? We know the MANTRACKER is not going to do them any harm. I think that would be pretty, talk about problematic. But like, do you get a prize for winning? Men are just kind of scary. I mean, I guess that's true as well. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be like an actual. It's not like you win, you don't get tracked, you successfully evade MANTRACKER, and you get some kind of big prize. They haven't mentioned that once in one of the episodes that we've seen. It seems to be more just like a matter of pride. Just like you either evade the MANTRACKER or you don't. You're probably getting like whatever pay they pay to like a non-unionized reality show contestants. I would be scared. I get nervous and scared in stressful situations. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Anyway, there does seem to be like a arrogant femoids get their comeuppance editing theme to this.
I don't want to see him because I don't feel like I have a plan.
To make a clean capture, MANTRACKER must be on horseback.
He could be anywhere right here, you know?
And the challenge in this terrain will be to corral the prey in an area open enough that he can stop their forward
referring
movement.
to them as the
force
prey
them to
is
give
just
up.
kind of disturbing.
Really frustrating in this kind of country. You get little glimpses of them here and there, and then they just frickin' disappear.
Under threat, the prey attempt to conceal their location with predator urine.
Stephanie had
You can
done
do
some
that?
research on the internet, actually.
It was going to make them think there was a mountain lion lurking just around the corner.
Oh, this was horrible. We thought we would use it to our benefit and spray it around the
Interesting.
area that we were in. And
Just spray it in some
horses
piss.
wouldn't want to go there.
Create sort of a protective barrier around us.
Steph
Just
and
spray
Christy
anybody.
scatter.
I brought a spare bottle of
Tracker
piss.
is hard up for another sighting in the blur of scrub, trees, sand, and rock.
I'm sure I was close, but I might have been, a half a mile out. The country is just made so that they can hide if they want or they can run if they want.
Okay, there we go. They're getting some
Go on
cover
this side
now.
of that little knob, Mark. I'll go this way.
All right.
They have successfully evaded the MANTRACKER using their spare piss.
Trying to bait the prey, the riders split up and fan out.
If I say MANTRACKER, I'm going to spray this.
Just spray the piss right at him, right in his
But the
eyes.
closer they get, the more their horses kick up a fuss.
There's nothing in the rules that say you can't spray piss at the MANTRACKER if he starts approaching you. Nowhere does it say that you can't do that.
I can hear something back in there.
Shush. Just stay where you are.
I'm going to go up and over and around. You just stay on the road.
Got it.
And again, this is when I always wonder, cameramen, what are the cameramen doing? You got at least 2 or 3 different
My
shots
horse,
of them in there.
It was acting strange. He didn't want to go. He wanted to leave. He was kind of snorting and blowing and stomping a little bit. Easy there, guy.
The piss, it worked.
Okay, let's go back around here and see what you're looking at, horse.
This horse is smelling piss. What a great strategy. The cameraman is also covered in animal
Could've been
piss.
up there. I might have
Preemptively. Preemptively, they soak the cameraman in animal piss as well.
If they did see me, they'd
To
gone
level
over
the
other
playing
side,
field.
down the ridge. I didn't see any tracks or anything like that. He kept thinking there was something in the bush. A horse does that if he smells something that's been mean to him or he doesn't like or he's run into in the wild. A lot of horses will do it with moose, some do it with bear. I don't know what was in there, but he sure didn't want to go in there.
Oh my.
Like this. You would, dude. You would.
Normally this early on day one, they run like, these guys are being a little different. They're hiding.
Wonder if they
The MANTRACKER's becoming
realize
confounded.
how out of shape they are and they can't outrun, so they're going to try to play a game.
They could be just a lot smarter than what we're giving them credit for.
Yeah, probably, yes. That's probably what is going on, MANTRACKER. We thought we'd just easily rope up these 2 dames,
Folks coming from the city coming up here to elevation.
stick them on the back of the horse,
Just to
just
walk and
make their
breathe.
way back in. They thought this was going to be a walk in the
Come up here
park,
every
didn't they?
third weekend and jog. Who knows?
Our strategy was to try to confuse him.
The duck and weave, the zigzag technique, going just a straight line wasn't going to do the trick.
I'm chasing a pair of mice through this stuff.
I feel like an action hero.
Oh yeah, good toe kick right there. Stuff here.
MANTRACKER's misogyny is his undoing, exactly. Underestimated them.
There's There's a set of tracks over there coming out.
As we're tracking them, they're moving from side to side, left and right. There was really no pattern of direction at all.
So they went up and came back. We couldn't get a definite direction of travel.
Look at this. They're killing it.
All over like a duck's butt.
Why does he keep saying they're from the city? Well, they're from LA. This is in the Mojave Desert. And they live in LA. Like, they established that early on. MANTRACKER. Look, this is a face of his confound. Look at him. This MANTRACKER just doesn't know what's going on. His whole worldview is being challenged right now. All his like previously held prejudices. These scheming broads are going to be more difficult to track than I thought.
Just saw some movement.
He's over there. Oh, it smells horrible.
I got tracks going 5 different directions here.
Steph and Christy are throwing the riders off track with their predator urine tactic and irregular travel pattern. But along with his forensic and hunting skills, MANTRACKER has plenty of rounds of patience in his arsenal.
See, right here's a real good toe kick.
He's got plenty of rounds of patience in his arsenal. I don't know about that. I would send that back to the shop. He's just firing off clips full of patience, I guess. I don't know. What? What does that even mean? I would work on that one a little bit.
See how fresh all that is. Good toe kick.
It does seem like he's got
nothing. Where are
nothing.
they going to get to this way?
They can keep going up that trail and paralleling it, or they can drop down one side or the other of this little ridge right here.
Well, we're going this way, so let's do it.
It was pretty evident fairly quick that I was not going to follow every track they made, because I'm just going to waste time and I'm going to look like a fool. They're going to make a couple of zigzags, I'm going to lose the track, waste time, and they're going to be a mile away.
In a textbook tracking expedition, there's time to sort out conflicting tracks, but this chase has a time limit. MANTRACKER puts faith in instinct.
Leaving the footprints everywhere. I feel like I'm trapped in a horror film. Will a daily hike ever be the same again?
They could be following that little drainage. We'll wander down.
I pull my patience pistol out of my restraint holster.
But we have to do our best not to leave obvious prints. That's why I like this dry stuff.
I got him.
Oh, there they are. Got him.
There they are, right there.
Oh my god, dude, there he is!
Let's stay in it, see how close we can get.
Shit.
I'm shaking. You have no cover. There he is, he's coming.
The real tracking is ignoring the tracks and just doing whatever. I mean, you know where the destination is, so you can just make your way there slowly. You're going to bump into them sooner or later. Yeah, he said he'd wait for them there.
The riders lose sight of the prey. Steph and Christy dodge a bullet.
Make sure your piss is ready.
Right there. Well, let's go.
I want someone with actual guerrilla experience to fuck MANTRACKER up one day is what I'm saying. We've been talking about that. Be good making one of those like spike pit tracks.
Let's go, let's move.
That's all ripped up. There's a footprint right there. Well, we must be close.
While MANTRACKER susses out where he lost them, the prey gravitate to the bedrock trench for safe passage.
We should go this way now.
And a partial print right there.
He went that way, so he's probably gonna zigzag like we are. Be quiet.
I just imagine he's trapped in the spike pit. The horse has been killed, and he's got this big spike going through his thigh or something. He's just in agony. And they show up to taunt him. Well, if it isn't MANTRACKER. He's like, this is a fucking TV show. Oh, yeah. I got paid like 60 grand a year to be on this show. I wasn't going to do anything to. It's just supposed to be for fun. They're like, slowly backing away.
He's not stupid. He's gonna know we're gonna head for the rocks. So we need to be in and out of the rocks, the bush, the rocks, the bush.
Call these ladies the zigzag queens. One time you see them, they're going this way, the next time they're going that way.
MANTRACKER fired his patient's bullets, but the ladies blocked the attack with their piss body armor, figuratively speaking. Yes.
Make some noise. See what happens.
What was that?
No, he couldn't even walk the picket line. There's no way he's union. There's no way he's ACTRA for real. Or else he wouldn't be on a reality show, probably.
You can't leave me.
Why don't you stay right here, Mark? I'm just going to go out and make a little loop around. See what we can scare up.
Sidekick is the decoy in a plan to pressure the prey.
Anything? You keep going that way.
He's going to snap one day. A spike pit is the only reasonable proactive measure.
Starting to gnaw at each other's nerves.
It's a preemptive strike.
This is not true. I've seen him too. Keeping a lookout the whole time.
Dude, you saw him after
I picked out the outfit. Have you seen his sidekick? I have. You haven't seen him. I have.
Let's get out of Dodge. Let's go. Let's move. Let's stop talking about it.
I don't understand her sometimes.
It's getting a little testy, as we predicted. Just want to know what it must have been like to see the pitch for this show. I just know there was one like slide in the deck where they were just like, "No, we know what you're thinking, and don't worry, it's not racist." You know, when they're trying to pitch it to the execs.
I would rather climb rock than prance around in this, where he's going to see our footprints, especially when we want to head this way.
I'm just trying to keep it diverse.
I'm not going to play a game all night. I want to get there.
Let's go then.
We've been dosing down with this pair of doughheads for an hour now.
I could do this for days. Bring it, MANTRACKER.
Well, they've done one of two things. They've either gone down here and scooted out, or they've gone back up and around this little ridge.
My guess is they went down.
Mine too.
We lost sight of them for a little while, and we had a general direction they'd been going for most of the day. So we had a bit of a plan, but more than anything, we wanted to just find out where they were.
It's on.
Deep Terrain is totally our friend.
This is our trainer, dude.
Horses hate this.
Yeah. We want to get her down there and across, heading up as fast as we can. I feel like a champion right now.
I doubt they're going to go across through that burn section. Right from this little ridge over is where they're going to come down and through.
Well, we'll get to the top over there and have a look around.
I haven't felt so safe all day. You know,
Oh, one who reads. I think this has already come up. I think it's still in the that's the 30s. That's the 30s in America. When we see a show like this, but escalated. America's not quite ready for it yet. I mean, there's people that are ready for it in America, absolutely. But is it ready to be like corporatized and monetized and everything? That it's not quite. America's not at quite that stage of decline, but I do not doubt that it's going to get there. It's going to go full Running Man, exactly. Or just do like MANTRACKER on the southern border, but like Cops. It's like Cops, but MANTRACKER. Reduced prison sentence if you make it through the Gambit. You know it's going to happen. Like there's not a doubt in my mind. There's not a doubt in my mind that that's going to happen in America. Just not quite there at that level, that stage of decline yet, but we all know it's going to happen. The networks do it as propaganda to show the police chasing someone in a stolen car. Yeah, exactly. I mean, no, but the question is whether you get the full reality show treatment and if it's like to the death. That's what's separating it from what's on television right now. And it's going to be horrifying. I'm not endorsing this. But I don't doubt that eventually America is going to get to full Running Man, Hunger Games kind of thing.
Get some water here.
Steph and Christy replenish their water supply, while the trackers risk the rock face to scope the area.
I just want to feel safe like this the rest of the day, you know? And take up on this tomorrow. Dude, we are gangsta.
Well, there they come.
Chrissy, he's over there. Here he comes, dude.
Shit. MANTRACKER.
There he is, he's coming.
I call these ladies the zigzag queens.
Keep it a lookout the whole time. Horses hate this.
Well, there they come.
Chrissy, he's over there.
And then as always, they'll pick it up
has
10 years
spotted the
later,
prey
of course.
from above, but now he's lost the element of surprise. Best friends Steph
There are
and
so many
Christy have the
Canadians that would
rocks
be
for
all over
safety,
this as well.
But their teamwork is tested.
What should we do?
We're gonna have to go up here. Let's start climbing.
All right, let's go. Climb up the rock.
This would be hard. Like, if you're not an experienced hiker, especially, like, I would have quit already.
I think we should go
I would be so
separately, 'cause if you
tired
fall,
and
I'm
fucked
down.
up
You
from
go that way, I'll go this way.
scrambling over all that, like, rough country.
Yeah, we're gonna stay by each other, but if you fall down, I'm done too.
No, I get that.
Did
dude.
nobody
I
show
get
this
it,
to
say
Mr.
that, but
Beast,
do we wanna
please?
stay low? I think we should stay low instead of going high. We can't get in here.
I wanted to kill her. I seriously wanted to take my hand and slap her across the face and tell her to shut up. Are you moving?
Jesus.
I don't know where I'm going.
Go that way.
Go that way. Let's
That's what
walk over
the, you know,
and
the
take it.
producer was, like, coaxing that,
She was
right?
bringing us right to the top, right to where MANTRACKER was.
He knows where
Christy,
we're...
do you realize how far that is? There's no way. There's tons of rocks. We're totally safe right here.
She was walking right up there. I didn't understand it.
They know what they're doing. You don't have a clue.
My fellow contestant would have abandoned me by now, for sure,
Well,
John.
I do
I'd
know
just be lying down
horses,
going,
and I know they can't scale through this rock as fast as we can.
I'm tired.
I didn't know what to say anymore.
I'm gonna
That's
tell you
what I'd
what
be
they're gonna
doing.
do. They're gonna go down there, and he's gonna come right up around and meet us at the top.
Good part is, when they get to the top, that's where the road is, and we're going to be sitting on it.
Do you need help, dude?
That rock is about to fall. No, I'm fine, but
I was asking you a question. Shut up.
We had to wait long enough for them to commit to the slope, because if we left too soon and ran out, they just run back down and run out behind us. So we sat there for quite a while and we watched them just to make sure they weren't jerking my chain.
you're talking about being scared. Let's move.
Tell me where to go.
That way.
Lead the way.
I would be happy to.
Oh, my.
Though the friends can't see eye to eye on a strategy, they at least share contempt for the tracker.
MANTRACKER's just toying with them now. Just toying with them.
I need to get back to my horse, because I can get around up the road on top of them.
We gotta move.
He's
can't just
lower
stay
than
here.
we are
We
right
can't
now.
just stay here, Christy. We gotta go. Time to go.
We're gonna walk right into his path.
The prey stay the course to crest the ridge,
Oh, hand right on the thorn.
and the horsemen risk everything to meet them at the top.
And they're a little frickin' dicey up here.
Oh, I'm not in a good spot here. You need to
Seems
come right
fine to
by
me.
you.
Go ahead, go ahead. Don't wait for me. We need to go as quick as we can, just for 40 feet.
We essentially got.
I would
clipped
simply
out.
ride the horse up
And
on
with
top
the
of the
horse, You don't
ridge.
ever want to get into a situation where that can occur because the horse could fall off the cliff. It can die.
You're okay to stand?
Yep. Almost cliffed out.
We are pressing our line. We're at the point of no return.
They're going to come out right there, aren't they?
Oh, he's right there. He's right there. I told you.
Oh, it was so freaking scary. But the advantage we had is we had those rocks. It was gnarly. It was, whew.
I felt so safe. I knew he couldn't get to me.
I had no love for
I'm gonna be
MANTRACKER.
riding that horsey by the end of the day.
I like
We
the
don't have a
attitude,
prayer in
actually. I like
catching
it.
right now. We could throw rocks at them, that'd be about it.
We're kind of at a stalemate.
And I'm sure you'd like
they
that,
started
wouldn't you,
side hilling
MANTRACKER?
to a point where
You'd love
MANTRACKER
that.
and I could not get any further along the side hill to block
Chucking
them
some
off.
rocks at these
Let's
uppity
take a chance
dames.
and go this way.
You see the look in his eye when he was
If we
talking
don't
like
see 'em
that?
over here in the next half hour, we
That's a
know
sick
they've gone
man.
that way.
No choice
Sick
except
person.
the long way around. The prey are in the clear, but rather than celebrate, Steph lands herself on a barrel cactus.
They're in her back and everything.
Really?
There's a whole bunch of them. You want to just get the big ones. Where does it hurt, dude?
You said there was a big one.
I don't want to break it off in that.
The cacti in this area can skewer human skin in a microsecond. If not removed properly,
A microsecond?
infection can set in.
I want you to pull them out really.
Really? A
I
microsecond.
tried to, dude. Do you want to take your head off and
That
swivel
quickly,
around
huh?
and check it out?
And the last thing these
Not like
prey
a
need is a
millisecond.
dose of
No,
medical
no, no.
trauma.
No, that's
For the
two. That's like a
riders,
that's
the focus
the,
is planning for the fast
that's
approaching
an
night.
eons. That's eons in comparison to how quickly you can get punctured by one of
We
these
really
cacti.
didn't want them behind us, so we decided we'd kind of go back. And
What is a
find nice spot
microsecond,
to get
anyways?
ahead
Is
of
that even
little
like a
creek and
scientific
camp
term?
for the night.
It's going to be dark really soon.
Yeah, let's get over there and camp. If they didn't come to our camp that night, then we knew they were ahead
You
of
can
us.
just say instantly.
That's what we need.
You know?
When the sun drops, temperatures will plummet. And to be caught unprepared in the desert
No, I never watched
darkness is a
Survivor Man.
fool's
I'm pretty.
game.
I haven't been watching any of this
They could
reality TV
stick
type
themselves
stuff for
on the
years.
side of a yucca or into some cactus in the dark. It's just not a wise thing to do in this desert with all the hazards and pitfalls of movement through this country at night.
We're going to have to go right back to that same spot tomorrow. Where we were at the creek was a... pretty
Micro
much
as a
no-brainer
prefix
on where to
means
camp for the
millionth
week.
part. So it's one millionth of a second. Am I getting that right? That's how quickly one of these cacti can get you. If you have really good reflexes and in one billionth of a second you can pull away, you'll escape. But other than that, you're screwed.
We had some grass in the meadow. We had the water right there. Water for us.
That's
Water
quick.
for us.
It's true.
There was enough brush to give us shelter from any wind. There was lots of firewood. That was a perfect spot.
Perfect spot to lay by the fire and booze it up.
You've been awesome,
So I
seriously.
can forget all the things
There's
that
no one
I've
I would
done.
rather have been in the wilderness with than you. I wanted to scream when we were on that rocky cliff.
I couldn't breathe, and my adrenaline was pumping.
The fire, isn't that kinda
hard that
dangerous?
I was just, my whole body was paralyzed.
I feel like I'm running for my life. I'm scared to death.
MANTRACKER.
Water, and it's drinkable.
MANTRACKER just like sucks on that little flask.
And it says, good job, so this is safe to drink it.
Staring into the middle distance.
They know what they're doing. You don't have a clue.
We could throw rocks at them. That'd be about it. We're going to have to go right back to that same spot tomorrow.
The prey relish the chance to recuperate and reconnect after a tough first day. But a night's rest is only a brief respite. They're barely halfway to their
Respite.
destination.
Good morning. We're tired. As you can see, I only have one eye open today so far.
The prey
The other
can.
eye, one eye, is hoping to get a little extra 5 minutes of sleep.
I didn't sleep at all the entire night. I don't remember shutting my eyes.
I had to use the bathroom. I didn't. I
Yeah.
held it all night. I just.
One of them could distract MANTRACKER while the other smashes his head in with a large rock, liberating them both from this oppressive and sick system. I mean, there's only one way out of this, and I think you're stumbling upon it. You know, it would be easy to distract the MANTRACKER. They could just flash their ankles or something. He'd be so scandalized. One of these old-timey guys. He'd be so scandalized. He would not be able to focus or function.
Huddled together with Christy, shivering, praying that I was going to make it.
I was scared to death.
We're going to go up to the top of this ridge and take a look.
I feel like I don't envy those girls today.
Day 2 of the chase begins. For Steph and Christy, teamwork is the key to victory. While the trackers focus in on corralling their prey.
Let's go, buddy.
In terrain fit for a capture.
Here we go again, dude. Here we
Terrain
go again.
fit for a capture. What is this writing?
I'm wondering, he could be coming up.
Like, I know they don't spend a lot of time on that kind of thing, but you got to punch it up a little bit. There's a couple of
Watch out
turns
for
of
that
phrase here that
These
I've
rocks
really
are
just
seriously
have
becoming my
found
best
very
friend.
awkward
I
and
love
clunky.
It just worries me because I feel like I can get up here.
For sure, MANTRACKER's hungover now.
You know?
The confrontation on the cliffs yesterday demonstrated to both the trackers and the prey that whoever has the high ground has control.
Can't see him coming across that big open
It's over,
flat
Anakin.
when we're in the same country.
We gotta
I
go
have the
out.
high ground.
The lookout points give zero advantage. The chase continues skyward.
George Lucas hates subtlety, hates subtext.
We're so high.
I love him
These
for it.
rocks. I feel so safe.
How do they know where they're going? I think they have a little map and they have a compass.
Yeah, I just don't want to be cut off at the top like he tried doing to us yesterday.
I know.
It's a good thing we got the wind kind of helping.
Yeah, Shirney Pal, this is the suspension of disbelief thing that keeps coming up.
Ears open at all times, especially coming up.
A lot of the time you see them, there's at least 2 angles. There's at least 2 camera angles.
They're right there looking around.
Oh shit, he sees them.
Oh my god.
I think they heard us.
Still whispering. I think they heard us as they're escaping.
He was right up there. Just standing watching us. He can't come out on these rocks.
Giant boom mic above the bushes. I mean, this is what keeps coming up. I mean, even if it is just like handheld and they don't have a mic or anything or lighting rig or anything like that, even if it is just a couple guys with handheld cameras, you're still talking at least 2 extra people with them. And like, are they they're leaving tracks? Right? They've got equipment and gear and they're going to the bathroom and all that stuff. You know? You're twice as likely to be seen with 4 people. Thank you, Marty. And that's minimum. That minimum 2 extra people with them.
Barricade the ledge and send the prey packing.
How did he know where we were?
That's what he does. He's good.
Right there,
this guy's good.
They walked right up within 25 yards of us, and I was totally blown away.
That should get their heart pumping.
Their situational awareness was horrible.
Where did you see him? He's up there.
Look at this sicko.
And I was totally blown away.
Look at this sicko. So they're 25 yards away. So why do you go after them? But he doesn't want to, does he? He likes them to stew in fear. This sick motherfucker's getting off on this. He's like, no, I'm not going to chase them. They stick you with the camera guy that's 6'4". You're just totally screwed. Yeah. This is a sicko right here. Look at this. Look at his face right now. He's getting off on this shit.
Should get their heart pumping.
Their situational awareness was horrible.
Where did you see him? He's up there. Like right by us? Sure. Right by us.
Once again, it blew up in our face.
Now we gotta play tough.
They've got a time limit. They're gonna have to make up some ground today.
Since when have you known a woman to be on time?
You got a point there.
Macho.
Oh my goodness. You see his little chuckle too, little grin, little smirk. Women do be like that, don't they? Don't they, MANTRACKER? Look at his face. He's like, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's as much as you can react to something. Women be shopping. That's right. I'm surprised they didn't stop to get some blouses or something. They're looking for some kind of pop-up out there. They want their mochaccino macchiato frappadoodle or something. I don't know, the whole women being on time for thing too. I've like that trope. I don't like, in my experience, I've never experienced that. I'm never on time for anything. I don't think I've been on time for anything in my fucking life. Maybe work, if you're like going to be penalized or there's going to be this big problem. Okay. I don't think that's a gender thing. That's more of like an ADHD thing. As someone who's very punctual, they do sometimes be being late. No sexism. Wow, Marty's going to get canceled now. Wow. I don't stand by that. That's a mod comment. I have nothing to do. I have nothing to do with that. Don't know where they found a tampon machine out here in the wilderness. We better get them before a wild bear does. Man. Marty auditioning for the MANTRACKER replacement. I would 100% watch that. 100%. Look at his face. His face is so funny. Please appoint a mod watcher. I think we're going to have to. Man.
Cowboy attitude, or maybe just frustration at
He's doing the gesture. Oh my gosh. And he dismisses it as a cowboy attitude.
Rob to talk you through all this.
Apparently 2 wrongs do make a right.
Thank you, Critical Master of the 17 months tier 1. Unbelievable. Yeah, and it just gets hand waved away. Oh, they're cowboy attitudes. He's just like, they're too busy yakking. They're too busy yakking to be hiding their tracks. Yeah, I miss Barry as well. Some good old cowboy locker room talk. I get so many dudes sporting this look in my Tinder. Are they holding fish as well? I can't believe that this guy's a fucking wild man. When have you known a woman being on time for something? Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're gossiping. They're talking about celebs. They're talking about the latest celeb gossip rather than like making their way towards the goal line. Get it together, partner. Women hold up half the sky. Chairman Mao said that. Or what was it, the Hoja line? We will trample into the dust anyone who doesn't respect the sacred edict of women's rights. Both of these people would be ripe for re-education purposes in any decent revolutionary society. Makes me think ManTracker gets no pussy, TBH. I don't know, Swamp Goth, because like I think there's like Canadian moms that were all about this guy. There's probably ManTracker Facebook groups on Facebook still where they're still sharing pics and memes. Don't ask me to explain it. I don't know. If only someone could tame him. Exactly. He's doing the gesture, though. I can't believe that.
Macho cowboy attitude? Or maybe just frustration that these women have been impossible to predict for the entire chase.
Okay, thank you, narrator.
I hate playing games.
Rather than swerve off course, Steph and Christy head straight up for a game of chicken.
I really do hope that they win this one. I'm genuinely, completely unironically rooting for them here. Yeah, the base narrator comes through to throw some cold water on that disgusting misogynistic display that we just saw. They're too busy talking about who married Rosamund Pike, not spending enough time trying to carefully hike. Good Lord.
Look at how smart this is.
Just want to tie the horses up here. Kind of sit over here somewhere out of sight with binoculars. If we go running around this country chasing this pair of dimwits, we're just going to look really stupid. We're going to get situated somewhere where we can see what's going on.
Oh my God.
Figure out their line of travel for today.
The best part about ManTracker is that the narrator's an outspoken male feminist. We're tracking these two dimwits. Why don't you just call them bitches? ManTracker. Why don't you just cut to the chase here? Why don't you just cut to the chase? Let's lay all our cards on the table here. Cool it with the misogyny, ManTracker. Narrator reading a note from legal. Yes. My goodness. Also, as if they've been yapping when they're trying to be quiet to evade you. Yeah, I'm actually laughing so hard right now, and I'm not mad at all, actually. If I were the ManTracker, I would have simply proved that they were dimwits by tracking them by now. I agree. I'm completely pulling for them now at this point.
Because I hate looking stupid.
Look at
That sounded
dude.
like a
They're
curse.
off their horses. It almost made the trackers seem like they maybe were vulnerable.
I feel like a rock's crashing over there.
I'll give up if I have to. You can force me both away.
You go over there and make it look like we're going in the opposite direction, and while you're doing that, I'll sneak up and around. Bada bing, bada boom.
Cops and robbers.
She's looking that way, Mark.
Oh shit, Christy's in trouble.
Mark, the horses.
MANTRACKER. He's definitely insecure about getting beat by the girls, absolutely.
I feel so safe.
He's got a lot riding on this. All the other MANTRACKERs are going to be making fun of him down at the bunkhouse.
Mark, the horses.
MANTRACKER has Steph and Christy trapped cliffside. On the ropes, the prey lay it all on the line, attempting to swipe Sidekick's horse and steal their way to victory.
They're actually trying to take the horse? I didn't catch that. I thought they were just getting around.
You got the other one, Mark?
She came over here, but it looks like she headed back towards you.
I just saw MANTRACKER at the top of the hill. He had both of his horses tied up.
I think one of us better babysit the horses from now on.
Get a hold of one of my horses. I'm going to be awfully angry.
We're going to try the decoy plan again.
You're going to be angry? What are you going to do?
We gotta go now. We gotta figure it out.
What are you going to do to them?
No, because what can happen, keep him away, is I can get the horse and find you.
Jesus, this guy's fucking outrageous.
I don't think once he realizes that his horse has been captured, I don't think you're going to be the priority for at least 5 minutes. Because if he's on foot, he hasn't been doing what we've been doing. So, all right, let's turn this bad boy off and get the show on the road.
I think I could rope one of them.
Hey, not a bad idea.
I was off my horse.
Been a long time since I roped something on foot.
You know, technically I can't catch them. That's my rule. But rules change all the time. So we went and grabbed our ropes. We thought if they're going to stand there 25 yards away and taunt us like this, I'm going to throw a rope at you. And if I catch you, you're caught.
What is going on in this episode? This is outrageous. Oh my goodness. All the jokes we were doing have now been coming true. Like I was joking about how they were going to treat this episode. Oh my gosh. Steal the horse and trample MANTRACKER. I mean, the one guy's like, it's making me mad. I'm going to get real mad. MANTRACKER's like, I'm going to rope him up. I'm going to rope up these two broads. At that point, all the rules are out the window, you know? Because now there's like an element of real danger involved. You got to defend yourself. You got to protect yourself. What have I stumbled into? Hello, Banana Grabber. What is up? We're watching the mid-2000s Canadian reality TV series, MANTRACKER, because I've pivoted to becoming a Twitch's only MANTRACKER meta react streamer. That's what you've stumbled into.
You know, I'll change the rules. I don't care.
Obviously, they don't want to win.
I'm trying to figure out where to cross over here. I don't see his friend that's with him.
We got them split up now, Mark. One going each way. Mark, keep tracker. I'm going this way.
All right. I'll stay with the horses.
Sidekick Murphy keeps tabs on Steph, torn between her capture and safeguarding the horses. MANTRACKER is glued on Christy,
Coming to you, Mark. Coming right at you, buddy.
making sure she's occupied and off guard.
I think this is what they wanted. They wanted us to split up, so I'm pretending that Mark's over here. Mark's over there with the other one. It's working perfect.
He's throwing his rope, trying to rope me.
Which one of the pair are you? Zig or Zag?
Zigzag, just how we roll them. That ought to cool you down.
You throw like a girl.
Whipping rocks at him.
Steph closes in on the horses, and Sidekick's audio awareness is compromised.
This guy is for sure guilty of some real bad shit. Look at this man. Like, we joke, but I don't even want to guess at the kind of stuff that this guy's gotten up to in his personal life.
Thanks to the racket of Christie's taunts.
Come on, can't climb a couple of rocks? Oh, here he comes.
It'd be so
MANTRACKER's
funny if he
advance down the hill,
got successfully taunted and slipped going down the hill and broke his femur. He said nasty women more than once in his life. He's for sure, he was a Trump voter. This is what, 2008, 2009? He was for sure a 2016 Trump voter. and was probably at the January 6th Capitol riot. If he wasn't there, he was like supporting it on Facebook. If we found that motherfucker on Facebook right now and just looked at some of his posts from around that time, you know he's in that Stop the Steal, QAnon stuff, 100%. 100%. And he's LARPing as a Western guy and as a Rob DeSantis voter. Fellow Canadian voting in American elections. No, but he's in California right now, so I think the sidekick's American. The sidekick's him. He's from around these parts, you know. That's why he's the guide. He's like the local guide. Like probably Northern California. That's big time right wing racist territory. Yeah, the sidekick. That's who I'm talking about. Yeah, the MANTRACKER himself, he's probably like an anti-vax, anti-mask, Trudeau, World Economic Forum, support the convoy guy, I would say. He's been boycotting Bud Light, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Christy back over to Steph.
What are you doing? I can't even see him. Oh.
You fucked up.
You're supposed to be the decoy.
You fucked up.
The inadvertent reunion with Christy only deters Steph for a moment. An experienced rider, she's eager to get back in the saddle.
At that point, there was no hesitating. I was in.
A lot of Soros talk from these two boys. Absolutely.
I am about to steal the enemy's most prized possession.
Do it. I just want to see if I can find one thing here. This is so stupid. I'm just trying to see if I can find this one thing. I found a clip, but it starts just an instant too late. It's apart from Predator when she lures in Hawkins and she's like, and then she whacks him with a stick. But it's just I can only find the stick whacking and not the first part. Anyways.
The horse is right there.
You can do it. I hate that sidekick. Me too, lady. Me too. Okay, this episode is amazing, though. She's actually going for it. Let's sound off in the chat. Chat, is she going to get the horse? She's going for it. She's got the studded belt, too. That's very mid-2000s. Is she going to successfully pull this off? This is a wild maneuver. This is a wild maneuver right now. This is a Hail Mary. This is a Hail Mary pass. Manifesting it into existence. I say nay. Oh my. Yeah, she's a horse girl. She just knows how to do this instinctively. You sneak up on it or just run right at it. She's a legend if she wrangles the horse. Exactly. I'm not too hopeful either, a heroic skeleton. I'm not too hopeful, but I want to believe that she can pull this off. Let's see. More ballsy than the Twinks last week. Absolutely. I really appreciate their spunk. Their moxie. She's gonna fucking do it. Yeah.
Got one! Got one!
Yep.
Oh, I got your horse! I got you.
I got your horse.
I got you.
She's like, I got your horse, but you didn't, though. You didn't. I got one. He wraps her up with the rope and everything. That was not a great effort, honestly. Horse is our home base. Yeah, that was not a great attempt. I really appreciate the effort, but it wasn't great. But now her friend, look, both of them are there. I can't remember if this is Christy or the other one. It smells like predator piss. That would have been a great opportunity to spray both MANTRACKER and the sidekick. But I think now Christy is free to make a run for it. So let's see if she makes it.
I got your horse.
But we got you.
Captured. 7.2 miles. They're so far away.
I had been roped. I was tightly bound. But there he comes, Mr. MANTRACKER, and his smug look. Oh, looks like we gotcha.
The fact that she didn't give up after she had a rope around her, almost around her neck, she was not being very bright.
She still had some fire in her eye. She didn't want to let go of the horse. Didn't want to admit she was caught, but she was.
I had a man's rope around me. I had the MANTRACKER staring me down. I have this horse rearing up. I mean, what am I going to do?
Congratulations.
It is getting a little
You've
weird.
Just been the first one kept.
Spraying right in the eyes of the cat
For a
piss.
while, I haven't heard from stuff.
Christy, go for it. What are you doing?
She's been caught.
She's 7 miles away, too. Like, that's far. That's really far.
Move on.
Christy, run! They're coming!
I'm gonna make it for both of us. I love you.
I'm not feeling too
Get
good.
these off and then we'll get moving. Good job, though, buddy. Thank you. Can't get too cocky yet.
I had the map, but I was out of water. And I didn't have Stephanie. I didn't have a compass.
The sun's high. It's gotta be about noon. My shadow's pointing north. I need to go south.
Put in.
The trackers reboot.
Doesn't seem
And
ideal.
luckily not
You're
on
going
foot.
by the you have
This
no
chase
map,
just
and you're
got
just going
very
by your
personal for
shadow
Sidekick
direction.
Murphy. The horse nearly
It looks like
hijacked
it's
on
about
his
high
watch.
noon.
He
It needs
takes
to be
the
more of an
reins on
exact
tracking
reading,
down
though, I
prey
think,
number 2.
ideally.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah. It's got that same writing right there in the middle. Looks like she's going cross country.
It was her track. There was writing on the bottom of that boot, so we knew it was her. So I thought, she's heading to water. There's been no water for them at all. If there is any water in this area at all, it's going to be there.
See, once again, it's the sicko guy doing everything.
He's got water. I hope this leads me to a spring right here. I need to get moving.
It's funny, you got all this snow and not a drop of water in that creek.
If I don't find water soon, I'm probably gonna be done.
She's in trouble.
Looks like we got more tracks here going up this drainage.
I wanted to believe that they could do this, but I'm rapidly losing hope here.
I got movement. Let's go.
I see it too. Tracker.
You go up and around that way. I'll go right up.
A story online says MANTRACKER's partner from last episode tried to run from the cops in real life after stunting in his car, and they just shot him and he lived. Oh my. Takes a dark turn. You no choice but to give him some critical support on that. That was Barry? She's in trouble.
You got me.
You're pretty much done.
I was so exhausted, I just couldn't even put up the fight anymore. I was trapped.
She was so fatigued, she couldn't get more than about 4 or 5 steps out of herself before she was done.
She had the will to finish. She just ran out of gas. And man,
Is this where are they going to get over their cowboy locker room talk and give them some grudging respect here? I would like to think so, but we'll see.
she busted her butt to get as high up as she did. Good job, girl.
I heard you got hurt. I heard you scream to me, dude. You got so far.
She's awesome, and like I love her to death, and we're just like sisters. And now
Too
this is,
dehydrated
like,
to the pee trick. She had to unfortunately drink all the wild mountain lion pee due to dehydration. That was part was left on the cutting room floor.
just one more thing to put in the back of our book.
What we can accomplish together from this point forward, there are no bounds. There are no limits.
Winning against women, it's become a particular pleasure.
Local guide. Oh, what's he saying here?
Two guys, you know, they're always going to be roughly the same. They're going to try to do the guy thing and power their way over everything. It's quite a challenge to chase.
Okay, there's the grudging respect.
You know, I'll take it.
They just it's grudging respect, but it's a backhanded compliment too. He's like, women are so ignorant to the outdoors that it's unpredictable. If you know a guy, he's going to pull out all the tricks. Women are just so ignorant; they don't understand a thing about the world, or definitely escaping someone tracking them, and that can leave them in unpredictability. Yeah, winning against women is a particular pleasure.
Together,
Hey, we walked in the woods together on a TV show. We can do anything.
Bounds. There are no limits.
We're going to open our bakery shop now.
Become a particular
Local guide Mark Murphy. Mark Murphy. Mark Murphy, 42. Mark is a firefighter and paramedic who's been doing rescue work. I want to find out what our little friend Mark Murphy has been up to over the last couple of years, and now I'm intrigued by this. I'm wondering if we can find out. Mark Murphy, firefighter. Swiftwater Rescue Training, San Bernardino County Fire Captain Mark Murphy reaches out a rope to thrown from trainees during a Swiftwater Rescue training. Same guy? Oh yeah, I think that's our guy. Now he's getting tracked. Now it's Rob Tracker. Now it's Rob Tracker, isn't it, sir? For sure it's the same guy. He's going to be some like hero or something like that. I've been defaming this man. There's going to be some news story about how he's rescued a small child from a burning building or something like that. He's devoted himself to feeding needy refugee families or something like that. I'm just like defaming this person's whole existence. I still think he's a QAnon January 6th guy though. I'm holding my position on this. San Bernardino County Fire. This is 3rd May 2016, just before the Trump election. Captain Mark Murphy is being recognized as part of last night's City of Fontana Police Fire and FUSD Police Recognition Ceremony. He's not tagged in the image, so there's no. I want to find a Facebook page. Mark Murphy, San Bernardino. Is this him? No, I don't think so. Travel expert, analyst, TV contributor, speaker, entrepreneur, best-selling author. No, that's not our guy. I thought for a second I might have tracked him. Although this guy is sharing like right-wing content. Mark Murphy Travels. I don't think it's the same guy. No. This guy is. If I was right about this one, this would have been fantastic because he's sharing all these kinds of Biden memes and calling Biden a cuck and stuff like that. Sharing anti-vax stuff. This is the exact kind of thing I expect to see on Mark Murphy, MANTRACKER sidekick page. This is literally accidentally getting the wrong dude harassed by his millions of fans. Well, this guy does seem like a right-wing dipshit, definitely. Mark Murphy, but it's not the same guy. It's not the firefighter. We're getting close, though. Mark Murphy. There's a Mark Murphy that seems to be a cop or a firefighter. No, not the same guy. I don't think. Houston EMS Rescue. I don't think it's the same guy. Well, this is my MANTRACKER segment's gonna have to go on another time. I don't think I can spend the next 3 hours of my life tracking down Mark Murphy's Facebook page, the sidekick of MANTRACKER in a single episode of MANTRACKER from 2008. I don't know if I have the energy for it, but I still do. I'm holding firmly to my beliefs that he's like a QAnon January 6th guy. I still believe it. Well, that was fun though. That was kind of fun. Fun little exercise. It's hard looking for San Bernardino as a keyword because in San Bernardino there was that mass shooting terrorist attack kind of thing in 2015. A lot of news stories about that, clogging it up. It is reasonable to make this a reputable presumption. I think that's pretty fair. He's actually named as one of the co-conspirators of the new Trump indictment. That would be great. He really rose high. We could do channel point gambling on MANTRACKER episodes, whether they'll win or not. That would be good. I mean, there's a lot of things that we could do with our channel points, of which I'm doing nothing currently. That would be good to do that, definitely. I should take a brief moment, folks, now that we're an hour and a half into this stream, to remind everyone that if you enjoy this program, if you like the MANTRACKER meta react content, or my discussion about snacks or beverages or films, TV shows, sports, or the serious political commentary and analysis and interviews that I do. If you enjoy any of that, there's a wide array of different things that I do in this program. And if you enjoy it, please, if you can, subscribe. Subscribe to TRRS for $5 per month or completely free of charge with your Amazon Prime account. I'm getting tired. I might have to make coffee. Oh, no, I don't have cream. That's unfortunate. I'm still kind of tired. But folks, if you can, subscribe to TRRS, okay? I have to make the little number go up every single day. As you know, I am going to be here for a couple hours, definitely. I'm going to try and do some extensive streaming this week. But I do have to make the little number go up. So if you can, if possible, and I know Barfcast TV is one of the bigger supporters of the channel, would really love a sub as well. If you can, though, please do subscribe to TRRS. It's very, very helpful, and it's the only way that I can continue doing this show each and every day is through the extremely generosity of the TRRS community members. Are you a black tea enjoyer? Yeah, I do. I don't have any tea, though. I don't have any tea at the moment. But yeah, I do enjoy it. I would enjoy a black tea more than I would enjoy a black coffee, definitely. I can't do black coffee.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Diego, for the gifted sub to One Who Reads.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And to Frankster Says. Thank you, Diego, which brings up your whopping total of gifted subs to 1,100. Absolutely absurd. I don't know if you like when I call attention to that or not, or if it makes you uncomfortable. But I must say, Diego, that I do really, really appreciate the support that you've shown me in this channel and this community. I really, really do appreciate it a lot, and I thank you. We love Diego, it's true. Oh, that's good. That's nice. I like when you call attention to that because I like giving people subs. Well, and they like it as well, Diego, and so do I. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all the support you've shown me. So are there any other takers? I'm at 4 out of 35 subs and do hopefully need to make the number go up a little bit today. The little number, as you know, folks, I don't like it any more than you do. Believe me. Believe me. I would like to get paid a salary by Twitch for doing this show and not have to make the little number at the bottom of the screen go up every single day of my life. But unfortunately for us both, this is the sort of trap that we're stuck in now, doing this. So if you like this program and you like tuning in every day, if you can, please subscribe or give subs and join Twitch's only two-dimensional triangle-shaped trickle-down clout and friendship access tiered reward system. So close. So close. Do I have to look at the video? Do I have to do the orientation video? Is that what I have to do?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Anon, for the gifted sub. Very kind of you, Anon. Thank you. The most Christ-like of all sub-gifters, Anon. You can also, this is probably a weird thing to ask, but it's kind of a slow morning or slow afternoon. But, if you gift 5 subs or above, that does automatically rocket you right up to the very tip top of the elite tier of the Friendship Triangle system, or for the most generous and extremely wonderful sub gifters. As you know, the 10 sub gift doesn't make sense at all. The 10 gifted sub bundle does trigger the highly exclusive and cool 10 gift sub alert too, in case anyone was just like sitting around being like, no, I can't do this right now, but 10 gifted subs, that I can do, in case someone was doing that at this time. I'll just put on the video and then I'll continue. I still want to get to the bottom of this Mark Murphy situation. I'm positive Mark Murphy's into some weird online shit. An absolutely sick individual. Not good sick.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Bleep Lord, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Thank you, Bleep Lord. Okay, here we go.
Expressing interest in the Thank you for expressing interest in the Friendship Triangle community. We would be thrilled to have you on board as a member of our exclusive platform. As you may know, the Friendship Triangle is Twitch's only two-dimensional, triangle-shaped, friendship access and trickle-down clout tiered reward system. Today you have an amazing opportunity to join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. Once you are part of the community, you'll have the ability to rise through the ranks and achieve higher levels of access and rewards. One way to do this is by gifting subscriptions to your fellow members or by inviting your friends and family members to join our community. As you ascend the tiers, you will be exposed to a range of new and exciting benefits, such as exclusive content, advanced features, and access to our elite community members. We are confident that you will enjoy all the perks that come with being part of the Friendship Triangle. However, we also want to remind you that not all friends and family members are to be trusted, especially those who may not support your new lifestyle. That's why we encourage you to focus on building meaningful relationships within our community.
And by the way, if someone, even if it's not for me, if someone could please gift a sub to Barfcast TV, who has been so supportive of this channel and this stream. Hate to see Barfcast being unsubbed chatter. No one, very few people in this community deserve a gifted sub more than our friend Barfcast TV. So even if it's not for me, do it for Barfcast TV, please.
Where you will find like-minded individuals who share your interests and values. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team. We are always here to support our members and ensure that your experience with the Friendship Triangle is enjoyable. We're glad that you are considering joining the Friendship Triangle community. We look forward to seeing you rise through the Chaos Zone and all the way into the Elite tier. It's not a cult.
Huh? Huh?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Anon. Thank you very much, Anon, for gifting us up to Barfcast. Sometimes I don't know if it's the same Anon that gifts all the anonymous subs, or if it's just one person, or if it's multiple people. Because that's a lot of clout being left right on the table, which is something that I got to say I respect a lot. You've got to have a lot of clout if you're just leaving clout on the table like that. You know? Thank you very much, Anon. I'm glad we could get a gift sub to Barfcast. Okay, my phone's right here. Anon, if there's only one of you, gift 1 sub. If there are more, gift 2 subs. That would be a good way of showing it. I think that would be the one way of sending us a signal. Let me see what else I can put on here. I just have I have a little business to attend to. Dude, is another MANTRACKER episode, is that too much? Is that crazy? Would it be crazy to watch another MANTRACKER episode? Again, I should be going 5-6 hours. Is that crazy? Would it be that outrageous? Would it be that outrageous to watch another episode of MANTRACKER? Is there anything happening? Yeah, there's tons of shit happening. There's tons of shit happening. There's so much stuff happening. Absolutely. And how many have we watched so far? Well, we've just watched one today. We watched one on, I think, Thursday and Friday as well. But 2 full episodes in one. I mean, that's really something else. But is it as important as MANTRACKER? No. That's a good point. That is a good point. You are the number 1 MANTRACKER streamer, so it wouldn't be inconceivable. Jesus. Like, I do really want to talk about this New York Times piece and, you know, this whole, like, new Red Scare stuff, the China threat network, the Africa decolonization. I really do want to get to all this, you know? I really do. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm tired. I was really had a sleep deficit this weekend. I partied it up a little too much this weekend, but slept okay last night, but I'm very tired still. Let's see here. VJ and Tricontinental issued a response to the NYT piece. No, I did see that, and I want to look at that, but I would like to see like some video content that would reference that. Let's see here. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment here to orient myself. Talk amongst yourselves, chat. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. I hate the stupid X.com thing. God, it's so fucking annoying. really debating what to do. I am tempted. I am tempted for another man tracker. I think it's too much, though, honestly. I think it's too much. Christ did indeed say that it's easier for a camel to fit through the eye of a needle than it is for a clout goblin to ascend to heaven. That's true. And we got to watch out right now, right? There's streamers and folks among us that we maybe at one point had respect for, that we see what happens when they develop full-on clout brain. There's been some unfortunate cases, many such cases recently. Even people that I've taken the time to support, uphold, and encourage people to support. Like, just for example, like when they get swatted and the cops come to their apartment and then they raise a whole bunch of money, and I and others, because we're trying to be kind and generous, signal boost them. This is just a total random example, just like in case something like this ever happened. Certain individuals that have done that, for example, and then gone off in this fucking really ugly sort of debate lord drama, like radical centrist direction. You know, totally hypothetical, exactly. Just a hypothetical scenario that I was thinking of. Developing weird, unhealthy fixations on people like Luna Oi, just for example. Just as an example of someone that I think when someone is really sickly obsessed with Luna Oi, it's a signal that like they're a sick person that we should not be paying attention to, and they're leading people astray. Just as a total hypothetical example. Just enjoying my coffee. Friend of the stream, Luna Oi. I love Luna.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Yeah, it is an example of, like, anytime then you start your best example of what happens when you come into contact with another certain hypothetical individual whose name starts with a V and rhymes with Chris Bosch. Anytime you start tailing that fellow, I think that's probably a bad sign that you've gone off the rails somewhere. When you develop a weird fucking parasocial friendship relationship with that fella, I think that's probably not so good. Which, of course, the friendship triangle would never do. Exactly. Or if you at one point said, like, I used to be a Marxist-Leninist and I was a member of the Communist Party of Canada and I was a candidate and all that stuff, but I stopped being a socialist because I went to Cuba and, like, a Cuban nurse was, like, smoking a cigarette or something like that. And I immediately abandoned every single genuinely held political belief that I had immediately afterwards. His streams at the beginning of the Ukraine conflict were something. I remember very well. Anyway, I was trying to... Is this smoking Cuban nurse single? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's like I was almost doing this whole like rant so I could talk about how I try to really avoid the stream. Well, here's two things. I really do try to avoid the streamer drama and getting in beefs and stuff like that. Like, I really do genuinely try to avoid that. I'm not certainly not above making a comment here or there about people that say things that I find grotesque or that I disagree with, but it's the video. It's the video thing of like making a specific YouTube video like with the person's face and with me going or whatever, and like, and then turning it into this like content thing. Like I'm not above making snide or snarky comments about people that I find to be pieces of shit, but like, I think when you start getting into that cycle and then that person reacts to the video and then you react to the reaction, that I find just so fucking shitty. It's weird. Like when I see people saying bad or mean things about me, either on Twitter or Twitch or any platform, it makes me really deeply uncomfortable. It like really stresses me out. It like activates my fight or flight reflex. Like I find it very upsetting. I think there's got to be something really kind of like wrong with you if you are not like seeking out things that people are saying about you, not only seeking it out to read or look at, but also to meticulously catalog and turn into a video content about all these things and then responding to it. Like, fuck, I just couldn't do that. I could not do it. I get really, really stressed out when people are like, even people that I don't like, when it's people that I don't like, it's one thing. It's, I don't mind as much, but I certainly don't go around and reading it all or paying attention to it. Or even when who's that guy? Is the other guy? What's his name? Let's call him Bill and Derns. When he was talking about me, like we laughed about that and we responded to some of the things that I heard about secondhand, but I wasn't going in there looking at his streams and watching the streams and like paying attention to it and responding to all the points, you know? And his excellent CIA sponsored adventures, exactly, just like Hunter Thompson used to do. You know, I find you've got to be a little bit messed up in the head to really deliberately seek things out like that and watch it and read it and catalog it and then do a big video response to it. I know it's great for views and it's great for growing your audience and monetization, but I physically can't do that though. It makes me so uncomfortable. Yeah, I think Bill and Derns watched some of this stream, watched some of my analysis for my Ukraine analysis on the stream and was talking about it. But again, we responded a little bit on this stream. I didn't watch the clips or anything like that, but I also didn't like save that or turn it into a YouTube clip that then I can jump. You know, it's just this endless cycle of drama. I can't. I don't want to have anything to do with that. I really do not want to have anything to do with that. Even if I might have the odd comment I'm going to make about someone, I will still do it in this veiled way that I've been doing it right now. I think it's different when you're doing it in your free time versus watching it for content. Well, I guess so, but it would still have the same effect on me personally, like regardless of how I was doing it. I loved his bit where he was waved away the rampant homophobia and Nazism. I'm sure he veiled himself very, very well during the whole Wagner thing. I'm sure he was fantastic during that. I'm sure he was really went right to cheering on Wagner Group to overthrow the Russian government, which I'm sure would have been a great result for everybody in Ukraine and Russia. I know of a certain someone that watches that stuff in their free time because they're just built different. Couldn't be me. Let me tell you. Couldn't be me. Anyway, even though it has happened before, people don't react to my content and get mad at it because, as you know, I'm a good boy and I'm non-controversial. Oh, sorry, 6 minutes ago, Dynamic Nibbles. I don't know how I missed that. Dynamic Nibbles, thanks very much for the gifted sub 6 minutes ago. Sorry about that. All hypothetical. We're spitballing a Black Mirror episode. Correct. Yeah. Clout goblining is boring. I want to learn about communism. Well, that's, I mean, it's certainly, I don't want to overestimate what streaming accomplishes, like you're doing some kind of propaganda or something. I know I think there's a small amount of value to it. I don't think it's completely worthless, but when you're just turning into this back and forth clout, drama stuff, then you're for sure not accomplishing anything. Then it's just inherently this masturbatory exercise. Again, I don't want to overestimate the value that trying to be productive and streaming does. I don't think it's valueless. I know there's people in this community that have had their minds changed about things or have been radicalized or brought in a certain direction over the last couple of years watching this show. I don't want to underestimate that, but when you're just going back and forth and doing this bullshit debate bro drama content, and then you're really, really not accomplishing anything. Then it's just pure spectacle, which just doesn't interest me at all. Clout Duel this fall on Fox. And I hate how Twitter is basically incentivized to be like that even more now, because now if you have a blue check on Twitter, you're just incentivized to have as many people mad at you as possible. You get paid for it. And I guess it's the same with YouTube or anything. I just can't do it. Can't do it. Clout Tracker. That's good. I think I'm going to have another DC. I need more caffeine. Let's pivot to talking a little bit about Niger and paying attention to what's been going on with that over the last couple of days. I guess we're now like a day away. There's a deadline to reverse this coup, which is not going to happen. That's not going to happen at all. So let's maybe catch up with what's been going on with that. How does that sound? I can't do another, even though it was tempting to watch a whole other 45-minute MANTRACKER episode. Let's try and I'll try and snap to it and get actually productive and actually talk about something relatively important. The fact that we're in for like 2 days of rain and storms doesn't help. I'm getting cozy. Yeah, me too. Me too. And I'm going to get another DC.
Today marks several international deadlines for Niger's military junta to restore the country's president to power. Canada is among Western nations ending financial assistance to Niger's government unless the coup leaders re-establish democracy. And a regional group called the Economic Community of West African States has drawn up plans for potential military action if President Mohamed Bazoum is not reinstated. Many residents of Niger's capital support efforts to overturn the country's military coup, but there are concerns that intervention could lead to a regional war. For a closer look, we're joined by Anne Fitzgerald. She's a professor of political science at Wilfrid Laurier University and the director of the Balsillie School of International Affairs. She joins us from Waterloo, Ontario today. Good morning. I wanted to start by...
And I think... So when we're talking about Niger and this coup, and I think when this came up, there were some questions about, I looked at that piece by The Intercept that was trying to frame the coup in Niger as being this pro-Western thing. Like maybe America was backing it. There was a lot of emphasis on the U.S. trained military guys overthrowing the democratically elected leaders, that kind of language. The way The Intercept and some of these other more edgier outlets are trying to frame it as being this kind of simultaneously we're opposing the U.S. military state or the security state or the State Department or whatever it is, while simultaneously basically agitating towards a return to the sort of status quo. But I think we're as always, you can read the tea leaves of how mainstream media in Canada, the U.S. covers these things. So I think if this was any way supported by the U.S. State Department, you would see that being reflected in our news media, right? Maybe subtly, but there would have been talk about corruption. There would have been talk, like the same thing with Yanukovych in Ukraine, right? There would have been talk about the corruption of the previous government, democratic, the language that would be used would be kind of softening the edges of this story. And I think we can determine from the way that our media in Canada and the UK and the US are reacting that it is not, as much as The Intercept tried to frame it as being this like pro-US thing. I don't think that that's what's going on. And as we talked about last week, I think that's also reflected in the ways that Mali and Burkina Faso are backing this coup regime. I'm pretty sure we can rule out the idea that, this is some kind of US-backed thing. They wouldn't be waving Wagner and Russia flags for sure. No, exactly. I think a far more useful measure is what people who live there say. Yeah, and I'm sure, obviously no one in Niger or anywhere, some big block of uniform thought, but I've been seeing a lot of clips of people supporting this coup regime, like we're saying, waving Russian flags and all this kind of stuff. You see Mali and Burkina Faso backing this regime, who have been engaged in this kind of decolonial process. So from all these kind of factors, I think we're able to sort of get a read on this sort of, not the political, because we don't know what the political characteristics will be. Like I was saying last week, as Western socialists and internationalists, we would love to see a sort of socialist Pan-Africanist movement develop. We don't know for sure that that's what's going on here. I think Mali and Burkina Faso backing this coup is a kind of hopeful sign, because both these places have been engaging in this kind of decolonial process, but we don't know how it's going to turn out. But I think we can safely say that this is not being supported by the U.S. establishment in any way. They wave Wagner flags. I didn't see that, although I did see Al-Qaeda was now attacking Wagner positions in Africa, which is kind of an interesting thing, how Al-Qaeda always seems to be going after America's enemies like that. That's kind of a fun coincidence, isn't it? No, I didn't see anything about Wagner flags, though. I've seen a number of Russian flags, though. And again, this gets to something that I want to talk about, the ways that this gets framed as, Russia's taking over, it's part of some Russian plot or anything like that, which again denies the agency of the actual people that live there, and also denies the colonialist legacy of countries such as the United States, Canada, Britain, France, Portugal, Spain, the Dutch, which Russia doesn't really have that same history in Africa anywhere near the same extent. And the idea that there's folks in Africa, both in leadership positions and just average people, that want to have more of an alliance with Russia or China should not be surprising. It should not be surprising to anybody, given the legacy of these Western colonialist countries in Africa. It should not be surprising whatsoever that there's people in Africa that just genuinely do want to have more economic and cultural ties to Russia, and they want to go through this decolonization process of getting rid of the French out of their country in these and America and Canada and these Western countries. But when this starts to happen, when they start waving around the Russian flags, that's when our liberals immediately say there's some Russian plot going on, But no one, as we'll keep returning to this idea, no one should be surprised that there's this sentiment in Africa, a widespread sentiment that they want to decouple from these Western countries, decolonize, and make more military and economic and cultural ties with Russia or China. That should not be surprising in the slightest if you know the basic bare minimum history about the history of colonialism and the history of colonialism on the African continent. It's not surprising that countries in Africa want to make these diplomatic ties, and it doesn't mean that there's some devious Russian plot that's going on. Your enemies should not be our enemies. That's exactly right. I'm going to turn up the brightness here. I think some low lighting kind of situation here. Turn that up a bit. a bit better. Okay, so that's the point that I wanted to make. I think it's clear from the way our media and that our political class is reacting to this, that this coup, regardless of what the political characteristics are, again, we don't know exactly how that's going to go. I think it's pretty clear, though, that it's not some like Western-backed coup. So let's hear this analysis.
By asking you, how significant is this decision by Canada to suspend all direct funding to Niger's government?
I think that the Canadian announcement follows that of a number of allies, such as France, Germany, and others. And this is a form of direct assistance, which is normally provided to legitimate constitutional governments. And in the absence of a legitimate democratic government acting in line with constitutional laws, there is no other actor to route these direct forms of international assistance to. So it's significant. Canada is standing with its allies. Canada has also recently stepped up its efforts on the African continent through its new African engagement strategy. And this is a clear demonstration that that strategy is underpinned by democratic norms and values.
Tell me, what kind of difference, if any, do you think it's going to make to the situation on the ground there?
A poli-sci prof carrying water for the war economy. What happened to all the leftist universities? Exactly. Where I'm sure this is a lady that does like land acknowledgements and talks about like decolonization all the time as well. The West seems to be losing comprador regimes in Africa willing to do the fighting for them. It does kind of seem like that, doesn't it? It does.
Well, Niger is a country which already receives over $2 billion of international aid funding each year, and which is therefore very dependent on it. And
remember what Sankara said about foreign aid as well, remember? And what Parenti said about foreign aid. For Sankara, first of all, said you get hooked on this foreign aid and you should be sending us tractors and plows, not, money, not milk, not corn, And, of course, the god Michael Parenti as well, about foreign aid. When the poor people of a rich country give their money to the rich people of a poor country, is what foreign aid is.
Over 4 million people in the country already require humanitarian assistance on an ongoing basis.
The humanitarian assistance being given by Western-backed NGOs, or foreign aid in the form of IMF loans that come with these preconditions about what economic policies you're going to have in your country that are contingent on these loans going through.
So international aid funding directly given to governments is, particularly in Africa, is also used for such basic services like access to water, electricity, food, education. And if the crisis is left to continue, the war economy will start to set in, which will make these basic services inaccessible to many communities.
This is good too, Swamp Goth. There's a huge aspect of the criticism that is this liberal hand-wringing that these African countries need to do decolonization the absolute perfect way, which is not possible. Any misstep in their minds, like working with Russia, that makes them throw their hands up and denounce the movement. I can't imagine telling oppressed people they're liberating themselves correctly. Like any nation in like Western Africa or anywhere that's like, we're fucking tired of the French. Get the French the fuck out of here. And yeah, we want to make economic deals with Russia or China or join the Belt and Road Initiative or whatever. The idea of being like a Westerner living in Canada or wherever, being like, whoa, no, that's not how you do it. You can't be doing it like that. I mean, that's just preposterous. People in Western Africa should be kicking the French the fuck out of their country. They have every right to do so. And it's none of our business how they go about doing that. This lecture, it's the finger wagging. We talk about it often, right? The finger wagging lecture at these developing nations. We love, even people like in the Western left, quote unquote, love to give these finger wagging lectures. Don't work with Russia. Don't you know that Putin is bad? ignoring the entire history of French colonization on the African continent and the absolute horror show that has entailed. Yeah, you should protest. Not like that. Don't go vote. Go vote. But then if they vote in a government that says, like, we want to deal with Russia, they're like, well, Russia interfered with that election, so that's not legitimate. You know? There's no way of getting around it. Or you have the sort of like ultra leftist approach of just like, well, you're just going from one oppressor to another. So all states are bad. Of course, colonialism is bad, but so is Russia and so is China. They should just be going independent and just using Maoism to teach themselves, how to read and write and how to feed the people and give people an education. Well, it's not quite so simple. It's not quite as simple as that, unfortunately, as much as these folks would like to imagine. It isn't. It's not, and frankly, as I've talked about before, I don't think it's really an option. I don't think it's really an option to take a neither Moscow now nor Washington or nor Paris, or in this case, approach. Paris, which ultimately just means Washington, considering Washington is kind of the head of the snake of all these formerly colonialist countries.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Just be a good country forehead.
Thank you, Sir Brain Damage. That's right. Just be a good country. I don't care what these brown people want. I say the state is bad. Exactly. That's what those folks are saying. But yeah, that's my ultimate point, is that I don't think this like sort of idealist idea of just saying like, oh no, I'm not going to choose Washington, I'm not going to choose Russia or China, we're going to forge our own path, we're just going to be a sovereign nation and forge our own path. I don't think it's an option. I think, frankly, I wish it was an option, ultimately. But ultimately, given the nature of imperialism, there is kind of like, you have to pick a side. Any of these developing nations, there's no alternative. There's no alternative.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Joining the growing anti-Western alliance. I think you kind of have to do one or the other. Thank you, Dimitri, for the 100 friend coin. It's great that it's a decolonization movement, but it was a military coup after all. A real sentence uttered to me by a leftist with the recent news from Africa. I mean, there's been a number of decolonial revolutionary movements that have started like that. Like in Venezuela, for example, even though Chavez did rise to power in a legitimate election. But that's kind of how the ball got rolling on the the Chavez movement. Anyway, let's continue this clip here. Sankara was a military coup, exactly. And especially on the African continent, like military coups are almost one of the primary ways that new governments arise.
And this will obviously be very harmful on the population. In terms of the government and how significant this will be to the military leadership that stepped in over the power grab, it's significant because the government can use that as a narrative to the people and blame much of the current country's problems, or the country's current problems.
Great fit.
Including the problems that set in from this instability.
Fantastic
on the government, fit. On the colonial legacies in the country, and hence rise up and ramp up the anti-colonial narrative. So it's very significant indeed.
Tell me, of course, Canada and other Western countries are reacting to the fact that Niger's democratically elected president has been deposed and removed. But there is another thing at stake here. Remind us about Niger's strategic importance in the region and the fight against terrorism.
Well, it's a very geostrategically important part of Africa and the world. That region is a very difficult neighborhood. Niger as the largest country in West Africa, sits very prominently in that region and has, through the government, the first democratically elected government post-colonial times in Niger, has been relatively stable, albeit suffers from development and poverty challenges.
Despite being under the protectorship of France, still weirdly has all these development problems and still has rampant poverty and starvation happening. While we've talked about France, how it's like totally reliant on uranium coming from Niger, where many people in Niger don't even have regular electricity. Weirdly, despite the decades and decades of this post-colonial situation, so far, still no development that has actually brought significant increases in living standards to the vast majority of people that live there. So it's a really real big surprise that they're getting a little bit tired of that scenario, you know? Excuse me. Off topic, but this is a bona fide hyphenated Fitzgerald. And not just Fitzgerald, that's true. Do you think her name was Anne Fitz and she, or her parents were a Fitz and a Gerald and she just got both? I don't know. If you want to see a bit of VJ's analysis, we can see this starts at 37:27. Thank you so much, Relic. I'll open that up. That's great. Thank you. Let's keep. I like to get a sense of orientation from watching like Western media and coverage on this, but then we'll try to find some more analysis of it.
It is host to over 1,000 French military forces, over 1,000 forces from the United States, which has 3 different bases across the country. But in that difficult neighborhood are non-state terrorist armed groups such as Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, the Islamic State. And
and as we saw with Burkina Faso, like people have been organizing in militias to fight these terrorists who are quite possibly or probably being sponsored by the West in the first place. Is that even controversial to say at this point? And we know that the West has been financing these kind of like rebranded Al-Qaeda guys in Libya and in Syria. Is it that far-fetched to imagine that perhaps the same sort of situation is happening there? And this excuse of terrorism is being used to keep a thumb on the scale or to keep the boot of colonialism embedded in Niger and other places. I don't think that's that far-fetched to think about. Where was the West concerned about restoring democracy when there was a coup in Bolivia or in Ukraine? Right? I mean, that's what I mean. It's like you can determine the way that our governments or our political class want these things to go by the language that they use to describe these situations. If this was a country that was backed by Russia and there was a military coup, all the language would be completely different. And there would be the talk of the fake Russian elections, the corruption, and all these words would be used to talk about how it's a democratic transition. And the way that they use these loaded words to describe these situations, we can determine, what our ruling class is thinking about these things. Exactly. Why was it okay for the Ukrainian government to be forcefully changed? It's a good question. It's a very good question. If you talk about Ukraine, the Euromaidan being a coup, people accuse you of doing like Putin propaganda or whatever. Or Peru. Imagine if South American leaders wanted to put Castillo back in power. Yeah, that's true. And by the way, ban Reddit is a really great username. I like that. Got to block it on the router level. You really do.
There are also governments that have sustained their military leadership. That country also forms a critical link in a belt which spans across the African continent from the Atlantic Ocean to the Red Sea. And without that link being a democratic link, we could see a divide in across the continent. But this coup contagion,
it's not democratic.
And this is the 7th coup in the Western and Central African region, could also lead to divisions vertically as well as horizontally, and a real grab for Africa that we haven't seen in many years, but it's increasingly becoming a proxy battle space.
And I think that's a key word. I was just going to ask, we got 3 minutes left in this clip. Are they going to bring up Russia? Is the whole Russian influence thing going to be brought up, or secondary to that, China? Who grabbed for it last time? Yeah, that's a good question. Is this when they pivot to the Russian influence aspect? Let's see.
And tell me, West African states have given Niger until today to reinstate President Bazoum or face possible foreign intervention. How do you think this is going to play out?
I think we'll see a number of things play out from it. The first will likely, in my view, be an extension of the deadline. Not by much, though. They were only given a week to begin with. So I would say another 48 hours, another 36 hours.
It's not going to happen.
We may.
They're not going to invite the previous government to come back. I mean, I think we can agree on that, right? No matter what this deadline is. A third chance to fall in line will do it. Exactly. I'm sure they're going to get right on board with that.
The military leadership in Niger agree to some shuttle diplomacy without commitment. So not anything concerning a political settlement, but just agreement to set up humanitarian corridors and to see some aid and support to the country continue. Remember, this is a war amongst the people. So an insurgency is all about winning hearts and minds of the people. And that's what the government will be positioning itself to do, or the military leadership will be positioning itself to do, as well as the democratic forces. I think the other thing we could see is that ECOWAS does start mobilizing and deploying to forward operating bases around the country.
And as we talked about last week, Burkina Faso and Mali have both said, we support this new regime. If there's any kind of military operation to install the previous government, we're going to consider that an attack on us. Like, they've been very, very clear about that. This could really be a flashpoint for something far more significant.
It has the ability to deploy. It deployed to Liberia. It deployed to Gambia, where it still has a presence since 2017. And the military and political leadership across ECOWAS countries is quite resolute. There's an increasing view on the African country that the tolerance towards coups and military-led power grabs will be zero and should be zero in the future. So we'll also watch to see if any other countries like the northern African states step up to follow Algeria's announcement that it denounces any and will not support any military intervention. So we could also see splits occurring across the continent. We could see internal splits start fractionalizing within the military itself. Let's not forget that General Chiani, the leader of the coup, is the leader of the Presidential Guard and was not the leader of the armed forces. So it still remains questionable as to whether every element of the armed forces is following him. The last thing I would say is we will see a huge rise in disinformation and propaganda. Conflicts are now fought in the virtual space as well as on the ground. There will be control of the internet within the country and within some of the difficult countries that neighbor Niger, like Mali and Burkina Faso. And there will be attempts to win over the people's support, which will further prop up the current military leadership.
We begin this news hour in Niger where the deadline has expired for coup leaders to step down and restore the ousted president. The West African bloc ECOWAS has warned it could take what it calls all necessary measures if President Bazoum is not released from detention and reinstated. Niger's military leaders remain defiant. They have closed airspace and put border forces on high alert. They say Niger is ready to defend itself and a warning against any foreign aggression.
According to the information we have, forces of a foreign power are preparing an act of aggression against Niger and its people in coordination with ECOWAS and armed terrorist groups. Faced with the threat of intervention that is becoming clearer through preparation from a neighboring country, Niger's airspace is closed as of today for all airports until further notice. Any attempts to violate national airspace will be met with an energetic and instantaneous response.
Well, Niger's ousted Prime Minister has told Al Jazeera that there is still hope for a diplomatic resolution to the crisis, but he's also calling for military intervention by ECOWAS if the coup leaders refuse to relinquish control.
The coup can be a serious problem for the entire region, and the outcome will all depend on the nature of the intervention. This is why I can say we should trust the military experts from ECOWAS and the mechanisms for this intervention that we are expecting if they decide to go ahead with that decision. If a military intervention doesn't take place, a true tragedy will happen in the region if this coup succeeds. As you know, 3 coups have happened in West Africa, and this will be the 4th. And if we let it succeed, expect more coups in the future. Niger is technically operating as a bloc that is standing and defending the expansion of the armed groups towards the south.
We have 2 correspondents covering the political crisis in Niger. Bernard Smith will have the French reaction from Paris in just a moment, but let's bring in Charles Stratford. He's been following
very interested in the French reaction.
The Senegalese capital, Dakar, and we've heard from the Niger's ousted Prime Minister talking about what's at stake, not just for Niger, but for ECOWAS too. With that deadline now
I'm sure they've got the pulse
Sunday,
of the
Charles,
people.
what
Absolutely.
are ECOWAS's options?
Well, what I think is important to emphasise is that just because that deadline has expired, it by no means suggests that we're going to be seeing any kind of immediate military response from ECOWAS. There are still a lot of hurdles that ECOWAS have to jump over. We understand that there are still discussions going on looking for a peaceful and diplomatic solution to this crisis. According to our sources in Nigeria, ECOWAS are expected to hold a special meeting on Thursday to further discuss the crisis, to explore all other avenues other than that military option that, as you say, would be a last resort. And we also know that ECOWAS are facing serious problems as well. The respective countries that could be part of some sort of military intervention in trying to get clearance, green lights from their respective legislative bodies, their parliaments, for the deployment of troops in any kind of mission. We saw in the last couple of days a refusal by Nigeria's Senate to take up the President of Nigeria's proposal of a deployment of troops. Many senators in the Nigerian Senate saying, look, we don't want to be involved in any kind of military intervention. There's too much at stake. We've got too much on our hands in dealing with groups like Boko Haram and other armed groups operating inside Nigeria. And many analysts will say, look, if Nigeria are having problems getting their government...
Yeah, seriously, Dakajan, if Nigeria doesn't go along, I can't imagine there'd be any intervention. I think that is pretty key, yeah, considering it's a base for a lot of like this CIA drone warfare against these groups that they're just mentioning, who are probably being armed and funded by the CIA to begin with, as we've seen them attacking, Russian soldiers and Russian positions as well. But I think that would be a sort of death knell for the idea that there's going to be some kind of military intervention if they won't go along with it. And you see, from my understanding too, it's the president of Nigeria who's, U.S. backed, wants to go along with some kind of intervention, but it seems like they do have people in the political system that are trying to put a stop to that. Also, here's an intervention in Europe, but there's invasions, of course, yeah. Or with Russia and Ukraine, right? That wasn't an intervention to deal with this civil war, Western-backed civil war going on the border. That was an illegal, unprovoked invasion, of course.
On board for any kind of deployment, then that spells big difficulties potentially for other governments like Ivory Coast, like Guinea, like Sierra Leone, like Liberia, because without Nigeria, which is expected to take the lead in any kind of potential military intervention. It's going to be very difficult for anything like that to actually happen. But as I say, we are still quite a long way off that yet as diplomatic efforts continue.
Yeah.
I think the president of Nigeria will override the Senate, and it will ultimately be his demise. But the thing about megalomaniacs is they can't help themselves. Yeah, I don't want to pretend to be a fucking expert on the Nigerian political system or anything. So maybe you're right. Who knows if that's possible? I really have no idea. The president of Nigeria is a convicted heroin trafficker and money launderer who has forfeited hundreds of thousands of dollars for being caught in the U.S. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. And this is all part of the slow collapse of NATO, losing their influence. Yeah, I think that's ultimately the narrative. Like, that's the main stories that we've been covering on this show for like 3 years, are like this ongoing Red Scare, the new Cold War, but it's also this like the emergence of this system of international multilateralism or multipolarity or whatever it is, or the decline of the West, the decline of the American empire. And all of this is I think an important sort of signpost on that decline. And like I was saying before, that's why you can't really say like, well, they shouldn't be going. And there's with the Russian flag, or is that the French flag? Sorry, I'm confused. But that's exactly why, though. I don't think you can make this argument of like, oh, they're just going to be colonized by Russia or colonized by China. I really do think that the emergence of this new system where there is this, it is the Russian flag. Thank you. French is vertical, of course. Of course I knew that. Chat. Obviously I know that. I was just testing you, and you were, of course, you passed the test, so congratulations to you. But I do really think, though, that the emergence of this kind of multilateral system or multipolar system, or the emergence of this like coherent sort of anti or non-Western alliance led by China and Russia, is making these movements possible in a way that they wouldn't have been possible prior to that, which is exactly why this analysis of just like, well, they shouldn't be going with these countries, they should just be forging their own path. That's why I think that analysis is not really useful or helpful, because I don't think these movements would be able to succeed at all. These kind of decolonial movements would be able to succeed at all if there was still this unipolar system exclusively dominated by the United States.
And very difficult because of the great risks involved. What are they, Charles?
Well, there are a whole host of risks. I think it's really important to recognise as well what analysts are constantly pointing to, and that is the level of support for this coup inside Niger. Over the last couple of days, we've seen huge crowds, tens of thousands of coup supporters gathering in the capital, Niamey. So, of course, any kind of military intervention there has massive risk, a reaction from those supporters. And we've had statements from the coup leaders in Niger.
Really important to point that out. We're not hearing that as much on Western media as we're going to hear on an outlet like Al Jazeera, who does have their own like motives and their own sort of allegiances, but are definitely going to at least take a bit more care to point that out than I think a lot of Western media institutions would.
Their supporters to prepare for a potential military action by ECOWAS. Then, of course, there is the risk of contagion, of a spread of any kind of intervention.
Although a lot of images of folks carrying around the Russian flag seem to be kind of intentional.
Across the region, because we already know that Mali and Burkina Faso have already said that any intervention inside Niger by ECOWAS would constitute a declaration of war on those countries too. And interestingly, there's been a statement this morning put out by the Malian military leaders saying that there is a joint Burkina Faso and Malian delegation on its way to Niamey,
I think you're right, Vlad,
to show, in their words, solidarity with the Niger coup leaders.
I guess the waving of Russian flags is a calculated political move to signal to Russia that they want their support to deal with the inevitable economic and political warfare that the West and its lackeys will and are waging. I think it's that. I think, like I said before, I think there's people in these nations that just do want to make alliances with Russia, military and economic and cultural alliances with Russia and China, because they are tired of this centuries-long humiliating colonization that's been taking place. I think part of it is just trolling too. I wouldn't be surprised. I think Eugene Poirier was saying that on Breakthrough News. I think that's part of it as well, because they know it's upsetting to their colonial masters. And I think that's part of it also. But yeah, I think primarily my main takeaway, as I keep trying to repeat, is that no one should be surprised that there's people in Niger or anywhere else on the African continent that do want to decolonize away from France and America and Canada and the Anglo-American Empire, and make alliances with Russia and China. I think that's actually a pretty normal reaction, and normal reaction to the centuries of colonization and humiliation that they've endured on the part of these Western countries.
And then, of course, there is the huge risk of a further deterioration in security across the region because of the various armed groups that operate there, Al-Qaeda and ISIS, these groups that have committed attacks that have killed thousands of people in the last decade or so, and basically forced millions to flee their homes and across borders. So, of course, this is very much on the minds of those ECOWAS officials as we understand these discussions continue.
All right, Charles, thank you for that. Charles Stratford with the latest live in Dakar. Let's bring in Bernard Smith now. He's joining us live from the French capital. And France watching developments very closely. Bernard, what are they saying?
France and the rest of Europe and the United States watching developments very closely. France has suspended aid payments to Burkina Faso, and that is after Burkina Faso and Mali both said that they would consider any military intervention in Niger as a declaration of war on them as well. So France trying to use its aid muscle to punish, in a way, Burkina Faso. And Air France has actually just announced a suspension of flights to Ouagadougou. Niger also runs the risk of losing aid if this military coup continues. The US has already suspended.
And this is what I mean. They're at risk of losing aid, okay? Like as commentators repeatedly keep pointing out, that's what this deadline is all about. But there's this alternative international economic system that is being built with BRICS, with the Belt and Road Initiative, with this like multipolar emergence of this alliance with Russia and China, where the idea of threatening to take away aid is no longer has the same bite, in the same way that threatening sanctions no longer has the same impact. You know? So they're able to they're able to go through with these movements and not take the bait when the West says, we're going to sanction you, we're going to withhold aid. It's no longer as effective as a negotiating tactic, because they can literally just say, fuck you, we don't want your aid, we're going to join BRICS, or we're going to go join the Belt and Road Initiative, or we're going to start looking at these outside sources to develop our nation, which you have not done for decades and decades and decades and decades. You know? Which is, again, I keep going back to the same thing, but that's exactly why this analysis of saying, like, well, they're just being colonized by China or Russia is not really very helpful, you know? Because it's the emergence of China and Russia as this powerful economic bloc, which is allowing these decolonial movements to happen in the first place, or giving them actually a chance at actually succeeding without just being crushed by Western intervention, whether it's through sanctions or withholding aid or military coups, the CIA or whatever. I think chaos is inevitable in the immediate term, and that chaos will be used to justify imperial action. Well, that's what we're going to see, right? And there's a possibility that any kind of imperial action, especially if it takes the form of military intervention, even if America tries to or France tries to keep their hands clean of it, and it's entirely through like this ECOWAS military intervention, it's going to be treated like an attack by the West, by the people that are there.
Some development aid programs to Niger, although it's continuing with humanitarian programs, and all of that, the French, the risk of Niger of losing that development aid if the military intervention continues.
All right, Bernard, thank you for that. Bernard Smith with a view from Paris. Janet McElligott is a former White House official. She says the role of ECOWAS has changed over the past decades. It was.
Well, this is what I mean, really. Like, oh, not the helpful Western aid. What's the worst thing that can happen? Them actually developing this Western aid. I mean, still, you look at Niger specifically. Despite the billions of Western aid that they're getting, still rampant poverty, still rampant starvation, and all these problems. So it's like, at what point does this stop having like that much of an impact? And you say, you better be careful. You're not going to get this foreign aid anymore. Well, the foreign aid isn't actually like really accomplishing anything. You know, it's probably helping and enriching a very specific class within the country. Is it actually is it going towards infrastructure? Is it going towards energy or roads or rail or medicine, healthcare or education? Is it actually going towards those things? Or is it going into the pockets of like corrupt upper class bourgeois elements in this society? At what point does this stop being a meaningful sort of threat to withhold foreign aid? You know, it's been getting foreign aid for decades, and it hasn't actually led to any development happening. And people there, I imagine, are well aware of that.
It's supposed to be something akin to, what the Europeans have done. It was supposed to be about trade, putting down barriers, and being a much more united West African bloc of 15 nations. But it's become kind of a policeman because things are rather difficult. The new president of ECOWAS, of course, is the president of Nigeria, which shares a border of about 1,000 miles with Niger. So when you look at the credibility, you're looking at the credibility also of Nigeria, which has 223,000 troops. So bringing troops in would fall very much on the shoulders of the Nigerians, of which they've just taken the chairmanship about a month ago.
So joining me now is our Pentagon correspondent.
Well, this is interesting. I wasn't planning on looking at this, but this seems like a pretty interesting framing. This is from 10 days ago, but the headline is the U.S. really cannot afford to leave Niger regardless of the outcome. And I also wanted to look at this clip as well, which is here. This is the people of the Niger saying goodbye, game over to French troops at Niamey airport. You love to see this. This is very enjoyable.
Au revoir. Au revoir. Gaskiya. Au revoir la France.
Au revoir la France is what they're saying. That's pretty great. Can you link to that? Yeah, I can. There's that video just now. So this African news feed seems to be a pretty decent resource for this kind of info. Mali's head of diplomacy warned on Monday that a military intervention in Niger by the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to restore the outed president could be a catastrophe. Nigerian president had a meeting. Details are yet to be released. Burkina Faso and Mali are sending a delegation to Niamey to show the solidarity of the two countries with the brother population of Niger. The delegation just left Ouagadougou on board the Air Force C-295. The scream was wild. It was, yes. The Ivory Coast president We condemn the coup attempt in Niger, and we support the decisions of ECOWAS for the return of constitutional order with the democratically elected president Mohamed Bazoum during a TV speech this evening. We also saw, and there he is. This guy is against the coup. This guy's against the coup and wants to restore the democratically elected government. It's a big shocker. Big shocker. And very deliberately chosen picture, I imagine, for that. And but this is what the important thing to pay attention to. You know, we want to listen to what people there are saying. And the idea that like people are yearning for freedom or whatever is a not accurate way of framing this. Not to say that everyone there is some big amorphous blob, but Niger, a few hours before the expiry of the ECOWAS ultimatum relating to the return of constitutional order, a large rally in support of the CNSP is underway at the Seni Konch General Stadium in Niamey. So this whole thing of like, oh, this undemocratic coup, the people are yearning for freedom and yearning for the return of the democratic elected government and yearning for the return of the French is, at the very least, not at all some kind of black and white thing, right? Black and white position. Clearly, there's some fairly widespread support for this coup regime among the people that actually have to live there. And that's I think the ultimate sign of liberalism is when you see a big crowd like this and you see someone waving around a Russian flag and say like, oh yeah, these are all they're all Putler shills. That's right. Like, or just to completely immediately denounce this whole movement as being evil and wrong and undemocratic. I mean, there's very clearly some pretty loud support for this ongoing coup regime, as much as like it's being framed like we saw in Canadian media, all the buzzwords being used, the way the language was used to sort of delegitimize it. Vatniks, yeah, of course, it's just a stadium. It's a stadium full of Vatniks. That's right. There was a clip of an indigenous person with a Russian flag, and the white Canadian liberals lost their damn minds and ended up being racist as fuck. I think that's one thing I've realized about Canada. As much as Canada, they try to give you this idea that we're some kind of like post-racial paradise or whatever. A white Canadian liberal will turn into fucking Hitler immediately at the slightest provocation. It takes very, very little to have the most mild-mannered, soft-spoken white Canadian liberal turn into a fucking Nazi. Whether it's like when it comes to like when like the blockades, the Wet'suwet'en blockades were a great example of that, like when that was going on right prior to the pandemic kind of breaking out. All these people they're into like land acknowledgements before hockey games, but when Wet'suwet'en people were coming together in solidarity and blocking rails and engaging in these kind of blockades, immediately they just regress right to fucking Hitler, Canadian Hitler. It takes very, very little. And yeah, it would be the same thing. If there's any kind of like widespread or unified decolonial movement here in Canada, if there was any hint of that, of talking with, of making some kind of alliance with Russia or China, instantly all these white Canadian liberals who love to talk about decolonization and love to do the gestures, the lowering of the flags and the land acknowledgements and all that stuff, immediately you would see all these people denouncing it and advocating for the RCMP debate to roll in there. People couldn't go to the dump for a couple of days in Winnipeg and people were baying for blood. It's really remarkable, isn't it? Like, it's really crazy. Especially because when you, as I've talked about before, when you grow up in this system, you believe that, you're taught that it's the mistakes of the past and stuff. And, we are multicultural and we support all these different marginalized groups and we support Indigenous people and all this stuff. And you believe it because you're like, why wouldn't you? And then when you start to see the reality of it, you see how different it is from what you've been taught. And it's like, it's very jarring if you're paying attention to it. Anyway, seems to be some fairly widespread support for this coup in Niger. And, talking about the influence of Russia and all this stuff and the idea of African nations making alliances with Russia. I think this clip is good. This is the one clip from Burkina Faso that we didn't look at the other day when we were going over this, but where he talks specifically about Russia and Russia's role or lack thereof in the sort of colonization of the continent. This is the president of Burkina Faso.
Le sens que la Russie est une famille aussi pour l'Afrique. C'est une famille parce que nous avons la même histoire. La Russie a consenti d'énormes sacrifices pour libérer le monde du nazisme pendant la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Les peuples africains, nos grands-pères, ont été déportés de force aussi pour aider l'Europe à se débarrasser du nazisme. Nous partageons la même histoire en ce sens que nous sommes les peuples oubliés du monde, qu'ils soient dans les livres d'histoire, dans les documentaires ou films. On tend donc à balayer le rôle prépondérant qu'a joué la Russie et de l'Afrique dans cette lutte contre le nazisme. Pour ce qui concerne le Burkina Faso, aujourd'hui nous sommes confrontés depuis plus de 8 ans à la forme de manifestation la plus barbare, la plus violente du néocolonialisme, de l'impérialisme. L'esclavage qu'on tend encore à nous imposer. Nos dévanciers nous ont bien appris une chose. L'esclave qui n'est pas capable d'assumer sa révolte ne mérite pas que l'on s'apitoie sur son sort. Nous ne nous apitoyons pas sur nos sorts, on ne demande pas que quelqu'un s'apitoie sur notre sort. Le peuple burkinabé a décidé de lutter contre le terrorisme en mesure de relancer son développement. Dans cette lutte, des vaillants peuples, des vaillantes populations se sont engagées à prendre les armes face au terrorisme. Ceux que nous avons affectueusement appelés les VDP, des volontaires. Nous sommes surpris de voir les impérialistes traiter ces VDP de milices et de tout type. C'est décevant, parce qu'en Europe, lorsque des peuples prennent les armes pour défendre leur patrie, on les traite de patriotes. Mais là n'est pas le problème. Ce qui est le problème, c'est de voir des chefs d'État africains qui n'apportent rien à ces peuples qui se battent, mais qui chantent la même chose que les impérialistes en nous traitant de milices, en nous traitant donc d'hommes qui ne respectent pas les droits de l'homme.
And remember to go back to that dipshit that was saying the other day, they've had no revolutionary ideas or language whatsoever. And it's like, what are you talking about? Saying it was ultra leftist adventurists that are critically supporting this idea. Oh, they've used no revolutionary rhetoric whatsoever. It's are you fucking listening to any of this? To say nothing of the fact that they've appointed actual Sankara allies as the prime minister of the country. The idea that they're not using, that's what I mean, ban Reddit. Ultra leftists are the people that hate this, for sure. It was really an amazing take that I saw that I'm still annoyed at.
De quel droit de l'homme parle-t-on? Nous nous offusquons contre cela et c'est honteux. Il faut que nous, chefs d'État africains, nous arrêtons de nous comporter donc en marionnettes qui dansent à chaque fois que les impérialistes tirent sur les ficelles. Hier, le président Vladimir Poutine a annoncé donc l'envoi de céréales en Afrique. Nous sommes bien contents. Nous lui disons merci pour cela. Mais aussi, c'est un message passé à nos chefs d'État africains. Parce qu'au prochain forum, nous ne devrons pas venir ici sans avoir assuré, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas la guerre, l'autosuffisance alimentaire de nos peuples. Nous devons prendre l'expérience de ceux qui ont pu déjà atteindre cela en Afrique, tisser de bonnes relations ici et tisser de meilleures relations avec la Fédération de Russie pour pouvoir assouvir les besoins de nos populations. Gloire à nos peuples, dignité à nos peuples, victoire à nos peuples. La patrie ou la mort, nous vaincrons.
And explicitly quoting Che Guevara to make it even more fucking obvious what's going on. Yeah, it's silly. Hey, Sunny Sola, how's it going? Hey, happy birthday, Sunny Sola. Let's get a happy birthday, Sunny Sola, going in the chat, please. We love our friend Sunny Sola. And solidarity with these emerging factions or governments would be prudent. One would think that, Sean, or even if you don't want to say solidarity, even just critical support or just a basic a basic sort of like wait and see approach rather than just being like, oh, this is not perfect decolonization, so I don't support it. It's not the exact kind of like communism that I am, so it just shouldn't be supported. Again, like especially, I think Burkina Faso is becoming more and more clear, like the political characteristics of it. We don't know what the political characteristics of this movement in Niger will end up being. We don't. It could go in this terrible direction, maybe. So I don't want to say like, yes, it's wonderful, and just automatically say it's a wonderful socialist decolonization revolutionary movement. Maybe it won't be. We don't know what the political characteristics are going to end up being, but still, just as a basic. Under the basic kind of framework of it being this kind of like decolonial and anti-Western things, we see the way that our anti-Western movement, right? We see that the way that our ruling class is starting to freak out about it. Just on that level should be enough to give it our tepid, at the very least, our tepid support or our critical support, without just suggesting that it's going to be perfect or this lead to these great things. We don't know how it's going to go. That's a really good clip. Okay. So I have a thing now. I have a take now. Maybe some of you have seen this. And sometimes I do really like to post things in here or on the stream that I know are going to make people mad. And this is for sure going to make you extremely mad. Link the clip. Okay, I will. But I had to look at it though. Revolutionary optimism is the best defense against being black-pilled. Could not agree more. That's that tweet. Look at this, though. This is really something else. So this is the thread. Maybe some of you have seen this. By Visegrad 24, which is aggregating and curating news, politics, current affairs, history, and culture from Central and Eastern Europe. Here's what they had to say about this. This is really something else. Major geopolitical shifts are underway. Some African leaders are turning away from Western partners toward Russia, but we have a better option to propose. Africa should deepen relations with ties with Central and Eastern Europe. Here's why. So first of all, the idea that that means that they're turning away from the West, and that's a legitimate option to turn away from the West and then make deeper ties with Central and Eastern Europe, which are all Western proxies. They're all Western proxy states. So yeah, you should not turn towards Russia. You should turn towards these Western proxy states in Central and Eastern Europe. Here's the great thing though. Are you ready for this? I can't read the whole thread because it's just too painful, but just like Africa, we were colonized, they say. Unlike Africa, which was colonized by Western countries, Central and Eastern Europe was subjugated by the Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union. Russia, which some of you see as a good partner, remains an imperial country to this day. Here comes the lecture again, first of all. Just like Africa, we were colonized, says this account from Visegrad 24. Coming out of Central and Eastern Europe, which is just insulting. Russian Empire, Soviet Union, pretty much the same thing. Exactly. Like, no, it's exactly Orb Lady. Nice to see you. Nice to see you in the chat. No, it's the same. Just like Africa, like comparing the absolute horror show of the colonization of Africa on the part of a number of Western countries, right? The Portuguese, the Dutch, the Americans, the British, the French, the Spanish, the Germans, and the absolute unimaginable, disgusting, blood-drenched legacy of colonialism on the part of these nations, with the fucking Soviet Union, who, like, this is Visegrad 24. They've got there the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. The Soviet Union, which liberated these places from fascism, including partisans from these nations, right? Partisans from these nations who fought alongside the Soviet Union to liberate themselves from fascism, which led to a massive increase, as we've covered many times, a huge increase in living standards in all of these places as they transitioned from this feudalism, basically, as they fought fascism, and then became part of a socialist republic, which led to a huge increase in people's ability to get an education, to see a doctor, to get housing, you know? And comparing that, and not even saying that these nations being part of the Soviet Union was this completely like bloodless or peaceful or non-violent process. Of course, bad things happened in all over the Soviet Union. How much of that is a result of them like defending their revolutionary gains or fighting fascism? Like, well, that's a matter for debate. But not even saying that it was perfect, but still suggesting that somehow that this process was in any way remotely similar to the fucking multi-century long Holocaust that took place on the African continent is just it's unfathomable to anyone to even type those words, and to suggest that there in any way there's a remote comparison to make between these Central and Eastern European nations and their relationship with the Soviet Union and the colonization of Africa and Belgium as well. I left out Belgium, but of course a deeply criminal element to the whole colonization of the African continent as well. To suggest that there's any comparison to that whatsoever is just mind-numbingly preposterous. And it's absolutely incredible. And then, yeah, as we were saying, it's the wagging finger lectures at these formerly colonized, or currently, if you talk about neocolonialism, colonized African countries making deals with Russia and China. And instead these Central and Eastern European countries are saying, if you don't want to have alliances with the West anymore, don't join Russia and China. Make alliances with Central and Eastern Europe instead, who are, of course, since the collapse of the Soviet Union and the expansion of NATO, just Western proxy states. They're just Western vassal states. You know, it's so amazing, this take. The African and Central and Eastern European experiences may not have been identical. Yeah, that's maybe, I would agree with that. No, it was not identical. You're all vassals. How are you going to ally with the vassal? If you want to leave this Western alliance, fine. Just ally with these vassal countries of the West. Exactly. No, it may not have been identical, but at their core were very similar. No, they were not. At their core or in any way. There is no way of describing these two experiences like that. We share an understanding of what it means to be subjugated and exploited by an imperialist power. It's just it's shocking, honestly. It is honestly shocking that anyone would write these words and publish them in public. And this is just factually wrong, too. And we know what it's like to lose sovereignty over a nation's land. We know what it's like they have sovereignty now. There's tons of sovereignty going on in Poland and Czech Republic and Hungary, of course. We know what it's like to have our people repressed, indoctrinated by a foreign power, and purposely kept uneducated and poor. I mean, that's the thing. When you look at the Soviet Union and literacy rates in all of these places and how they went up significantly. And then they're saying now in 2023 they were purposely kept uneducated and poor, which is just factually not accurate. Yeah, you can just get out there and say anything, can't you, Relic? It just pains me that we're literally materially missing out from not having a good cooperative relationship with China across basically every sector. Just speaking from Canada's perspective, there are so many things that could be drastically improved if we were to make stronger diplomatic, economic, and cultural ties with China. And perhaps have some development of our own. Maybe some new infrastructure built here. Maybe some new rail or public transit or water treatment facilities in indigenous communities. There's so many ways that Canada would benefit from that. But instead, we're tying ourselves to the decaying corpse of the U.S. empire. No, that's a really great strategy. That's going to be great for everybody. It's this weird new thing I've been seeing where American libertarian brain rot has been leaking into European conservatives' water supply. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. It's like, it's also just part of like, they're getting more comfortable now articulating these things. Now that the sort of like Russia phobia and the xenophobia has been dialed up to an extreme. Now these former, fascist, legacy, like the former fascist legacy of these Central and Eastern European countries, they're much more comfortable articulating this kind of like anti-Soviet sentiment or anti-communist or anti-Russian sentiment. Now there's more of an audience for that. Like they already thought this way, but now they're able to say these things in public and be a little bit more open and honest about it. I can't read this whole thread though, but it's really incredible. It is really like mind-blowing. Not only that, we know what it's like to be kept underdeveloped, to be unable to develop economically for decades on end. And again, you go back to the Soviet Union. I wonder what role the like sanctions and the blockade and the economic warfare that was taking place on the part of the West meant to these former Soviet republics. How they were deliberately kept poor. Who was keeping them poor? That's the question. And as we know, it's not like they were wealthy before the Soviet Union. Even though they were poor, still in many of these places there was full employment, there was guaranteed housing, there was guaranteed education, and there was development that was going on. Yeah, they were poor, but why? It's the same question about Cuba. Is socialism the reason that Cuba has been poor for decades? No, it's not. No, it is not. Yeah, in 1890, we threw off the shackles of communism and regained our sovereignty. They've been so sovereign. They've been so sovereign since that time. Anyway, I don't want to keep reading this thread. It's just fucking... It's just offensive. I'm sorry. Some good comments, though, from online commies. We like that. I'm sorry the Soviet Union took away your concentration camps. This is exactly like the Belgian Congo, for sure. It's truly stunning. Yeah, and also, like people are pointing out, the Soviet Union defeating Nazis. A lot of that, and there was an African front to World War II as well. But like that, like the Nazis were moving into Africa also, and had some extremely fucking dark plans for what was going to happen on the African continent, which the Soviet Union liberated Africa from. And also the Soviet Union, as we've talked about before, time and time again, whether it was on the African continent or anywhere else, was supporting these decolonial movements, this socialist Pan-Africanist movement. The Soviet Union was time and time again supporting these movements. You said you weren't going to read the whole thread. I said, I like pain and punishment, though. I like to punish myself, and I like to punish you, the audience, the listeners, the viewers. Sorry. Do you know about the bridge the Soviet Union built in West Virginia because the U.S. wouldn't? No, I don't know that. Although I did read that story the other day about China's funding our public education schools now. They're funding our public schools, and it's like people are freaking out about that, which is not true in the first place. But like, even if they were, at least someone's doing it. Why is that bad? You know, people are freaking out. China's putting billions of dollars into our public education system. It's like, well, someone's got to do it. Another time to reference Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Good read. It's on the list. Okay, it's on the list. I'm hoping to get to it this by the end of the year. I'm making my way very slowly through my list. I'm sorry, I don't have good brain. It's hard for me to do this, but I am going to read this book before the year is through. Whip chatters that don't sub next. Interesting coming from an unsubbed chatter. That's interesting. Midwest Manitoba. Yeah, I'm picking up on what you're putting out there. Word on the street that Theory Club is reading that next. I thought... Okay, so is that Red Scary's Theory Club that's just making way through Capital? Because I thought in the book club was moving on to Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend. But if that is next in line, I will read that. China could literally pay everyone's personal and medical debt and they'd still be scared and mad, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, amazing thread. Amazing thread. It made me upset to read it. Okay, Bolden, I'll jump on that. I am reading Devil's Chessboard right now, which is also just phenomenal. I am reading that, but I will jump on board that. I've been wanting to be part of these book clubs for a while, and I've just never really had the opportunity to. Rob pretending like he's on top of Discord happenings again. I haven't forgotten about the Discord, okay? I know that it exists. I'm well aware of all the goings on, even your little side chat that you have. Yeah, I know you have that. You don't think I got moles in there? You don't think I have little birds in your precious little secondary chat that I'm not part of? Oh, I'm very familiar with what people have been saying. Believe me. I've been taking detailed notes about this. Oh, this should be great. We have Eugene Puryear and Rania Khalek doing a live episode of Dispatches tomorrow at noon. Okay, so that should be fantastic. Here's an interesting clip as well. Eritrean President Afwerki declares at the Russia-Africa summit that there's no Russia-Ukraine war. This is a war declared by NATO on Russia based on the hegemonistic fantasy of containing all independent countries.
When people talk about Russia, Ukraine, I say there is no Russia-Ukraine war at all. There is no Russia-Ukraine conflict. This is war declared by NATO on Russia. The war declared by NATO on Russia is not only for Russia, it's for dominating the whole world. It's for hegemony.
No lies detected.
Developed after the end of the Cold War. They came up with this fantasy about containing Russia, containing any power, small, big, that challenge them technologically, economically, socially, culturally. They have to contain everybody. To me, this failure of the attempt to contain Russia will immediately move to the east. Containing China is their next agenda.
I'm not detecting any lies so far.
A very deceptive tactic. I'm trying to tell everyone, oh no, we have to work with China. We have to do this and that. Their miscalculation about China has proved to be wrong.
The Putin smile.
They felt probably they have the technology, they have everything. The Chinese can only copy.
And Putin's like, this guy's spitting.
Them. So they will contain Russia, but make friendship with China and continue taking advantage of that so that containing Russia will be easier for them to do. Now China is out of control. Containing China from Taiwan, from India, from Japan, from South Korea, from Australia. How do they do it? How will they do it? That challenge is coming next. But first they need to deal with Russia.
He is spitting.
How are they going to deal with Russia and then next move to China? How can they deal with everybody? How do they contain us?
Putin's loving this.
Tiny Eritrea is being contained by them. We're being punished with their sanctions every time. We have to be punished because we're not bowing. We are not bound to their conditionalities. The Cold War, Russia was the hope for the people of the world when the Soviet Union was there.
Yeah, and like think about the president of Eritrea talking about the Cold War, and that Russia was the hope for the people of the world, and to suggest from these like comprador vassal states of the West being like, we were colonized by the Soviet Union, just like Africa. That's why we have all these things in common. Like, just delusional, just absolutely delusional. Putin, he just like me for real. He's making that face. He's like, yeah, you're right. You're right. That's what's happening.
The Cold War, Russia was the hope for the people of the world when the Soviet Union was there. Unfortunately, leaders in the Soviet Union made their mistakes to see the collapse of the Soviet Union, which was a historic tragedy, as you at one point mentioned. That was
even though Putin himself has been repeatedly made anti-Soviet Union, anti-communist statements, which is what makes him a piece of shit himself. So as we can talk about upholding the Soviet Union, Putin himself has talked about all the mistakes of Lenin and the Soviet Union. You know, so I don't want to give to Putin too much credit ever, even if he is playing a role in this kind of burgeoning non-Western alliance. Yeah, as we've talked about many times, Dakadoon was he was the West guy. Like the real reason he's in power in the first place is because of the collapse of the Soviet Union and Western interference. So don't want to give him too much credit here. Although everything that the Eritrean president is saying is 100% true.
Historic strategy. In the course of the history of humanity, that was a catastrophe. Because the Soviet Union collapsed, the Soviet Union disintegrated, then they felt they can control the world for the coming 50 years or 100 years without anyone challenging them. And that was when this hegemonistic fantasia was developed. Hegemonize. We have seen what they have done the last 30 years. It's a continuation of the same ideology of slavery. Slavery, colonialism, neo-colonialism, then hegemony. The world will have to get out of this state of affair. We are at a crossroads. We believe we are in a transition to a new world order.
That was really an incredible statement. And zero lies were detected there. Zero lies were detected. Yeah, they thought he was going to play along and let them continue to loot Russia. Exactly, yeah. Which is why it's, as we've talked about a number of times, that's why it's so ridiculous that when Putin and Russia were like, okay, can we just join NATO now? Can we be part of your little club? And we were like, no, you can't. Eventually to the point where he was just like, okay, well, fuck you then. And now we're mad about it. That's what's funny and silly about the whole situation. He was literally asking to just like be our partner, and just because we don't like Russians and we want to continue to turn the screws to them, we were just like, no, actually. To the point that now they're this key component of this multilateral world order that's being created. Yeah, you can post a link soon, sure. Just no one fucking rickroll me, please. Really, the biggest tragedy is that states wanting independence from Western hegemony have to appeal to Putin rather than a principled socialist superpower. Except, that's where the top she comes along. Which is the thing that makes me kind of excited and hopeful. If this was just an anti-Western alliance that was being led exclusively by Russia, I would be way, way more skeptical of it. But you do have a principled socialist nation that's going to keep things in line and keep things going in a productive direction. That's the thing that makes me excited about it. I would be a lot more cynical if I didn't have this kind of analysis of China and China's the socialist path that they're walking right now. Oh, and I saw this as well, this statement by Paul Keating. And the amazing thing about this, thank you for sharing this, Soon 219. The amazing thing about this is that Paul Keating got criticized so much for this, these statements that we're about to listen to, that he like walked it back. He was like, oh, I'm so sorry for suggesting any of this stuff. This was supposed to be private comments and is not reflective of any of the you know, powerful states or people that I'm affiliated with. Oh yeah, no, we saw that crowd, babes. Yeah, they're just like, it's so open, the whole privatization process of all the state assets. Yeah, what a really sovereign and democratic place. That's going to be a really great situation for everybody. Once you sell off all those private assets to BlackRock and all these fucking monstrous conglomerates.
Underlying all this stuff about the need of nuclear power is the idea that China has either threatened us or will threaten us. Now, this is a distortion and it's untrue. China does not threaten the United States. Nobody can threaten the United States. It's got 10,000 kilometers. It does.
I mean, that's one inaccurate statement because it does threaten the United States. It's not threatening them militarily. It is threatening to, and it's in the process of overthrowing their total hegemonic economic and political and cultural and military dominance over the entire planet. It does threaten them in that respect. But no, of course, they don't actually pose a military threat to the United States or to Australia or any of these countries.
Between the Chinese coast and California. It's got the Atlantic Ocean on the other side. It has a massive country with in space, land mass, and friends in Canada on the north.
And Canada can just step in and defend America at any time.
The greatest armaments in all history. China has committed in the eyes of the
We would back them up,
States,
obviously.
the great sin of internationalism.
This is all true,
What
though.
is that sin? To develop an economy as big as the United States. That's the sin.
Yeah.
They've got as big as the US. The Americans will never condone or accept a state as large as
And they're
them,
leaving them behind.
You know? And that's what China presents.
Bigger.
China's mere presence. I mean, they would have preferred they remain in poverty 20%.
Don't make
of
us send in the
humanity
MANTRACKER. We'll
But the
disrupt
fact that
any of
China's
these
now,
efforts.
You know, an industrial economy larger than the United States, larger, according to IMF, 20% larger.
Larger because we shipped our whole manufacturing industry over there voluntarily. We were happy to do it. And now we're complaining. Now it's very upsetting to us. After Western capitalists were thrilled to send deindustrialize all both Canada and the United States and send all those jobs to other places around the world, including China. We were happy to do it. And now they're like, wait, what's going on here? It seems like they've used this rapid industrialization to develop their productive forces, and other economies rivaling us. That's not fair. That's not fair, but it's like you went along. This was your idea, actually. You went along with this. You were celebrating. They all fucking loved Deng Xiaoping. They don't love him so much anymore, do they? They loved Deng in the early 80s and, you know, that whole period. Now they're like, what the fuck? You know? I can't help but laugh about that. I find that really amusing. Also, you talk about you talk about Mexico backing the U.S. in such a case, but that's there. I think there's a lot of like U.S. allies that if there was ever an effort to like overthrow the U.S. as global hegemony, would probably be pretty willing to get on board. Like we're seeing that already with BRICS, where you have India and other U.S. allies that are getting involved in these things just precisely because they do detect which way the wind is blowing. Imagine if a wealthy European nation had a socialist revolution, then just pulled the rug from under the U.S. by causing mass immigration because they offered housing, healthcare, and a job guarantee. Because that would mean the U.S. couldn't maintain a surplus army of labor. Yeah, and like that's a lot of what the struggle against the Soviet Union was about too. Not even necessarily immigration, but just the fact that like it was showing working people around the world what could happen, what the possibilities were for them. You know, that's exactly why FDR was a big success, because of the New Deal and all this stuff, because that was their deal to American. It wasn't just a new deal for the American people. It was a new deal. It was a deal for American capitalists, being like, you have to go along with this, or you're going to get your head is going to get stuck on a pike. And many of them did, although many of them then commenced plotting against the New Deal government, and making an alliances with the Nazis, and, you know, trying to overthrow the government, and eventually slowly clawing back all those gains, leading to the nightmare world that the United States is to this day. Yeah, capitalists sold the rope on a massive scale. They did. And they were happy to do it. And that's what all this is about, as we always talk about. That's what all this stuff is about, this freak out, this new Cold War, the anti-China stuff. That's all it is. They're just freaking out that they've got their asses beat. And that they see, like, the winning chess move is still a few moves away, but they see that there's nothing they can do to avoid it. And they're just having this big tantrum now. That's all it is. Anyway, let's hear more from this statement. This is cool.
They say, hang on, this is not in the playbook. This is not in the playbook. You know, what an affront. This is about the maintenance of US strategic hegemony in Asia. Now, this is a country which has no land in the metropolitan zone of Asia. There's no US in Asia. It's 10,000 kilometres across the Pacific.
Global Monroe Doctrine.
California. So they are not a metropolitan Asian power, but they claim to be and wish to be the primary strategic power in Asia. So what are the Chinese supposed to say to that? Oh, that's okay. We've been here 4,000 years. We've developed, you know, we've been subjugated by every bugger known to man. We've developed a decent economy, a decent standard of living, you know, shelter, accommodation, education, you know. That's our sin, is it? That's our sin.
And it's funny as well when you see comments like this and how it leads to this big outcry. And like, it's just for the most like basic, like totally factual statements. It just upset people so much. Subjugated by every bugger known to man. Exactly. And worth keeping in mind as well that there was a US coup in Australia as well, when Australia tried to elect a like relatively progressive government, which makes Australia's total subservience to the United States and their involvement in these South Asian military alliances like AUKUS even more pathetic, considering the fact that they're literally had a democratically elected government overthrown by the US State Department.
And we've got to be superintended by your Navy, by the US Navy. Could you just imagine if the Chinese Blue Water Navy decided to do their sightseeing 6 miles off the coast of California? Could you imagine the brouhaha that would go on?
And they should do that. Was it Paul Keating that people were freaking out about? Let me just see. And these are the kind of like comments you see. Please would someone put us out of our misery and give PK a one-way ticket to Moscow. I'm sure he'd be much happier there. Just for stating basic facts.
Only one is paying, our bloke, Albo. The other two, they've got the band playing, happy days are here again. The American president can hardly put 3 coherent sentences together. He was happy about it all. Rishi couldn't believe, Rishi, and so guess what? We're going to pass across $380 billion over time to British Aircraft BAE Systems, a British company, to build these things, and to the American submarine companies, and we have to build the bases here. So, at San Diego, there was only one payer, the Australian Prime Minister.
So where does it leave us in if we are so
The answer is in deep doo-doo. That's where it leaves us.
Where does it go?
Where does it go? I think what will happen is we'll get sucked into the American control system. You've got to remember, it was Julia Gillard and Stephen Smith in the Obama visit who first allowed basing in Australia. I would never have allowed American basing in Australia, but they allowed it, So now we're going to have Americans submarines coming and going. Essentially, we've turned the place out. In other words, we don't run the place
the
ourselves.
most aggressively Australian way of saying based stuff I've seen. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, but people get so angry at some of these basic truths. Putin sucks and Russia's not a left-wing country at all, but I can see this changing in the future. I think between the fall of the neoliberal order and their close cultural ties to China that just keeps getting stronger, communism will return to Russia. That's always been my kind of like copium about Russia, right? Is that not that we need to celebrate the Russian government as it is right now, even if you can't deny that it's playing an important role in this kind of like burgeoning multipolar system, which is something that we should just support if we're anti-imperialist, because Western imperialism is like the primary contradiction, and creating alternatives to that is just completely necessary. So they're playing an important role in that respect. That doesn't mean we need to like anything going on in the Russian government. They recently just passed this really horrid anti-trans legislation in Russia, for example, which I find disgusting, and there are these like kind of like LaRoucheite types who are position themselves as being anti-imperialists, who then like celebrate all this horrible reactionary turns that the Russian government makes, which I think is a disgrace, and I don't agree with that. But yeah, that's always been the sort of copium for me about Russia, is that hopefully this alliance with China does pull them further along down that path. And when Putin is gone, which is not going to, it's not going to be there forever. That's the ideal situation, I think, is that if there's not a second Russian socialist revolution, if they can be sort of pulled in that direction by having these strong diplomatic and cultural and economic ties with China, I think that would be a kind of best case scenario. Yeah, that's the problem. Ban Reddit. Feels like Russia would only get more right wing after Putin. Hopefully, China would intervene. I mean, that's exactly why when this whole like possible Wagner coup was going on, you saw all these liberals celebrating it, and it was amazing because it's just like, what do you think is going to happen here? Because this is the whole problem when you've built Putin up to be this like ultimate evil. He's like the Emperor in Star Wars or Voldemort or Darth Vader, or whatever the fuck pop culture analogy you want to use. You've created this situation in your mind palace where he's just this all-powerful evil dictator, which is nowhere near the truth of like what's really going on. There's far worse people that could be in charge of Russia. A coup against Putin by Wagner or whoever else would most likely lead to an even more right-wing figure. Even fucking Navalny, who gets held up as being this like freedom fighter or whatever, is arguably more right-wing than Putin as well, and has expressed these really disgusting racist comments about Islam and Muslims. Like the idea that Putin's going to be overthrown would most likely be a disaster for Ukraine, for people in Russia, for people around the world. But because people have built up this like whole idea of Putin being Voldemort in their minds, they think that anything's going to be better. But that's not necessarily true. And it's in fact most likely that he would be replaced by someone much worse, which would be a much bigger disaster for people in Ukraine than Putin has been, as much as people think that Putin is Hitler or whatever. It's not true. And having that kind of like completely incoherent analysis is just advocating for an even worse situation to arise.
Anymore. And of course, Anthony Albanese is running around now. Every second sentence he talks about sovereignty. He thinks if he drops a word into enough sentences in an hour, it'll actually happen. Our sovereignty is just being peeled away by all this. And I'll tell you something else, which I don't think the media knows, but I know. The French government have offered the Australian government a new deal on the submarines, and that would be the new French nuclear submarine, the newest one in the world, 5% only enriched uranium, not 95% weapons grade. Delivery firm date 2034, fixed prices.
And France was pissed about this as well. AUKUS totally undercut this deal that they had to sell submarines to Australia. Like you're saying, not for attack purposes. And it's amazing how these U.S. allies, whether it's Germany or France or whoever else, keep getting completely fucked over by their relationship to the U.S., but it doesn't seem to actually change anything about how about their diplomatic relationship. It's so pathetic. Like America just literally just piss right in their faces, and they'll just be like, "Merci, merci de les États-Unis." It's extremely sad.
No response have the French had to that. Here we are in Asia, going back to Britain, after they've dumped us, completely dumped us all through the 20th century. The bigger issue is this. I'll read this to you. Every year, the United States Department of Defense has a statutory responsibility to report to the Congress. And in November of 2022, in its report, the Defense Department said this: the People's Republic of China aims to restrict the United States from having a presence in China's periphery.
How dare they? I saw this other thing as well, where they're like, China is mobilizing people to fight back against American spies being in China. And we can look at this after, because I want to do a whole segment on this after, about, specifically focusing on China. Like the CIA is putting out tweets being like, if you're Chinese and we need people to speak Chinese, join the CIA. We're trying to rebuild our spy networks there. And they're freaking out about Chinese balloons because they're spying on us. And then they're openly being like, hey, we need way more spies in China. And when China says like, actually, no, we don't like that, and we will probably imprison or possibly kill your spies if we find out. And we're like, what? It's like, it's truly amazing. It really, really is. How dare they? Bah! Yeah, I think they, like, hasn't China killed almost all American spies? That's signing up for a death sentence. Certainly not something that I would volunteer for. No, thank you. Yeah, they're also witch hunting the shit out of Asian Americans in government and military. And as we've covered before in the show, we're seeing that in Canada also, not just with people in the government or the military, but average people that are just part of the Chinese diaspora. If they don't fall in line, if they say one positive thing about China, we accuse them of being like foreign agents. And we're going to get to this in the next segment, actually. This is a good pivot to getting into the next segment.
In other words, not having our ships run up and down their coast. That's what it really means. Any more than the Americans would consider. Like, just imagine, could you just imagine if the Chinese Blue Water Navy decided to do their sightseeing 6 miles off the coast of California? Could you imagine the brouhaha that would go on?
I think they should do that. Yeah, and we're also scaring away competent Chinese scientists. Exactly. No, it's like, it's our belligerence. Our belligerence and ignorance and xenophobia is pushing our enemies to work together. Even enemies that once bitterly hated each other, such as Russia and China. Pushing them together, alienating the diaspora, pushing away potential workers or potentially important scientists, doctors. It's truly amazing. Did you see the guy that wants to be China president? Actually, I did see that. Yeah, I did. I'm going to take just a little break, okay? So I've been going for 3 hours, 49 minutes. And I'm realizing now, especially, that over the last year or so, I've been basically doing streams that are 3 hours in length, and I'm realizing that it's just really not enough time. It's not enough time to actually like get the support that I need to continue doing the show, and it's not enough time to talk about everything that I need to talk about. Almost 4 hours here, folks. I'm at 9 out of 35 subs for the day. So before I move on, I got plenty more stuff to talk about, and I'm not going anywhere until at least 7 or 8 p.m. But I'm at 9 out of 35 subs. So once again, I've got to ask you that if you enjoy this program, if you enjoy this kind of analysis, if you want to support this show and this community, if you want to get some tiny little images that you can use on Twitch, in other chats,
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Can we get to 50 on this long Monday? I believe we can through the power of socialism.
Bolden, thank you.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you for the 23 months, Tier 1, Bolden. So close to the 2-year, Bolden. So close to the highly elite, highly exclusive, shimmering golden 2-year TRRS sub badge. And thank you as well, Joe from Garin. Joe, thank you for the gifted sub as well. And Bolden, I like to believe that we could get to 50 through the power of socialism. I would like to believe that. Yeah, that's right, Orb Lady. You've got tiny little images. That's what many of you come here for. You don't even want to support this show. You just want those tiny little images. But folks, if you do enjoy the show, again,
you can count on
the only
me.
way that I'm able to do this each and every week, each and every day, I do the show every day. This show is my main income, is doing this program. The only way I'm able to do it is if I make the little number go up every single day. Eigenbat, thank you for the gifted sub. So if you want to support the show, please subscribe. Please subscribe for $5 per month, or completely free of charge with an Amazon Prime account that you can very easily convert to a Twitch Prime sub. You can gift subs as well. help me change the numbers in the computer. You can gift subs as well, which leads to other cool and fun alerts popping up. You can tip or give friend coin. Every little bit helps. But I would like to at least make the little number go up a little bit more before I take a short break. Gonna eat dinner, have a great rest of stream, and slub to rib. Thank you, Sunny Soul, and happy birthday. And sometimes I would do weird, silly dancing or different things to get people to subscribe. I would like to avoid that because there's only so much time to talk about this stuff, and I got plenty more to get to.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh goodness! Look at that. We've even got Sunny Sola on their birthday. Gifting 4 subs. Thank you so much, Sunny Sola. And we do have a hype train on the horizon as well. I want to see the little dances.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Every time I try to do that little dance, it never really looks as good as it did in the actual animated GIF that's playing. That's not how birthdays work. Somebody fucked up. Exactly. I don't think Sunny Sola should be forced to be put in that position on their birthday. The alerts aren't broken, I don't think. Savage Goon, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Savage Goon, thank you. Very, very much appreciated. Very generous. The 5 gifted subs, instantly making you an elite member of the Friendship Triangle system. Congratulations to you, and thank you for that. Okay, let's just get through this hype train. We'll get through this hype train. I'll take a little break, and then we got plenty more important stuff to talk about, okay? So please, folks, if you can, subscribe to TRRS. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a moment to cultivate a little bit of a chill vibe here. Please subscribe. Again, I'm a 40-year-old man. This is what I do for my job.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Brian, a.k.a. Lennon Smash.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Very kind of you, Brian. I really appreciate it. I don't know why it didn't do the Bachelor. That's weird.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Swamp Goth still somehow evading.
You can count on me.
A gifted sub as well.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Just got my new desk together. Can watch and work again. Oh, that's great, Brian. How's
You've just
the new place?
Become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
That was weird.
You can count on me. You're going to have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Irate Lump, for the gifted sub to our friend Swamp Goth. It's amazing how this actually gets people to subscribe. I don't understand it. Maybe I do. I don't know. We're on level 4, anyone? Any other takers? Look at the lengths I go to entertain people on this platform. We just had a really important, substantive discussion about like Africa and decolonization and all this important stuff, and now look what I'm doing. And we did a MANTRACKER meta react as well. This is the kind of variety that you get on this program. Is that enough? Is that worth $5? I played guitar.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Crowd Babes, thank you for the gifted sub. You were already an elite member, Crowd Babes, elite member of the Friendship Triangle system. That makes it official. Can't wait for Lounge Stinger Rob arc. I'll tell you what, and I'm not even expecting this to happen. That's why I'm able to make this claim. If we do get to 50 subs today, which I'm not expecting, to be clear, I'm not expecting that. If we do, I will do a karaoke version of the Steely Dan song, Deacon Blues. And it's not going to happen, and that's why I'm able to make that claim, because I know it's not going to. It's amazing how this MIDI version has the entire drum solo totally mapped out. It's really impressive. Almost through level 4, folks. Any other takers? Any other takers? Look at what I'm doing here. That's not worth a measly $5.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Kiwi Riwa. Look at that. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Brand new community member. I love that. I love the idea that there's lurkers and non-sub members watching this being like, this is what's good. This is what's going to give me to donate my $5. This is the one. Kiwi Riwa, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Well, the hype train's finished, but the song's not finished. Oh. MIDI, Steely Dan, MANTRACKER, Marxist Leninism, decolonization. We got it all. It's really a variety show, isn't it? It really is. My exposure to your boomer band jazz made me appreciate it more, Rob. I had a friend really into the band, so it's like I'm really reliving that again. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, I got to take a 5-minute break. All right? I'm going to take a 5-minute break. That's going to bring us to 6 p.m. It's going to bring us to, well, we're already over the 4-hour mark. So I'll take a 5-minute break. I'll come back. We're going to keep talking about this new Cold War shit. All right? And very, very close to the sub goal. And I really, really, really appreciate everyone that supports this program. Thank you for putting up with me and my weird mental tricks that I use to get people to subscribe. You know, I don't know why this works. I don't understand it, but I appreciate it a lot. The song is Asia by Steely Dan, which is one of the greatest albums of all time. I'm more of a Gaucho man myself, their follow-up. But Asia, one of the great albums of all time. That's the title track, and this is the like random MIDI version that I often watch. I would probably recommend the actual song more than this weird MIDI version that someone's programmed in every single like drum hit into this like weird old school MIDI version. But that's if you want to listen to that, and you can. Then I just put the link in the chat. But please listen to Asia by Steely Dan. It's one of the best albums ever created. Okay, so let's take a break. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna get something to drink. Get some fridge water.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I didn't actually fall for your tricks. These bits are unrelated to the content.
Nice. Thank you, Matt, for the 200 friend coin. Showing everyone, aka Unelectable Airwaves, another streamer that everyone should follow. In addition to our friend Lennon Smesh, who also donated a while back, and Crad Babes. But a great Matt showing how mentally strong he is by not succumbing to any of the psychological warfare psyops that I'm engaging in, and just donating completely of his own will and volition. Really good stuff. It's independent free thinker. That's right. That's exactly right. And we love that and we support it. Okay, so little interlude. Give me 5-6 minutes. I will be back. That was 5K bits, so I thought that'd be a new tiny picture. Well, you know what? Lodane has been, our mod Lodane has been correctly harassing me to update the bit badges on this channel, which I've just neglected to do. So you know what? Once again, I'm going to give you the good old Rob promise, which, as you know in this chat, is ironclad. Ironclad. And it means that the thing is going to happen that I'm promising. This is my promise to you, is that this week I will work on that. I will get those bit badges uploaded. I'll get new emotes. This is happening this week. This is happening. No more talk. No more empty talk. Okay? So if you've been donating bits or friend coin, you will have a new cool special tiny image to demonstrate this. This is my promise to you. Okay? So give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. Plenty more to talk about right here on TRRS.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS Sankara.
All right, 1 minute. 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 1
JNKD, thank you. Thank you, JNKD, for the 29 months of Tier 1. Hello, G Cluppy, welcome back. The classic bit. I'm not even going to acknowledge it, actually. I'm not even going to acknowledge that anything happened. I came back from the interlude, and that's all. That's all that happened. You saw nothing. You saw nothing, chat. Just had a drink of delicious fridge water. You saw nothing, and you certainly heard nothing as well. I'm home from work, time to crack open a zero sugar Starry. I kind of want to try out this Starry now. This Starry's getting rave reviews from the chat lately. Can you post the recipe for fridge water in the Discord? Yes, I can do that, Mac. Yes, I can. Put that in the food channel. My secret fridge water recipe. Do they have it in Canada? I think so. I think they had Sierra Mist here, so we would have Starry as well. I'm pretty sure. It's just not ever something I ever really consider purchasing. But now that you ask, I'm not totally certain if they have it or not. How much of the fridge do you put in the water? Well, that's this big secret, isn't it? That's the big secret. Secret, secret. I've got a secret. Oh, you know what? The Fugitive, the Harrison Ford film The Fugitive, was released 30 years ago. I think today, 30 years ago today, or maybe yesterday. But I've seen a number of Fugitive posts online. It's really making me want to rewatch The Fugitive. I think I might watch that tonight. It's just one of those lightning in a bottle perfect films. No franchise, or I guess they did a sequel to it, which wasn't quite as good, but I think I may watch The Fugitive tonight because it's just so fantastic. It's just great. I never saw the sequel. I believe it was with Wesley Snipes. The sequel is called U.S. Marshals. No, I know the movie was based on the TV series. Like, I remember that. But in terms of like a film, it's like it just kind of came together. I think no one was expecting it to be a big hit. I think I was reading this big thread on The Fugitive and no one was expecting it to be a hit at all. In fact, a lot of them thought it was going to suck. A lot of the people that were involved in it. Like, I didn't even realize this. It's such like a sharp movie with great dialogue. I mean, it's fucking Tommy Lee Jones won an Academy Award for being in The Fugitive. And I didn't realize this, but a lot of the script was improvised. They were like writing the script on the set and just improvising dialogue on the set, and you would never know that from actually watching it. Like, it's just fantastic. I had no idea how much it was just coming together in the day-to-day, like on the set. I think that's really incredible. Like, Joe Pantoliano was just like, he had like a nothing role. And then he was just trying, because he wanted to be in the movie, he's just in there sticking close to Tommy Lee Jones and improvising lines and trying to do banter and stuff, getting himself into the movie. You know? And he's great. He's great in it. I may watch that tonight. In fact, if there was interest in this, I could be down for an impromptu Discord Fugitive thing. Is that crazy? Is that crazy to do? I don't know. Would it be crazy to watch The Fugitive in the Discord server? I was about to say I may watch it myself. I've never seen it. It's honestly just a perfect movie. What is the Tommy Lee Jones cheerleader movie? I don't even know what that is. I can't say that I've seen that. It's just beyond the pale. It would be beyond the pale to watch The Fugitive in the TRRS Discord server. Not that we would be... we would all obviously be watching separately legally owned copies of The Fugitive and then chatting about it at the same time. To be clear, that's what that means, but we could maybe do that, though. Man of the House. I have not seen that one. I mean, Tommy Lee Jones is just someone that's going to... You can throw him into your movie, whatever it is, and he's going to probably do a pretty good job. Very over-the-top, campy performance in Batman Forever, though. I was rewatching it recently, and it's really not good. It's arrested for watching The Fugitive. Oh, the ironing. The ironing is beautiful. I was rewatching Batman Forever, though, and like a Jim Carrey Riddler and Tommy Lee Jones Harvey Dent Two-Face could have been fantastic. Like that could be really good casting, but it's just horrible. And you have to imagine it's intentional because Joel Schumacher wanted this like sort of campiness, a throwback to more of the original series and silliness, you know? Is that the one set at Christmas? No, that's Batman Returns, which is really good. That's one of the best Batman films. Yeah, a more sinister, subdued Carrey as the Riddler would have been great, but he is awful in that, though. Like, Jones is overacting and he's ridiculous, but Jim Carrey is legit terrible in it. But could have been great. Like, that could have been really good casting. Even Val Kilmer as Bruce Wayne is good casting. His performance in JFK was also a bit over the top, but I checked and the real Clay Shaw really did act like that. Yeah. He is quite over the top in that, but he's good, though. Good over the top. Not a big Schumacher fan, honestly. I feel like even stuff like Falling Down is good despite his campy inclinations. I haven't seen Falling Down in a while. What else did he do? Like, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, The Lost Boys. The Lost Boys is fantastic. Phone Booth, he did Phone Booth, which is quite good. It's a fun little thriller with Colin Farrell. He did A Time to Kill, which is... I don't know if I would call A Time to Kill good, but it's iconic. There's some iconic lines from A Time to Kill. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. Samuel L. Jackson. I haven't seen St. Elmo's Fire. Flatliners. That's a fun, like, 80s Brat Pack movie. He also did The Number 23 with Jim Carrey. He's a very hit or miss. Very hit or miss. I don't want to just denounce his whole body of work, but did not like the Schumacher Batman films. My main Batman Forever memory is a series of trading cards they released to cash in on it. I was obsessed with them for a while. Strange in retrospect. That's just a funny phenomenon in general. The trading card like film tie-in thing. I had Terminator 2 trading cards, which I believe I still have. I think in some box somewhere I still have my Terminator 2 trading cards. Yeah, the Batman Forever McDonald's glasses. Yeah, those we need to return. This is what they took from us. We never get those movie tie-in glasses from McDonald's anymore. We just get cheap bullshit. Where are our movie tie-in McDonald's glasses? I got a T800 rookie card. I'm sure I still have those. We used to be a real country. Oh, okay, so I got to power through this next little bit. I must admit that I'm kind of hitting my limit here. I'm hitting my limit. When I was just taking a break just now, I was like in my room and I was like, it'd be quite nice to just have a little lie down right now. That'd be nice. But I have a whole segment still that I'm supposed to do. With ticket prices as high as they are, we deserve some swag for going to the cinema. I agree. Could not agree more. All right, let's see what I've got to work with here. Someone linked that. I was sure someone linked that Vijay Prashad statement. That was so long ago. Sorry. Making that silly face for some reason. I'm going to go see Oppenheimer this week. I don't think I'm going to see... I think, you know what? I don't know if people have seen Barbie. I think Barbie might be okay. It seems like it's a fun time. I'll probably wait till Barbie hits streaming to give that a watch. I don't think I'm going to be going to the movie theater to see Barbie, unfortunately. I do want to go to the IMAX, though, to see Oppenheimer this week. Could maybe do that tomorrow night. Do I do a solo? Do I do a solo IMAX trip? That could be a possibility. Oh yeah, I really enjoyed Ninja Turtles. Matt, I watched it on Sunday. It was good. Definitely recommend it, Larry. I'm sure you'd really like it. Okay. It's funny, I was actually just looking at, I was considering, just out of nowhere, I was considering doing Tommy Lee Jones's monologue from No Country for Old Men, but I'm not going to do that right now. We don't have time for this monologuing business. First, let's just maybe see if I can find VJ's comments. And I'm so sorry, but I don't recall who it was which one of you linked this clip from a few days ago from Black Power Media, who did this clip with VJ and talked a little bit about Niger. They literally timestamped it for me, and now I don't quite recall. I don't quite recall when it was where he makes these comments. Let's see. Let's take a look at that, and then I can take a look at this China stuff. Oh, 3727. Relic, thank you so much. I'm so glad you're still here. Thank you for that.
You know, human rights.
I really appreciate that, Relic. So let's take a look. Since we talked about Africa and Niger and these things, let's get VJ's comments on this, and then I can pivot to talking about this New York Times China piece and how that coincides with the whole climate of sort of xenophobic hysteria and Red Scare panic right now. And then I will then I'll sign off for the day. Or I can do that tomorrow, which is maybe could be also good as well. Maybe that might actually be even a better plan. That might actually be a better plan, to just focus on this Africa stuff, look at these comments, and then maybe I could just sign off and then do the whole thing about China that I was planning on doing tomorrow, rather than try to squeeze that into this short time frame. I think that might actually be a decent idea, because I'm quite tired. Okay. Do some lines from Man of the House. Why do today we could put off for tomorrow? It's one of my classic sayings. Anyway, I'm not going anywhere. I think maybe that's actually, in retrospect, a better idea. To just focus on this one thing today, and then rather than try and squeeze everything into the final half an hour when I'm already kind of losing steam, probably best to come back tomorrow refreshed, good to go. We should have Aaron as well tomorrow, aka Prasadis Trap God, aka Cosmic Slop, aka Afro Cosmist. He should be coming on tomorrow as well. So we got plenty of shit to talk about tomorrow. So let's hear from VJ. And let's continue to focus on Africa and Niger and what's been happening there. And then maybe we'll say goodbye for today. I will pass the 5-hour mark. Okay, it's not going to be an 7 or 8 or 9 hour stream, but I'll pass the 5-hour mark, and then I will say goodbye for the day.
Rights violations or whatever.
And this, by the way, I imagine this entire clip is probably fantastic. In fact, it would probably be a good idea to just watch this whole thing. But now I kind of want to do that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Now I kind of want to just watch this entire hour-long clip. Do I do that? Is that crazy? Despite what I was just saying? Sorry, I'm just whacking myself. Just whacking myself now. Can you lie down while you watch it? God damn it. Fuck it. Why do anything else with my life anyways? What was I going to do if I signed off in 20 minutes? What was I really going to do? Oh, get some rest? Eat dinner? Why even do anything other than do this stream? That's what I say. You know? So what's the title, though? Because now it's not really a new Cold War thing, is it?
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh, goodness. Crackle Bear, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Crackle Bear, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for rewarding me for not having any life outside of doing this stream. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Crackle Bear. Very, very kind of you. Made the sub goal, which is wonderful. But also, if anyone else wants to continue to subscribe, that is also a thing you can do as well. And I did say that I would sing if we got to 50, which, again, I'm not expecting to happen at all. So good. Ice cream, so good. Okay, this seems good. Anyway, I think this is just, as much as I would like to, quote unquote, rest or whatever it is, I think this will be really fantastic to underline a lot of the things we've been talking about today. So,
you've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Bolden, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Orb, you can rest in piss, says Orb Lady. A little bit aggressive. Goodness. Thank you very, very much, Bolden. I really appreciate it. I've never heard of this channel, but it seems pretty cool from what I'm seeing here.
I'm trying to eat down a whole nother plate. Seem like my homies was stuck in the hood. I just told them be safe in the state.
Welcome to the Black Myths Podcast. Welcome to the Black Myths Podcast. I'm your host, 2 Black. This is part 2 of the myth, the third world. Again, the third world is an actual thing, but we've only understood it as a place of poverty and underdevelopment. And as we've gotten through in part 1 with our guest, historian and journalist Vijay Prashad, it's much more complex and there's a much more rich history to it than just that. I do want to, before we get to the interview part 2, want to shout out our patrons and again apologize.
Big discrepancy between the theme song and the dialogue
done behind the scenes. So I see that we've had more deletes than we normally get, or cancels, whatever you want to call it. So those people still listen to the show. Just letting y'all know we're still ongoing. It was just 1 month off. We should have given a notice, but still here. We appreciate the support that you did give. Want to shout out the people who have continued to support the show and were adding or have been added in the last.
Sure, it is Orb Lady.
So there was it's like a Mario.
I'm sure it is a
Iona,
play on words.
Gustavo Vargas, Buy in Computers, Vote for Miles, and that seems to be all. I won't read the names who deleted, but. Thank you all for those who continue to support the show and those who are still giving to the Patreon, even though it hasn't been there was a month delay there. I definitely want to shout y'all out and say we appreciate y'all and it's not taken for granted. But yeah, we're back on schedule here. So other than that, I want to get to it. Again, this is part 2 with Vijay Prashad. We're going to get more into some ideas about some flaws that may have came out of the third world, the non-alignment movement. And then
I'm going to try not to interrupt too much, though.
Things going on, like what's going on in the
Victoria Newland says she's in Niger now. That's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm going to try not to interrupt too much, so we're not here for another 3 hours.
There was recently a coup in Niger, and there has been coups throughout that region, over the last few years. So what's the character of those coups? How can we understand them? How do we understand the context of the third world that we now understand it as? And things of that nature. So that's what we're gonna explore here. So hope y'all enjoy it. See y'all next month.
And she's bringing cookies.
So welcome back, VJ. Part 1 was great. This time, I guess we want to continue with some of the history. Just to get a better understanding. I know we talked a lot about in part 1. We obviously didn't get through the entire third world, but we talked about primarily what it was and why people did it and some of the different directions that they took and how there was different splits. We talked about there being more of a right wing base within the third world or non-alignment movement and the left wing, and how that might have made the relationship with the second world difficult. But we didn't talk specifically as much about what the country's relationships were to particularly the Soviet Union, but the second world overall. So could you give us an overview of how the third world worked with the Soviet Union and the second world? Because I know the United States didn't like anyone working with anybody that wasn't them.
And this should be really good, actually, considering I was talking about that thread from the Central and Eastern Europeans saying we were colonized just like Africa, to talk about the relationship between the Soviet Union and Africa with VJ's actually informed historical analysis and not my kind of like layman's shitty Westerner version. We'll probably fill in a lot of those gaps. Yeah, that should be excellent. And again, when we go back to this idea of like, why are these nations in Africa making deals with Russia? Well, it's just a total mystery. It's just a complete mystery why they're ditching the West and why they're decolonizing and choosing to make trade deals with Russia or China, or strengthening economic bonds, cultural bonds, diplomatic relationships, military alliances. Why are they making deals with Russia? Well, I think a lot of the answers to that question will be contained in this interview, whether people want to listen to them or not.
But I know there are some interesting ways that the Soviet Union did or didn't work with people. I've just recently was reading about Cuba and some of the complications that happened there, even though Cuba, I think, joins the Second World Bloc. But Fidel was over the non-alignment movement once upon a time, so that made it interesting. But anyway, if you could just speak about maybe some of those relationships, give us a few examples and how those worked out.
Well, the first thing to say, and we have to go back a little bit to get there, is that Lenin was an anti-colonial thinker. In the 1910s, Lenin wrote a bunch of interesting articles about the right of people to self-determination, the right of nations to self-determination.
Including people in Ukraine.
He was in a debate
with
Putin
Rosa Luxemburg
at the time. And then in 1916, the middle of
Can you go over that debate? I know I don't want to veer off too much, but I thought that was an interesting debate. If you wouldn't mind giving us just a very brief explanation of what that was.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Rosa Luxemburg was a member of the socialist parties of Poland and then of Germany and so on. But coming from Poland, she was very much aware of the problems of complicated minority nationalities within a nation, so that in like the Kingdom of Poland, there were lots of small nationalities. What does one do about these nationalities? Particularly, what does one do if the nationalities are, maybe with a right-wing leadership, or if they have an objective role to play a reactionary role in society? All minorities are not necessarily going to be progressive. They have reactionary histories and so on. So Luxemburg was very much seized of this, and this made her wary of nationalism. She worried in a way that nationalism could be a right-wing political force. Lenin enters this debate, and when we say debate, it's important to understand it's not like they have two opposing points of view. They have disagreements. Lenin entered this debate to say that, look, it's true that nationalisms are not necessarily progressive. You can have bourgeois nationalism. That's a reactionary form of nationalism. But you can also have emancipatory forms of nationalism. In fact, you do. That, for instance, when minority peoples under colonial subjugation, sometimes not minority, sometimes majorities of people, as in Africa and Asia, Latin America, majorities of people under colonial subjugation, their national striving, their desire for national liberation is in fact emancipatory. Even if parts of their leadership are leadership of the bourgeoisie or of the right, even though that may be the case, the actual stirring, anti-colonial stirring, anti-imperialist sensibility.
This is so applicable to everything in
So Lenin took a position that people have the right to self-determination. But of course, within that, there must be socialist forces driving an agenda against the right-wing leadership, if that exists, or right-wing forces. That was the nature of the, as it were, debate. Luxemburg, deeply suspicious of nationalist movements.
This also exactly... Now, interrupting again and stopping the video. Exactly when you see these like MAGA communist fuckheads talking about why I saw a tweet today saying like, oh, America's not a settler colony anymore because now working people are not oppressing the indigenous people anymore. Just this whole idea that supporting decolonization in Canada or the United States or talking about land back or these things aren't socialist. These people lecturing us that how it's not socialist because it's like the working class or being oppressed just as much as indigenous people, which is just factually false, even though we know working people aren't always getting the best deal. Obviously they aren't, but it's just completely factually false, the idea that there's some equivocation. But that's exactly why that as socialists, we need to support land back and we need to support decolonization, because these movements are going to happen regardless. And that's why there needs to be a socialist element that's helping to animate that and steering it in the most progressive and most, the best direction. You know, that's exactly why we need to support these things. And we can't be bending over backwards to make these arguments like these patriotic socialists or whatever they call themselves. They changed the name of their little little club. Really, they're just LaRouchites. I mean, that's ultimately what it is. They change the name every now and then, but that's precisely why, as socialists, we need to support these decolonial movements in the settler colonies where we currently live and abroad, because socialists need to be involved in those conversations. You can just abandon that territory.
Lenin saying, no, let's be actually quite precise about the class character of these movements and what this means, in the fight against imperialism. So when Lenin wrote his text, Imperialism, in 1916, he basically came out frontally for the right of colonial people to stand up. Lenin was one of the most important socialists of his generation to defend even the Easter Rising in Ireland in 1916. He saw English colonialism in Ireland. He understood, got to defend Irish nationalism against
He's like an Irish folk hero, Lenin.
Very, clear-headed thinking. Lots of people didn't support the Irish Rising. They couldn't see it.
I heard this one time that Lenin, like when he spoke English, it was with an Irish accent. I wonder if that's true. That's really fascinating.
For what it was. They said, well, this is something to do with Europe. No, he said, wait a minute. There is a colonial context in Ireland. I think that those articles that he writes about Ireland are fascinating. Anyway, well, after the USSR is created, the Soviets develop a process called the Communist International. At the first meeting of the Communist International in 1919, the focus is on the possibility of revolution in Europe, particularly in Germany, Hungary, and so on. But by 1920, it became clear. Two things became clear. One, the revolution was not going to happen immediately in the rest of Europe. Germany, the revolution was crushed. In fact, Luxembourg and Karl Liebknecht were assassinated,
right.
In the middle of the uprising of the Spartacus Bund. So that was one phenomenon. It's not going to happen in Europe. And the second phenomena is that there was a lot of stirring in what would become the Third World, in the anti-colonial struggles in the colonized parts of the world. Lots of stirring. The Soviet revolution had actually encouraged people in different parts of the world. So by the second meeting of the Communist International, the Soviets invited people from across Asia, Africa, and so on, and put the colonial question at the center. It was a major part of the debate. The debate was who to defend. Do you defend bourgeois forces in the anti-colonial struggle? Lenin initially said yes. Then M.N. Roy, the communist from India who had come through Mexico, said, wait a minute, that's not a good idea.
Sean.
You've got to build the independent working class and peasant strength in these countries. You can't just support the bourgeois forces. In the end, Lenin and Roy came to a compromise, and there was a compromise thesis on the anti-colonial struggle. So the Soviets, from the beginning, were very much involved in the anti-colonial struggle in those debates, and also giving material assistance for these struggles.
It shows the ignorance about Lenin's values as well, his role in this, like leading this debate, considering the ways people talk about the Soviet Union being some kind of like colonizer country, or they talk about Lenin like that he wanted to colonize all these places, when in fact the exact opposite of that is true, including Ukraine. Again, like he played a large role in like promoting the idea of Ukrainian nationhood in the first place, did more than anyone. Which is exactly why Putin was criticizing him, like in the run up to the invasion. Ukrainian nationalists should maybe look to him more than they look to fucking monsters like Stepan Bandera, who helped carry out the Holocaust, as being their like nationalist heroes. Instead, they take the Soviet Union hammer and sickle off of their monuments, and they spit on this legacy because they're fascists.
It was the Comintern that helped shape the Communist Party in China. It was the Comintern that helped shape the South African Communist Party, and so on.
We need a new Comintern.
And on. Look at the involvement of the Soviets, of the USSR in South Africa. Initially, the Communist Party was almost all white. And it was the Soviet Union that intervened and says, this is ridiculous. The bulk of the working class, in the mines, in the fields, is black. And how can you have an all-white Communist Party? It's because of that pressure that people like Moses Kotane, had an open lane. And Moses Kotane becomes one of the most important.
Oh, thank you so much, Bolden, for linking the Comintern thesis
becomes
discussion.
the
That's
leader
really
of
cool.
the Communist Party of South Africa. For decades, he leads the party. I would say that here is a black man who leads a major political party long before you have the same phenomena in Europe or the United States. He leads a political party I think it's in the late 30s that he takes over the Communist Party in South Africa. That's under the pressure of the Soviets. They said, this is ridiculous. You can't have. They also called the French party, the British party, and so on to Moscow and said, you guys need to take an anti-colonial position. You can't be defending colonialism, in a kind of paternalist way. We're going to help the native develop and so on. So the Soviets played a key role, and this is not forgotten in many parts of the third world.
Remember what that thing said? We were colonized, just like Africa.
The next thing is
we were colonized.
Particularly in the
Absurd
1940s and 50s.
To say that to people in Africa.
The Soviets started to make the argument that, hey, listen, the colonized countries and then the newly independent states cannot develop by themselves. They can't follow a capitalist path because they are integrated in a kind of subordinate way into the international capitalist system. They export raw materials, import finished goods, and so on. There's no way they can develop. It's not going to be possible. So the Soviets created a theory called non-capitalist development, NCD. This was their main theory of how they approached the third world. And the argument was that these countries, Algeria, Cuba, you name it, India, and so on, whether they were governed by a left party or by the bourgeoisie, would require the means to leapfrog over capitalism. And here, Soviet aid would play a role and so on. But there's a contradiction because at the same time, the Soviet Union also was a country and it had national interests. So when the Soviet Union would trade with Cuba, for instance, they were buying sugar. The Soviets bought the whole sugarcane crop of Cuba. They supported the Cuban Revolution from 1959, almost 1960, till the collapse of the Soviet Union.
And social democrats and ultra-leftists and anarchists, whatever, they call that Soviet imperialism. The fact that they came to the rescue of Cuba when they couldn't sell their sugar crop to their closest fucking neighbor, the biggest economy in the world. So the Soviet Union says, okay, we'll go out of our way to purchase your sugar so you have an economy. And then you have ultra-leftists, decades later being like, oh, it's just a Soviet sugar colony. And it's just unbelievable. It's ahistorical.
31 years later, the Soviets entirely supported the Cuban economy. But at the same time, Che Guevara goes to Algeria and complains in a public meeting saying, you're pricing us in a negative way. We want solidarity pricing. We want a solidarity economy. We don't want to follow the law of value of capitalism. But again, Soviets couldn't, take the surplus generated by Soviet citizens and just deliver it in the rest of the world. They had to also develop their own country. So there's a contradiction between internationalism and national interest. And
wasn't there some pressure talking about Cuba in regards to, I know you talked about in episode 1 about how Cuba was exporting revolution, like they were going across to other places and fighting. But wasn't there some pressure when, I don't know the specific year?
Even now, if you look at where Russia exports capital, it's predominantly revolutionary and or sanctioned countries. Well, this is the big contradiction about Russia, like we were talking about, Matt. It's like there's plenty to criticize about the Russian government and Putin himself, but these are undeniable facts. The role that they're playing in supporting these countries that are under the threat of imperialism, the threat of Western sanctions, and becoming this plank in this organized anti-Western economic and political bloc. I mean, that's a big contradiction. That's why it's not as simple as Putin based or Putin bad, or Russia based or Russia bad. It's a lot more complicated than that. We understand we understand that contradiction because we're dialectical materialists, but you see how a lot of people fall into that trap. And there's a massive media industry ensuring people fall into the Russia bad camp, which has been highly successful.
Or years when the Soviet Union was trying to have more peaceful coexistence with the United States, they were kind of pressuring Cuba to disengage from some of those national liberation struggles. Is that correct?
Well, it's absolutely correct. I mean, again, there's a contradiction between national interests and internationalism. And when the Soviets were in a period, let's say, of negotiation with the United States around nuclear forces or around, trade of Soviet goods and so on, in those moments, they had to dial down support for revolutionary movements. But it's also not the case that the Soviets didn't support movements. They supported a lot of movements. For instance, the
Meanwhile,
entire
conservatives unironically
sphere
think
of the
Trudeau is a
nation
communist.
of the ANC, the armed wing of the ANC was trained in the Soviet Union, in Odessa, in fact, in the Ukraine,
This is
SSR,
what it is to grow up in
and
this
East Germany.
brainwashed society.
They provided an enormous amount of material support for liberation struggles across the African continent. But it's
Completely
also true
incoherent
that in the 1970s, when negotiations
political
were
beliefs
on
like that.
between the US and USSR, the Soviets were not keen on the Cuban intervention in Angola. Both things are true. That's what I'm saying, is that it depended on the national interests of the USSR conflicting with the international needs of the socialist movement. So you had that. Well, just to now wrap this up in terms of your question. So one has to have, you use the word, a dialectical understanding of the Soviet Union's relationship to the third world. It wasn't one-dimensional. They provided an immense amount of support through this theory of non-capitalist development, building dams, building roads, building railroads, without actually extracting raw materials as a price for it. The Soviets would come in, they would build a dam, but they never asked for concessions as a sweetener. Yes, they of course asked to be paid back for the loans they made, but they didn't ask for tight concessions that, okay, we're going to build a dam for you, but your oil only comes to us. They didn't do that. That kind of thing was not part of the Soviet agenda, which is very different from Western countries, which said, look, if we give you aid, you're going to have to trade only with us. That was the old colonial mentality.
Or
so
structural adjustment.
Yeah, correct. Structural adjustment and so on.
Okay, no, that was because I know we talked about the U.S., but I definitely wanted to people to hear that, because again, we talked about it first part one as well, how there's this assumption that there was like these two poles and they were the exact same, and only difference was just their country. Like, so it was Soviet Union and that entire bloc, and they were the exact same as the United States. And communism is evil, and capitalism is evil, and I don't know what else we're supposed to do, but that was the kind of oversimplified way of looking at it. So coming back to the third world and some of the leaders that emerged, I know you talk about I want to ask two kind of questions, or maybe even more, in relation to the way we understand some of the parties that emerged in the national liberation movements. So you talk about the one-party state. I want to read a quote here, and I do have some other follow-up questions on this too. You said, from India to Egypt, from Ghana to Indonesia, the great legions of the third world drew their immense strength from popular mobilization, but none of these states enabled the people who created the platform for freedom to have an equal part in the project to build it. And then you also have some just criticisms straight about the one-party state. I think you said it demonstrates a fear for the people. So, I mean, you kind of answered some of this in the book, but how do you I guess analyze that in considering that, particularly I know in Ghana there was initially wasn't a one-party state, and then that happened as Nkrumah was facing assassination and threats, not just threats but actual attempts on his life. How do you weigh that with countries who are trying to defend their revolution, but also this criticism of the one-party state that, like you said, demobilizes the people post-revolution or post-independence? Like, how do you work? How should we understand that?
Okay, so the best place to start is the reflections by Julius Nyerere, who was the first president of Tanzania. Nyerere is an interesting.
Okay, I'm going to try to get to all this only facts. Cuba sent tanks to French Algeria to fight the French and the American-backed Moroccans. Also, America gladly supported French by sending Bell helicopters, in which Algerian POWs would be thrown alive from those helicopters. Bell helicopters also one of the most prominent members of the leadership of which was Operation Paperclip, a Nazi war criminal as well, who also benefited greatly by the escalation in the war in Vietnam, which happened, of course, after JFK. JFK is a senator. Oh yeah, sorry. You're getting right to the point that I'm making already. JFK as a senator went on like a 2-hour speech defending Algeria, only to be rebuked by Eisenhower and France demanding an apology. In 1962, Algeria becomes free, and JFK invites their first president, Ben Bella, who was also close to Castro Guevara. He would later be couped by a popular military leader who was more on the militant side versus the elbow-rubbing by Ben Bella. Ironically, Bombardien became too much of a potential threat to the West. anti-Zionist spoke up was pan-Arab and pan-African. I don't know why he went with the pan-Arabism under Nasser of Egypt, but the Palestinian cause was a good way to muster support and mobilization of people. He would later be assassinated, possibly by the French intel or the CIA or any other Algerian faction. Thank you, only facts. And I think that there's the JFK thing, right? I brought up JFK in the context of Bell helicopters in Vietnam and JFK's assassination, which escalated drastically after his assassination. And then, you bring up his support for independent Algeria and these anti-colonial movements. And that's exactly, I think, why it's important to talk about JFK's legacy. And people get really confused about whether that's this kind of black and white thing, or that or that JFK himself wasn't an imperialist or wasn't anti-communist or whatever, which is unquestionably true. But there's a distinct difference in the foreign policy vision between JFK and that wing of the Democratic Party versus the reactionary, extremely imperialist Allen Dulles faction, who represented the business class of the United States, who wanted this drastic escalation in the Cold War and wanted to ruthlessly crush all these anti-colonial movements. It's not that Kennedy didn't do bad things himself. He absolutely did, but he unquestionably had a way more progressive viewpoint of these anti-colonial movements of Cuba and the Soviet Union, and wanted a different relationship and didn't want this huge escalation in the Cold War. It doesn't mean that he's perfect or that he was this anti-war hero. Of course that's not true. But when you look into this, though, there's unquestionably a significant difference between his vision for what American foreign policy should be in relation to these anti-colonial movements or with socialist or revolutionary governments versus what the hardline anti-communist, imperialist, and capitalist class, what they wanted the foreign policy to be. And we know ultimately the Allen Dulles wing won out, even in relation to what you were mentioning earlier, only facts, and talking about that. I mean, you talked about Eisenhower, or not Eisenhower, but FDR as well. And I was saying the other day how much, even though he wasn't perfect by any stretch either, and we can go over the Japanese internment camps, or the way black people were excluded from these New Deal programs, all kinds of horrible things about FDR as well. But at his death, when it came at that exact moment as the war was coming to an end, basically, and Dulles was still in this process of recruiting all these Nazi war criminals who FDR wanted to punish ruthlessly. He wanted a unquestioned capitulation or whatever. That was his stance on this, and very clear that no matter what your opinions are on FDR, his death at that time was just a complete historical disaster, which changed the course of history. JFK, I guess there was a chance to kind of go back in that sort of direction, and which is the ultimate reason for me to believe that there was that was a coup, the JFK's assassination, which Dulles was most likely responsible. That's the ultimate reason. You can go into all the different angles and, the grassy knoll and all the magic bullet and all these different ways to prove that the story that we were told about that in the Warren Commission was completely made up. Ultimately, though, it's just about what he represented and where America went immediately after he was assassinated. To me, that's all the proof that I need that there was a coup, that there was a conspiracy around that. You don't even need to look at the specific details. Just look at the factions of the U.S. government and how JFK was trying to take power away from that faction, the deep state, the intelligence community, the military-industrial complex. And as soon as he was taken out, they just get absolutely everything that they wanted. And of course, then you have LBJ coming to power afterwards and passing some big the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act and all these things. And then what do they do? While these big progressive changes are going on and all this American, the youth movement that had these progressive values or revolutionary values all thought that they had won And then they institute the war on drugs and the ramping up of militarization of police and the mass incarceration and the new Jim Crow and all that stuff. It's this total sleight of hand where they pass these progressive acts that give voting rights and other rights to black and brown people, but then at the same time they're instituting these draconian policies to enact mass incarceration of these very communities and like militarily occupy them with the police. But you know, that's all the evidence. Going back to JFK, that's all the evidence that I really need that there was a conspiracy. And people point to Cuba though, and they say, well, they didn't go into Cuba. They didn't roll into Cuba like they wanted to. You know, Bay of Pigs is a big point of contention there. But I do think, though, it's still plausible that there was so much heat on them because of these very public things like the Bay of Pigs and the possible role that pro-Castro people played in his assassination and all this stuff, or anti-Castro people. I don't find it that hard to believe that there was just too much heat and they continued the brutal economic sanctions and warfare on Cuba while going after these socialist movements everywhere else that it was being tried, you know, in Southeast Asia and in, you know, with Vietnam and Indonesia and, you know, all around the world with Operation Phoenix, Operation Condor, all this stuff. Again, being run by, you know, like Nazi sympathizing fascist arch imperialists, you know, who had a really real conflict with JFK about the vision for U.S. foreign policy and anti-colonialism. Way off base now, and I told myself that I wouldn't stop, and I told myself I wouldn't do these interruptions. Now here I am ranting and raving and hooting and hollering, and we're 20 minutes into the way from this video. So let's continue to watch this. Thank you for allowing me the chance to rant about this. But this is all really important stuff, though, that I think really they're really important puzzle pieces in the sort of real vision of history that I think we've been trying to unearth on this program over the last 3 years. You stopped like 1 minute in. I know. I can't do it. I knew what I was getting into. Okay, let's go. We got to keep going.
Man, he's a socialist, but he was a very sensitive soul, you know, if I can say something so silly. You know, Nyerere was convulsed by this issue of whether in Tanzania there should be one party or multi-party. And what he said, I think, makes sense to me. He said we went in a one-party direction for the following kinds of reasons. One, if we have multi-parties, it opens the door for imperialist aggression, because the imperialists can go in and support the opposition against the ruling party and undermine our role. That's what he said. That's point number one. Secondly, in our countries, you know, whether it's in Tanzania or in India, or Indonesia, whatever, after hundreds of years of colonial rule, of despotism, colonial despotism, and before that, you know, monarchical despotism, the fabric of democracy is not very well developed. In other words, you know, we don't have a very good culture of democratic rule. And this has to be developed. It has to be incubated and so on. And we can incubate it, he said. You know, we can create the cultures of democracy. We are capable of it. But to immediately move to a Western parliamentary system may not be so easy for our society, which has just emerged from colonial despotism. You know, and it's ironic that the colonial masters who ruled despotically without even one party for generations now criticize us for having one party democratic process. You know, a very good point made by Julius Nyerere. The third issue is also important. There's a difference between one party and demobilization. You can still have a one party, you know, parliamentary system, you know.
Folks, just hang on for a moment. I interrupted this video quite a lot, so I'm just going to let this play for a moment. I really want to see it, but I'm just going to give my son a call to see what's going on with him. So just going to let the video play. I'll be away for a couple minutes and I'll be back. Okay? All right.
Where there's one party which deliberates and so on. You can still do that and mobilize the people. You can mobilize the people through trade unions, through peasant organizations, neighborhood organizations, and so on. China is a good example. Effectively a one-party state, but they are a very mobilized population in different platforms and so on.
That's a good distinction. Yeah.
Right. And in Algeria, they demobilized the population. That was a
Mm.
problem. And a demobilized population actually weakens the party, weakens the state, weakens you in relationship to imperialism. The point Nyerere made about culture is very important, because if the habits of democracy are not there, a country or a people can be prone to demagogues. A demagogue can show up and can sort of drive a political agenda. I think Nyerere is pretty clever about this, and I don't want to prolong this point on one-party states, because I know that we are in a different period now, where, like for instance, in Venezuela, it's a multi-party democracy, but one party seems to win a plurality in the government. Well, why is that? I interviewed right-wing parties in Venezuela in 2020, now 3 years ago. And the right-wing leaders of the right-wing party said, look, we are outflanked by Bolivarianism. We don't have an agenda to actually confront Bolivarianism. And they said, there's probably cheating in the ballot box. This is the right wing saying it. There's probably problems in, blah, blah, blah. They said there's a list of problems. But we understand that even if this was not happening, we would not be able to secure majorities. Why? Because we are going back to the people and say, let's privatize. And the people are right now not interested. So we are in a different period, when really there are very few examples of one-party states. China is an example, an important example. Vietnam is an important example. Cuba is an important example. But these are also, in a sense, legacy examples, because these took place in an earlier era. The Cuban Revolution being the most or the youngest, 1959. But still, 1959. Look at what we're saying. That's still, the lifespan of an average person in the third world, about 70 some years, a long time. Now it's complex, and we just don't see the political possibilities for states to enter into that domain. And if they attempt it, they are under pressure. There are coups in the Sahel region, which I know we'll talk about later. But they all have to say we are in a transition. They can't say we are establishing a one-party state. You'll notice Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, all in a transition to return to democracy at a later date. But they can't establish a one-party state. It's interesting. We're in a different moment.
So what now that you say that, what causes that shift? I'm sure there's multiple reasons, but what causes it where that's not an impulse that it may have used to be? Like what made that change from the time period that we're discussing, like you said, 1959 or the 60s and the 70s, and even somewhat in the 80s versus like today? Like what makes people be more cautious to not say like we are now the vanguard party and that's that? Like what made that change?
I think it's two things from two different directions. From the ugly side of history, the imperialist bloc has established democracy as like a prejudice. It is now the way things are. It was very clever what they did during the Cold War, saying that there's the forces of freedom in the West and the forces of unfreedom in the East. Then after the Cold War ended, they said there are the countries of democracy, and then there are the authoritarians, the rogue states, this, that, and the other. Very clever how they pushed this idea of democracy, the National Endowment for Democracy, the community of democracies, blah, blah, blah. So they've established democracy as a kind of prejudice, for political formation. Like you can't argue with them. They've stamped that down. China's authoritarian, the United States democratic. Really? There are more people in prison in the United States per capita than in China. What are we talking about when we talk about democracy? Demobilized population in the United States. When the biggest popular demonstrations took place in US history, Black Lives Matter a few years ago, the state took a position against it. That was a flourishing democratic moment, and yet they took a position against it. A lot of police violence against people criticizing police violence. So one is this prejudice of democracy that has been established. Secondly, I think that from the better side of history, there is less confidence in understanding what the hell does it mean to have a one-party state or a process or a vanguard party or a revolutionary process. There's a lack of confidence. Just to be quite blunt with you, I think that's part of it. People don't have the confidence to make these arguments like Nyerere made the arguments in the 1960s. There's nobody going to come out there in defense of this process. Even from the left. People just don't do it. Many left-wing parties now have said, look, we accept multi-party democracy. We are in a different moment. And now, why is that so? It speaks a little bit also to the weakness of our positions.
So do you think that is effectively, I don't want to make it a simple binary of good and bad, but do you think that's effectively a good outgrowth, or you think that's just a little more complicated? As far as that, the second point you made, we get to democracy and the.
Oh, wow. prevalent Tantic. This sounds really fantastic. I want to offer promotion of your channel. Viewers, follower, views, chatbots. The price is lower than any competitor. The quality is guaranteed to be the best. That's what I need here. That's what I expect. Auto on. Incredibly flexible and convenient order management panel. Everything is in your hands. Turn it on, off, customize. Go to dogehype.com. That sounds absolutely fantastic, actually, because that's exactly something that I need on this channel. So let me just go ahead and give you my credit card information. I'm going to go ahead and get that out right now.
The hoax of that. But like the second point is that there's not as, the impulse isn't really there. It sounds like you're almost saying that, if I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that people are almost scared to make that argument in some ways, or don't feel confident in defending their projects in those ways, like there may have been in a different time.
Yeah, I mean, I can do only one thing.
I click fast and hard.
I mean,
me too.
Let's be
the pin is
quite
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
about
6.
This. There continues to be a routine almost attack on China, calling China authoritarian. Even people in the left in different countries in the world say, well, China's great.
Yeah, this is interesting, Crad Babe. This is an interesting viewpoint, a way to look at this. The post-revolutionary period, which can go on for years, also, or decades. The post-revolutionary period is equivalent to wartime and should be governed as such. I like how Algeria did it. After a while, they enacted multi-party elections, but reserve a chunk of all seats for the Revolutionary Party and having a Revolutionary Guardian Council. That is interesting, yeah. And I think that's it. I mean, that's the Michael Parenti thing, right? Are they going to be able to keep their newspapers and their radio programs, or criticizing purges or criticizing violence that happens in the revolutionary period? I mean, it's like, it's war. It's a class war. It's class struggle. It's violent. And it's, as Engels tells us, authoritarian. And that's not something you can produce. You can't just pretend that that's not true. You're lying to yourself. If you want to believe that you can have that kind of a process, then it's going to be squeaky clean.
But it's authoritarian. There is this view on the table, and one part of the view is that people say, well, there are no elections in China. That's interesting. Of course, there are elections in China, but the election system might be quite different.
It's just not a liberal democracy. That's the only valid form of democracy.
During the Cultural Revolution, Edgar Snow, the U.S. A reporter who had written Red Star Over the Third World, Red Star Over China. It's a terrific book, 1937. He, in fact, introduces Mao Zedong to the world and even to China, because the Chinese edition of that book was the first that people read about Mao, because Edgar Snow had interviewed Mao. Anyway, he returns 30 years later to talk to Mao in the 60s. And he says to Mao, how would you like to be remembered? And Mao says something very interesting. Comes to that point of culture. Mao says, we are a very old, unbroken civilization in China. And we've had thousands of years of emperors and so on. He said, I used to be a teacher in a small school in rural China. He said, I would like to be remembered as a teacher from a small school in China who, was.
That's another one that we should throw on the pile. Red Star over the
because we
China.
have habits of our own in our culture and society, and those habits exist. And he said, we have to acknowledge that people are going to lionize me and make me into a kind of emperor, and I don't want that. I found that conversation very interesting and revealing. It comes to these points that Nyerere made, that in you've got to incubate and teach people democratic action, in your own cultural context and cultural form. When I travel in China, I find that there is a lot of public activity taking place, civil society activity, the focus on the state
I really want to go.
Or on the party to define the whole social system is, I think, an error. It's a category error. You want to understand Chinese politics, you got to understand it all the way down to the neighborhood level, how people act at the neighborhood level. So, because we don't have a robust and honest conversation about the situation in countries like China, Cuba, again, where there's robust neighborhood level organizing, the left then, outside these countries gets into a trap where they then say, well, maybe it is not democratic, but, blah, blah, blah. But in fact, I think it is democratic. I think the Cuban Revolution is very democratic. It has its own forms of democracy, which need to be studied.
When you're redistributing land and resources to the people that didn't have it before, that's quite democratic.
Money, where you don't have money, you can't run for office, frankly. In a lot of parliamentary and presidential politics, bourgeois politics, it's hardly the paragon of democracy. People now are not sure any longer, by the way, about the model of Western democracy. They're not sure about it anymore because look at the chaos.
We don't have a fucking democracy.
Lack of
It's not even
stability and so on.
like,
so I think
the
maybe
idea of like Western style liberal democracy has failed all around the colonized world where it's been tried, and it's failing here. It's failing here in Canada and the United States. We don't even have a fucking democracy anymore here, if we ever did, which we didn't really. Liberal democracy has always been a sham. It's been a sham for people around the world where we've tried to impose it, and it's a sham for us too. It's a complete illusion. It's a complete farce. So yeah, people are becoming very skeptical of liberal democracy around the world and domestically.
There's room now, and the fact that you and I are talking
They
about
pay for that
means
land.
There's room now to start the conversation.
No, and I think the point about mobilization is really understated because, like
The
you said,
facade that our
you
input
can have
matters at all has been
2
washed
parties, 3
completely.
parties,
And anyone
whatever,
that's been
and
paying
you can be a
attention
very
can
demobilized
understand this
population. I mean,
basic
living in the United
concept.
States,
And unfortunately, it's more the right that's becoming successful in organizing around that fact, precisely because of how fucking brainwashed everyone is about socialism.
very demobilized. I mean, just from my own experience, I can say it's a very demobilized population. It's not a place where many people vote, even if you take that as a serious thing, right? It's not a place where many people vote, and voting is just one of many ways to even think of mobilization. That's actually a small part of it, but it's not a place where people are really like largely involved or engaged. And I'm not blaming that on individuals, but to your point, the parties themselves, the overall state doesn't engage people or even ask them to be mobilized, and that they just want them to come out and vote every 2 or 4 years. That's really it. Even though the presidential campaigns are longer than they are in most countries, it's still very demobilized people, because it just gets caught up in
The presidential campaign in the United States is like
a very
18
coded
months.
personality, honestly,
It's a circus.
Either party, so
It's a circus. It's
just
literally
simply looking
wrestling.
at, okay, do they have multiple parties doesn't actually give us any real analysis on whether the people are active or not. Like that doesn't.
More parties
that
equals
is a
more
very bourgeois way
democracy.
to look
This
at
is
it.
what
I
our
don't think enough of us think
our
about it
friends
like
love
that.
to
So
tell
if
us,
people
lecture us
criticize
about.
China or whoever for whatever they want to do. I mean, that's their freedom to do so.
The
but
more parties you
I don't
have,
think
the
that's a
more
good marker,
democratic it is.
Like if we're really trying to understand, like
It is entertaining.
what countries
I don't
are
take
doing
that anything away
to
from
build
that.
socialism or to build anything. I don't think that's a good marker solely if they have multiple parties, especially from when you look
It's
at the
a-
United States.
It's a great. This is a great theme of conversation because look, let's take the United States again. Neither the Democratic Party nor the Republican Party are actually parties. In fact, these are election vehicles. Very rarely, in very few states in the United States, does the Democratic Party have structures where party members meet. There might be like a Democratic town committee in a town, but that town committee is established in order to select candidates to run for city council or mayor or whatever it is. It's not a party building process. So in fact, these
A
are not
party actually has
political
people
parties.
that are
It's a misnomer.
engaged with like
These
the
are election vehicles,
platform and all
we
that
just call them
stuff.
political parties because that's the phrase that's used. A political
Right.
party is an active organization where people actively come to meetings, they have conversations, they learn about things, they debate and dispute the party line and so on. The Democratic Party is totally top down. The candidate for the presidency determines the line of the convention. The convention is not really a place where you can build the program from the bottom up. It's where the candidate
$2,000
and
checks
the candidate's
immediately.
PR handlers designs the issues that they want to run on. It's entirely an election, election-based vehicle, and that's
Sinchal, the amazing thing about that, like the $2,000 checks, is that not only do you not have party members like complaining about that when they instantly go back on that promise, but the most prominent people in the party are like, no, you're wrong for being mad about that. You're wrong. That's something that I want to talk about this week as well. And I think I'm going to do an interview I'm going to find somebody to talk about this that I'm also going to repurpose for the Insurgents podcast. But the kind of gaslighting, not to get too off base, I just want to talk just for a brief moment, the kind of gaslighting that we're hearing right now about the state of the economy, both in the United States and Canada, being like, actually, if you look at these numbers, the economy is doing better than ever. Look at Bidenomics. It's an amazing success because of this number and this line has gone in this direction and this completely ignoring real people's material conditions, which are just getting worse and worse and worse, and the cost of housing and the cost of healthcare and credit card and Medicare and medical debt and student debt, and just like all the ways in which people are completely struggling, people living paycheck to paycheck. The state of like many major American cities and Canadian cities with the tent encampments and the like that, these visible signs that this collapse is ongoing. And then you have these like party apparatchiks, or even people that are striving to be that, just being like lecturing people and finger wagging them because this number went up or this number went up or this line went up. Actually, things are going great. It's just like, I feel like it is gaslighting, because it's not just lying. It's gaslighting because it's like designed to make you feel fucking crazy, to make you feel like you're the wrong person for looking around your society and being like, what the fuck is going on? You know? And they're like, no, you're wrong, actually. There's a global problem with this as well, with international reporting of poverty. Well, I find a lot of that too. Like, it lumps that poverty reduction, which is predominantly happening in China under this like socialist with Chinese characteristics system, and then they lump that into this global reduction in poverty while simultaneously lecturing China about being an authoritarian one-party dictatorship and all the threatening things that they're doing right now. Anyway, I think that's something that's really a fascinating thread of discussion that I would like to get to this week and have a really substantive conversation about this weird sensation of these people like lecturing everybody about how great our economy is, while everyone's lives are just getting harder and harder and harder. Like people say, yeah, look at the unemployment rate. It's like almost full unemployment. It's almost full employment. Look at the unemployment rate. It says lower than in history. It's this sign that everything's going fantastic. Everyone's working. Everyone's doing great. But like we talked about before, if you were someone that was like in COVID, who got unemployment or like benefits or even these small stimulus payments for the first time in your life, who could breathe, who could take a moment, who could go on a vacation, who could spend time with their kids, who could stay at home for a little while and fucking, take a small breath. These people all lose these economic benefits, like all whatever expansion of the child tax credit, all these things that were like lifting children out of poverty. And then they get all kicked off, like all these benefits get removed. These people get kicked off these new things. It all gets revoked, and they're forced to go back out into the workforce and get a shitty job in a grocery store, or a shitty job for DoorDash or Uber or whatever else. And then the unemployment number goes down, and these kind of neoliberals say, look at everything, look how great everything is. Look at these job numbers. They're fantastic. Bidenomics are just absolutely, reaping these huge benefits. But like, that's not an actual analysis of the material reality for people's lives. Most people. Now, even if working class people are getting a slight raise, which I think there's evidence to point to that the people on the lowest end of like the earning spectrum are making slightly more money. Guess what? That's still not anywhere near the amount that they need to be making to survive in any major city in America or Canada. So like, that's not actually an indication of things being better. Anyways, this is all a conversation for another time. I'm getting derailed again. These are things that I would like to spend some more substantive time talking about this week, though.
There in Europe, I mean, most of these parties are no longer really parties. They are election vehicles, and we should see them like that. What is democracy? Democracy isn't an election.
It's Bidenomics,
Democracy
Jack.
is about having the confidence and motivation to involve yourself in your society and vis-a-vis the state. That's what politics is. It's not about elections. That's ridiculous. If people are not motivated to be involved, they are, as you said, demoralized.
Yeah, very true, Sean.
Demoralization is the opposite of democracy.
Right. Yeah, and then that's effectively what you have in the United States. But then they use that as a front to, invade somewhere, or to justify sanctions, or, human rights violations, or whatever.
No more pausing. Okay, and here we go. And here's what we were planning to watch when we started.
Speaking of that, there's a lot of stuff I can get into, but just to kind of collapse a few questions so we can get to some things today. I'm going to try to combine this with the historical point you made and also a contemporary or something going on, a current event going on in the news. You had talked about coups in the La Paz chapter. I'm referring to that for people who might want to read the book. That's in the second section. and you talk about the general coup and the colonel coup, and the difference between those. And you say coups overall, correct me if I'm wrong, are reactionary because most of the time they don't pull from the people. They're usually just done by, some kind of, it's like a palace coup or something. But there are differences, depending on what historical example you're looking at. And those do tend to be pretty, I don't want to say prevalent, but they happen more than often in a lot of countries that, we once knew as the third world. So if you want to put that on one side, and if you could speak on that distinction, because I think that's just an interesting, the way you broke it down in the book, and I'll let you do that, is an interesting way of thinking about it. And then also with that view, how do you, and I'll maybe re-ask the question, but how does that relate to some of what's going on in that just the coup that just happened in Niger, the coup that happened in Burkina Faso, what they're talking about Guinea, and just what's going on in the kind of Francophone Western African region? How do you see that related to that analysis of coups, and also if there's any kind of progressive action that may come out of that? And I'll have some follow-up questions for that, and then we can get out of here.
Yeah, well, firstly, it's important to go back to two developments. One is that in the 1990s, there was a moment of quite significant hope in countries in the Sahel. For instance, in Mali, the president of Mali was Alpha Omar Konaré, somebody that I knew very well. Alpha Omar Konaré came out of the socialist tradition. The Soviet Union collapsed. He was quite pragmatic in those years, but he was eager to move Mali in a progressive direction. One of the things he very much asked the Clinton administration to help him with was to help him with the debt crisis. He said, if we can get the debt crisis off our back, then I can try to negotiate the problems in the north, the so-called Tuareg question, the national liberation struggles of the Amazigh people, the Tuaregs, and so on. He said, if I have the means, I can settle that. We can make an autonomous region, maybe we can provide more development support and so on. And he said, we'll also need to develop in the central part of Mali the question of the clash between the nomadic peoples and sedentary peoples. The Fulani play a big role in the central region of Mali, and he had worked all this out. But we need debt relief, we need capital, we need to be able to use our own resources to tackle these things. And the U.S. government.
I'm trying to pay attention to this, chat. I'm trying to pay attention to this. That's enough now. It's enough. Stop making this about you. All right, now that we're continuing.
Denied him. And Konaré then was gone. That's the first development. That there was a possibility for the Sahel region to advance certain goals of national development and so on. That was completely rejected by the US. And then the French, when they adopted the euro in 2002, toward the end of this period, insisted that these countries not only continue with the CFA, which is the colonial franc. They still, 8 countries in the Sahel and West Africa still use the French franc, the colonial franc. But they also keep 50% of their reserves in the French treasury. Yep. It's a huge discount to France, and the French still intervene regularly. Okay, that's one set of issues and problems. The region was not able to decolonize significantly against the French, and they were not able to get out from the claw of the International Monetary Fund. And therefore, all their internal problems remained. Okay, problem number one. Problem number two, when the French and the United States destroyed Libya, at the time they brought in Libyan jihadis who were fighting in Syria and so on, old members of the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, younger people who had gone into Al-Qaeda and so on. They brought them into Libya. This crowd of people moved from Libya. Some of them moved into Algeria, into southern Libya,
finish decolonizing
Sabah, and then moved into Mali.
No way around that.
In fact, in rapid terms, over a third of the country of Mali was taken over by these jihadi groups, Al-Qaeda of the Maghreb, which established a caliphate centered at Timbuktu. You see, the way they did it, remember what Konaré said, they made a deal with the Tuaregs, with the Amazigh people of the north of Mali, and they made a deal with sections of this fight between the sedentary and the nomads, sections of the Fulani community and so on, joined up with this Al-Qaeda rebellion. They took nearly half the country. The French then intervened through Operation Barkhane in 2013, military intervention into Mali. At the time, the Malian government in Bamako was super stressed about the possibility the whole country will be overrun. So they, in fact, invited the French in. This strengthened France's hold across the Sahel. In fact, from the edges of West Africa, from Guinea, from Burkina Faso, Mali, into Niger, very significantly, where the French have a major garrison in the town of Arlit in northern Niger, north of Agadez, where the U.S.
See, and just also, I'll just say briefly that That's why this interview is so valuable, is that it's impossible really to have an informed stance on Niger or any of these like African states that are undergoing this decolonial process without having extensive knowledge and understanding, as Vijay Prashad does, of the historical context of the way colonialism has operated in these places. It's just, you can't have a real understanding of it or a stance on it unless you have that knowledge, which is why I think Vijay is really important, why the study of history is important. I mean, that's exactly why being a dialectical and historical materialist is important. Because you can't understand what's going on. You can't have a proper informed stance on it.
This government began to build the world's largest drone base, which is there in the center of the town of Agadez. So in these countries,
it seems like people are supporting
again. They created something called
seems like they're supporting me talking.
Tried to bring the militaries on side and so on. The Americans brought their military force in. The British came in from something called the Accra Initiative. Okay. Now, neither the economic problems nor the militancy that these countries were experiencing were dampened by this major intervention by Western military forces. At this time, inside these countries, there was an attempt for political reform, but I must say, the attempts for political reform all failed. Inside the military forces, incubated young officers who were frustrated because they saw their homeland being destroyed. Young officers incubated, some of them in touch with older officers. In Niger, for instance, some older officer played a big role, particularly General Modi played a very big role. And so you saw a series of coups in the Sahel, one in Guinea, 2 in Burkina Faso, 2 in Mali, and now 1 in Niger. 5 coups d'etats took place in 4 countries. Why? 6 coups d'etats in 4 countries. Why? Why did this happen? Well, because these young officers were very much dismayed by the lack of sovereignty of their countries. In fact, the 2 coups in Mali, the 2 coups in Burkina Faso took place because the first coup didn't satisfy the agenda of the people really, apart from the coup makers, of the people. And so what is the character of these coups? Number one, deeply anti-Western, particularly anti-French, deeply anti-French, but generally anti-Western.
Most countries are rich.
These coups. Secondly, they have gone
Only
back
the
and
people are
brought
poor.
old ideas from the national liberation era. The new leader in Burkina Faso, for instance, went to the Russia-African summit dressed in the uniform of Thomas Sankara, who led that country between 83 and 87. The red beret, the beige military fatigues. He looked like he was trying to be Sankara. It was incredible. He spoke with a Sankaraist language. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea have talked about reviving the Federation of Guinea. This goes back to ideas from Sékou Touré. Old national liberation ideas back on the table. The French, the Yanks,
Kill Bill sirens going
Niger
off in the State Department, guys.
They in fact withdrew troops because the French were thrown out of Mali, thrown out of Burkina Faso. They withdrew their troops into Niger, thinking Niger would be the safe hub. Well, little did they know that these militaries are also in conversation with each other. People in Niger were not blind to what was happening on their borders. So there was a real anger with the president, Bazoum, who is very close to the Yanks. Blinken went to see him, for instance, very close to the French. He allows France to basically steal, Nigerian uranium. 1 in 3 light bulbs in France are powered using uranium from the town of Arlit, the one that is garrisoned. So presidential guard,
while many people around the country don't have electricity,
July, moved against Bazoum, Mahmoud Bazoum. They held him in the palace. There was an attempt by sections of the military to free him, but very soon, by 24 hours, 10
that can't be right, though. Only facts, because obviously colonialism is over.
Forces came together to create a council, the Council to Safeguard the Homeland, and they have taken charge of the country. Behind them is a guy who has been previously involved in a coup. As I said, General Modi, involved in a coup in 2010, played a big role then in trying to establish a kind of, let's say, call it a left orientation. So anti-French, reviving the old national liberation agendas, but also interestingly pro-Russian. This is curious. Asima Goite going to Moscow dressed like Sankara, talking about how Russia is going to be important for the Sahel. There's a lot of emphasis on the role of the Wagner group, that Russian mercenary group that may have tried to do a coup in Russia. There'd been a lot of talk about the Wagner group in Sahel. But this is not the key thing. The key thing is these militaries understand that they have an opportunity to play all sides in order to establish their own sovereignty. What's important to them is establishing their sovereignty. And now Niger, very important country, 5th largest producer of uranium, rich in gold and so on. I think if this talk of the Great Sahel Federation continues, finding some way to unify Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, and Niger, not into one country, but into a federation, this could be very interesting for developments in Africa.
What a seismic shift
people
that would
in
be.
different capitals are watching this. What
Oh
was
my
interesting
God.
is Goiti goes to Russia and he attacks the African Union. He says that, why are you criticizing us for trying to reestablish sovereignty? Countries with slavish, what a word to use, slavish political leaders, slavish to the West, get a free pass. We are doing coups to establish our sovereignty and you attack us. Very interesting. They are putting pressure on the African Union. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's early days, right? Today is the 1st of August, not even a week since that coup has happened. Kambale Musavi and I have an article which will come out from Globetrotter explaining how this coup took place.
Man, what a crazy development
again, it's
that
early
is.
days. We got to watch carefully, talk to people on the ground, understand what's happening. But for sure, the anti-Western sentiment rising daily on the African continent, enormous.
Yeah, like you said, I think we have to keep watching, but I think there is some potential promise there, definitely from what I could tell. But yeah, I think we definitely need to keep watching. And I guess to kind of come back to the historical point on what you say about coups and the military, and I also appreciated your writing about the military, because I often don't find, for all that happens, that enough people really address the military directly, like their role in struggle, good or bad. So when the military's the one kind of leading the people, and
But here's the thing, though, and this is that it's encouraging as well, which is that the barbaric, evil United States imperialists, they can't have a war against Russia and against China and against like Western Africa, that it's starting to like form these like deep ties and forming this block. They can't. Like, they can't even fucking help you. They can't even get Ukraine to beat Russia with all the weapons and all the resources they have and all the economic tools that they have. Like, they simply can't. So we know that the imperialists will lose their fucking minds over this kind of like burgeoning solidarity in Western Africa or decolonialism. But it's like, and we don't doubt that they will try to do what they can to stop it. But like, they can't. There's kind of it feels a little bit, and this is the thing we've picked up on over the last couple of years of doing this show, it feels like there's this snowball that's just picking up steam now. They have been revealed as a paper tiger, absolutely, as Mao always said. It feels like there's this snowball that's picking up steam. Whether it's Africa standing up or China standing up or whatever, or just the decline of the US empire. Like, these two things are happening at the same time, but it really, really does feel like something is happening. We've been talking about it every day almost for 3 years on this show, but it's really exciting. And again, I almost pity the people who call themselves like leftists or socialists or progressives and aren't excited by that. Like, I find it so fucking cool and exciting and exhilarating and fills me with hope and takes away from that kind of black pill depressing feeling about how all our enemies in power, I think that's exciting. We should be excited about that.
And it sounds like in this particular case, in the Sahel, like that really didn't really seem like there was much of an alternative there. It seemed like that was kind of the people who had to do it. But how do we understand military coups in relationship when they're trying to fight for sovereignty, and how does that mobilize or demobilize the people? Like, how, I guess, just kind of give us analysis of how we can understand that, maybe to help us have the correct lens to view the situation we're talking about, so we're not just caught up in the romanticism of just kicking out the French and
look at how they failed in Venezuela. They failed in Bolivia as well.
But also wanting to see that
they're losing their ability to control these things.
Well, in the 1960s, there were a series of coups on the African continent. Some reactionary, some not
Brazil
reactionary.
too.
The coup in Ghana, for instance, against Kwame Nkrumah, reactionary.
Yeah, we've talked about the whole new pink
developed
tide
by the
thing.
CIA. The coup against Patrice Lumumba, 1961, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, reactionary coup, and
it's
so on.
happening in Africa. It's happening in
South Africa,
Latin America.
Journalist
it's happening
and writer Ruth First,
China and throughout
was very interested
Southeast
in trying
Asia.
to pass out exactly the questions you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And she wrote a terrific book called From the Barrel of a Gun,
yeah.
from which I learned a lot. And it's actually reading a book that I developed this kind of silly idea of the general's coup and the colonel's coup. See, what is the difference? Look, generally,
again, it doesn't always
in the
work
third
up
world,
the Reds, but there's a
in the
trend,
militaries,
though.
the generals
Peru,
all come
you point at
from
Peru.
established landed
Or
families,
Boric,
families from the upper ends of the bourgeoisie, trader families,
but
and
you
so on.
still see
sometimes old royal families as well.
This
the colonels,
progress
the
happening.
captains, these are the highest ranks possible for working class peasant families. You have to be extraordinarily.
Also, they use shock. This is really important, Orb Lady. They also use shock therapy to control these colonized countries, but I think these countries are becoming shock resistant. And again, that's exactly why I've been talking about multipolarity or multilateralism, or talking about BRICS and these things. Like, that's exactly why it's important, is because there's this alternative system that's being developed, and it's making these nations impervious to these like economic warfare tools that Western countries use.
Gifted as a like a sergeant. If you get to be a sergeant from a peasant family, you have to be extremely gifted to become a captain or then a colonel. So there's a class reality inside militaries in the third world. When we look at coups run by generals, like the coup led by General Pinochet in Chile 50 years ago, 1973, or the generals in Brazil in 1964, or General Suharto in Indonesia 1965, these are reactionary coups, not only because they're backed by the West and the CIA and so on, but also because
for sure they hope to turn Iraq into their perfect market economy through economic shock
therapy.
Failed miserably there too, and the whole world saw them fail.
Most of the people are of this kind,
and many people throughout the world that were affected by it, both the war and the fallout from the war and the refugee crisis after the war, were deeply fucking traumatized by it as well.
The old social classes, the elite classes in their place to maintain them. But then there are other coups. There are coups that are driven by these captains and colonels who come from rural areas, who come from, the petty bourgeoisie, upper end of the working class, and so on. These people are interesting. One of the examples of a person like that was Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. Gaddafi comes from this kind of background, hard scrabble background, and they do the coup for a couple of reasons. One, because the rank and file are not getting paid enough. Okay,
if France dares to attack Niger, I'd have to imagine France itself would collapse sooner than their puppets in ECOWAS. I mean, France seems like it's almost on the verge of collapse already. So you'd think that would just expedite that. Absolutely. Like, look at the amount of like incredible, insane protests that have happened in France over the last couple of years, with the yellow vests all the way up to the huge protests that we saw just a couple of weeks and months ago.
There's a lot of coups in the third world that take place because the rank and file are not getting paid enough. It's pretty interesting that these are military coups because the military has a grouse, on the one side. But there are also examples. Ruth first goes over this, but we can look at it from today. There are examples of coups d'etats led by working class and peasant members of the military who are frustrated with the elites, frustrated with the inability of the left to advance their causes, frustrated in general with the weak position of their class. The attempted coup by Hugo Chavez in 1992 in Venezuela is of a piece. Chavez comes from a rural area. He comes from a poor family. He comes out of the frustration of the inability of the left to move against the bourgeoisie.
No free will. You say you're talking about the BRICS currency project. We'll say we'll take a long time. And yeah, despite me talking about being excited about these things, I don't think it's like these projects are still very much in flux and in motion. Like you talk about China and the development there, like they're nowhere near the end goal of where they want to be, but we're talking about the progress that's happening, right? But also, yeah, there's signs that India is getting a little nervous about being part of BRICS and might want to go right back into the Western camp. But there are other places that could take their place as well, even if they did do that. Carl Jha was talking about this online, saying like, they could be Indonesia could take their place, as part of that. So India is in a position where it can be left behind by these forces, or if India as well can lash itself further to the decaying corpse of the U.S. empire, or the Anglo-American empire that we're attached to. That remains to be seen. Happiness and joy and excitement are revolutionary. It is important to be motivated that there is a positive future, for sure. I mean, there's nothing revolutionary about just being like, we lost, they won, everything is bad. all our enemies in power, all these revolutions, or actually existing socialist movements are all fake and bad because they haven't abolished their state yet, or they haven't done this or that, or they haven't abolished capitalism entirely. It's just, what's the point of even doing anything if that's your attitude? What's the point of even being alive at that point? I don't know. We also need to build socialism in the West, and that's obviously true as well. That's one thing that I am very skeptical and cynical about, just because of how fucking brainwashed everyone is, and we live in this extremely reactionary and very racist society that has been inundated with decades of like anti-worker and anti-socialist propaganda. Although, just on the optimistic side of that, I do think as well that as people's material realities continue to deteriorate here, that does lead to an opportunity to pull people into that camp, even people that maybe at one point it wouldn't have really been an option. So I don't want to say that that's entirely useless or pointless to engage in that struggle as well. I don't believe that at all. But it is, I'm a lot more cynical about socialism happening here in the West than I am about the rest of the world basically getting out from under the boot of the Anglo-American Empire. I'm very optimistic about that. Less optimistic about our chances to have anything other than decline, but I would absolutely love to be wrong about that second part as well.
In 1992, he attempts, a coup d'etat. It fails. He then apologizes. Then he takes the political road. But Chavez is just like Sankara, who 9 years beforehand, in 1983, conducted a coup in what was then called Upper Volta, frustrated with the lack of movement in the country, frustrated with the imperialist bloc and so on, reflecting his own origins, from a relatively impoverished family. Sankara does a coup. These are the colonel coups. These are the captain's coups. Now, there's nothing to glamorize here. Sankara is a unique instance because he used the coup to attempt to democratize the country as much as possible. He tried his best, and then he was assassinated in 87. Chavez decided that maybe the coup road is not a good road, and he took the election road. He built a massive alliance and won the election in 1998-99. Why I'm saying this is that there's both something inevitable in countries where the left is very weak and where there's frustration among the working class, peasantry, popular classes, and then their representatives are not to be found in left-wing parties, which sometimes don't exist, but they are to be found in the mid-ranks of the military. It's a political act, okay? I'm not a great defender of military coups in general. I'm very much opposed to the military entering politics. But I also understand the real movement of history. History is not made by morality or by principles. History is made by the facts. And the facts are that in Niger today, there really isn't an opposition of the left that would have been capable of carrying some of the agenda of the people like Abdul Rahim Chich, who is the titular head of government now, or General Modi. There isn't that political platform. That's the fact. They acted out of the facts. This is not a principled defense of coups. It is, on the other hand, a principled defense of the right of people to try to establish their dignity and sovereignty.
Yeah. Because I think that's the last point you made, as far as there may not be another outlet, and I think it even goes back to our points about one-party states. And again, it's just this idealism that there should be this perfect vehicle in which sovereignty and revolution and whatever people view to be good, this perfect vehicle that it has to come through. And then if it doesn't come through that vehicle, then it's inherently bad, without any real analysis of what's on the ground. Like no
exactly
sense of, like, what preceded it, why they got here. So just laying out that history, even about, and I hadn't really thought about that part you said earlier about how the French came in again, like to fight off this, the Al-Qaeda elements, and were unsuccessful. I don't even know if unsuccessful would be the right word, but they did not do what they said they were going to do. Those elements were not eliminated. And then, so people have seen that. So some of it's not even just the kind of older history of the French, but the colonial history, like, that we all know, but even more recent, like in the last 10 years or so. So we always have to look at the conditions on the ground.
Can't wait to dive through this podcast.
So I'll get you out on one more question.
Rob. Well, thanks actually to our community member Relic for linking us.
On this show, even though I've read about it a lot myself, I don't think we've ever talked about multipolarity. I don't know if that's ever been introduced in any of our episodes. So I just wanted to ask you about that, not just as an abstract, but just what we were talking about, and even how a lot of people have emphasized the people flying Russian flags and thinking that everybody's just a Putin, bot or something. But when we're thinking about the third world projects that we've talked about over these 2 episodes, their successes, their failures, etc. How can we understand maybe today, like multipolarity? One, what
Take
is
care,
it? Because
Brian.
I don't think audience has ever heard anyone explain
Everyone
it. And two,
give
how can we understand
button
that as a
smash a
means
follow.
of maybe building a different way again in today's world?
Yeah. So, these concepts, unipolarity, bipolarity, multipolarity, these are concepts from the literature of political science. These are established concepts. They've been around for a long time. They help to explain certain things. Like, for instance, that after the Congress of Vienna in 1815, a kind of multipolar world was created. There's the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Ottoman Empire, whatever, the different Tsarist empire. People have to stay in their lanes. Don't, try your best not to exercise your interests against the interests of other poles.
Mm-hmm.
This is where this literature comes from. During the fall of the Soviet Union in 1990, just before it actually fell, a U.S. Journalist, Charles Krauthammer, wrote a piece called The Unipolar Moment. He said that the United States now can be a unipolar power. It can set up the singular pole, whether with assistance from Europe, Japan, and so on, or not. The United States is the most powerful, and so on. So unipolarity enters the discussion as a tangible political force with the collapse of the USSR, the collapse of the third world in the debt crisis, and so on. And you have this US agenda now being pushed through the World Trade Organization, the war against Panama, war against Iraq, and so on. That's a unipolar period. Well, it's pretty clear that after the exaggerations of the war on terror, US exerting itself all over the world militarily, the need to withdraw from Afghanistan, the failures in Iraq, and so on, and the weakness of the US economy, the Great Depressions of the 2007-2008 period, also the lack of willingness of the US elite to invest. They're just not investing in infrastructure. They're not investing in productive forces and so on. All of that has produced weaknesses in the US. Consequently, the rise of China, the emergence of Russia after a period of subordination, the emergence of other big developing countries, the BRICS bloc, and so on. This has encouraged thinking. And as the UN recently said, United Nations, we are in a post-Cold War period. The post-Cold War period has ended. That's what they said. The post-Cold War period, the period since 91 has ended. We are in a new period. And Antonio Guterres, the head of the United Nations, said this may be what some people are calling multipolarity. What does that mean? It means, again, different poles have emerged in the global politics and economy. Now, these don't have to be contesting poles, contending against each other. They could actually be poles that have a modus vivendi, don't interfere with my strategic interests, and so on. They might create zones of influence and so on. Different ways in which multipolarity can move. They don't have to become confrontational, although they could. The difference between earlier eras and now is we do have the United Nations, and the countries are members of the UN. So there is actually a role, maybe for the first time in a long time, for the UN to be an arbiter of the different poles that are quite powerful in their own right. It's not like one country any longer is the most powerful. United States has a military that can destroy anybody, but they can't destroy everybody. They can't destroy everybody. China can defend itself. Russia might be able to defend itself. It has nuclear weapons. India has nuclear weapons, can defend itself. These are realities. These are facts. So we are entering something. People are using the term multipolarity, which is a term from political science. But I think it's too early to exactly describe the world we're in. I generally think that we're in a period between periods. A period has ended. A period will come. But right now, there's a lot of jockeying for influence, a lot of movement. When there's so much movement, it's hard to see things. The sand hasn't settled yet. It's a sandstorm. You can navigate in a sandstorm, but be careful. Don't mistake the condition of a sandstorm for a settled desert landscape. It's not. It's moving. It's shifting. Be very careful. So I'm not confident and comfortable saying we are in a period of X or Y. I think we're in a period between periods. And at the time, particularly for the left, great vigilance is necessary. Study everything, learn everything, talk to everybody.
No, that's a good answer. Yeah, I didn't. Again, something I don't hear. I think there's people that jump to the multipolarity thing. That's why I wanted to get into it. But we don't. I sometimes find it to be a little too, just me personally, a little too enthusiastic about it for me. Like I just personally don't want to jump into it that quickly because I think it's good to think about, like I said earlier, the possibility of these different options, particularly for folks who are trying to regain sovereignty. But I think sometimes even when folks talk about the multipolarity, don't really take into consideration just the military power that exists, and then we just get into talking about deals that you can do with one country or another. And I don't know if it's that simple. But I did have one really quick question. How does it become? I forgot to ask this. How does the third world simply become something we know is poverty? If you can answer that very quickly, like that's all. Like I'm in my mid-30s. That's all anybody in my age group and under knows is it's just poverty. So if you could just answer that, I forgot. I just looked at my sheet. If you could answer that, I'll be done. Sorry.
I mean, there's a complicated answer, but let me just give you a simple version. Okay, two songs. Let's remember two songs made perhaps with great sincerity, but unfortunately with the wrong impact. One, there was a famine in Ethiopia in the 1980s, a terrible famine, but the causes of the famine were kind of put aside. And, Bob Geldof and Bono and others did a famous song called Do They Know It's Christmas? Mainly British singers singing about children in Ethiopia. They provided a popular way to say it's a poor country, images of children with flies circling around them. And then in the United States, Quincy Jones gathered a bunch of musicians together in Los Angeles to do a song. My dear departed friend Harry Belafonte played a big role in that. They did a song which is called We Are the World. I always found the title funny because you're not the world. The world is out there. You are actually not the world. But anyway, it's a sincere gesture. But these kind
Thank
of
God for
cultural
Bono. He
approaches
fixed it.
To
He fixed the
serious
famine.
political realities
Thank you,
in
Bono.
countries like Ethiopia and so on, which was struggling with dynamics that were not explained by these songs. But what was told to people was these are the poor countries of the world where children are starving and they're desperate and they need help. And it spawned in a way the charity industry, because from talking about development and the right of nations to self-determination, everything was now about charity, giving. On US television, there would be programs saying adopt children in Africa.
Yeah, that's the world I grew up in.
Yeah, man. But, just try to understand that, this is Thomas Sankara comes to power in 1983. The soundtrack to Sankara was not We Are the World, We Are the Children. That was not his soundtrack. But these things collided. And in fact, sadly, Sankara is forgotten. And that Quincy Jones anthem is remembered. And that actually answers your question. That's how the culture has gone. And I must say that there was a time in the 1950s and 60s and 70s when in the United States, the Black community was seized of developments in Africa. People may not know this, but Martin Luther King Jr. goes to the inauguration of Nkrumah in Ghana, comes back, and when King and Coretta Scott King go to Chicago, they say the situation in Chicago is worse than in the third world. What we saw, they say, in newly freed Ghana was better than what we're seeing in Chicago. I mean, the language was internationalist. And that tradition of, Black internationalism has also eroded. And part of it is this.
Kwame Ture as well.
Let's successful middle-class African-Americans assist our brothers and sisters in Africa. They don't need your help, man. What they need is the US government off their backs, Right. So then you see in the US Congress, Black congressmen, Gregory Meeks, for instance, putting forward bills in Congress which say that we will penalize African countries if they have dealings with China or Russia. What a decline, from Paul Robeson. What a decline, from that tradition, that great tradition of Black radicalism to this. I mean, you're, the face of imperialism today. That is embarrassing. And it's very interesting. I mean, now that we're on this point, that within
instead of We Are the World Cup, we are trying to find the guy who did this.
The international component was limited. There was no real discussion about the garrisoning of African countries by US military bases. Let's talk about the US base in Agadez in Niger. Now, most likely will be shuttered. In Ghana, the United States has taken over a terminal at the Accra International Airport. US personnel, planes land, walk into that terminal and walk out into the country. They don't have to even show a passport to anybody. That is happening today in Ghana, the great Ghana, which fought off British colonialism and had Nkrumah lead it, into its dignity. This is what's happening in Ghana today. Where is Gregory Meeks in Congress putting a bill saying at least US personnel should show their passport? Can't undermine the sovereignty of Ghana. Silence.
Yeah, I think that I don't have to say anything on that. I think you nailed it, and I appreciate you naming those songs because that really is.
You did VJ to bring up the music aspect.
When I think about it, that's it. Especially "We Are the World." Like I remember. I mean, I don't even know if I was born when that song came out, but I grew up on hearing it, and it's now become a joke. Like we say, We Are the World is just kind of, we make fun of it. So I know it was done, I guess, with sincere, and people have tried to redo it, with, I know when 9/11 came out, they tried to redo, when 9/11 happened, they tried to redo What's Going On with Marvin Gaye, and that was bad. And I feel like U2,
even my beloved Paul McCartney,
a song like that almost every other year in the early 2000s.
No one was immune from that lib bullshit at that time.
So that's
McCartney
one way
song
where
Freedom.
We
Remember
culture.
that one?
We don't even have to get
It's
into
so
all the
fucking bad.
different geopolitics, because that really did help. And then those
Paul.
commercials and I mean, I remember
that is
all
not
of that,
good,
like
though.
$5 a day can save a life, and and that really affected, you talking about black folks. But I know growing up in like high school, middle school, like I remember getting in arguments with kids because we used to, because it was just this negative view of Africa, and I'd be like, and I remember I had friends come from Nigeria, and they would always ask them if they had ever seen bugs or on children, if they ate any food or what. Those images really had a negative effect. And when you talk about the internationalism, is really breaking that.
I'm actually not a McCarthy clone truther. Paul is just kind of cringe. That's all. But McCartney put out one of his best albums in 2003, Chaos and Recreation in the Backyard. One of the best McCartney solo albums. Still a brilliant musician. Incredibly cringe, though.
Like for those of us growing up in the world, it really broke our image of Africa as this up and coming place. No, it was just this place of poverty, and and we called that the third world, and never knew any of the things we talked about, in these episodes or any of the things in your book. So definitely appreciate it. You said that piece is coming out that you're gonna do, so people be on the lookout for that. And when does that drop? Because if it drops in enough time,
sometime this week.
I am not pro McCarthy. No, talking about the classic Beatle singer-songwriter.
Okay, so we might be able to link that in the episode.
Critical support for Paul McCartney
this week, so we'll probably be able to.
Zero support for Senator McCarthy. McCarthyist arc.
Link it there. So
if you can't beat him, join him, I guess.
In the show notes. And I would definitely say read, for those listening, go read Darker Nations. Read Washington Bullets. Really read anything he ever wrote, but definitely those two. So thanks
a lot for this. I really appreciate these two segments we've done together.
Yeah,
that was fantastic. Please, if you can, follow and support Black Power Media and the Black Myths podcast. That was really fantastic stuff. I'm going to link it there in the chat. Please subscribe to the YouTube, support the podcast. That was really great stuff. And also, as you might know, I myself have had conversations with Vijay Prashad, including this one about 6 months ago. One of my absolute favorite people to talk to, and one of the absolute highlights of my career as a journalist or commentator, or whatever you want to call it, was being able to speak to Vijay Prashad as well. So I'd encourage people to check those out also. He's sort of the unofficial co-host of the show, really. Kind of, yeah. He's an official friend of the show, my personal friend, as you know, and as many people might realize, that if anyone ever does gift 10 subs to the channel, it can trigger an highly cool and exclusive alert featuring Vijay Prashad himself. Not that not that anyone's going to do that, or anyone's planning to do that, or not that I'm telling anyone what to do. I'm not. I'm simply saying that if one were to gift 10 subs, it would trigger an alert featuring Vijay Prashad. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Yes, but I do, and it would, in theory, trigger a song as well. Yeah, which was also promised. Even though now I'd be way more shy about doing it because it's 8 p.m. and there's people on their apartments in this building that are not going to be listening to me sing. So, but also, even if no one gifted 10 subs, which I recognize is a significant contribution, I did make it past 6 hours today on the stream. We're going on 6 hour 10. I did just watch this entire hour and 15-minute long video after I suggested that I was on my way to saying goodbye. So for a final time, if you've enjoyed the program today, you enjoy TRRS and you want to support this community and this show, and you want to support my ability to day in and day out do this kind of commentary. one more man tracker. Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's throw on another 45-minute episode of Man Tracker. No, we'll definitely have. I know Mac is a big Man Tracker fan, but we will have more Man Tracker tomorrow. Definitely, I think that's for at least the foreseeable future. That's a regular segment and feature on this program. But one final time, folks. Over 6 hours, we hooked us all on this damn show. It was 6 hours, 8 p.m. If anyone else wants to subscribe to TRRS, there is still a moment to do that. And if you do, I appreciate it and I support it. No, I appreciate it and I thank you. You can see my brain is melting now from talking for the last 6 hours.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS Friendship Triangle.
Quiet 185, thank you. Thank you for 13 months of Tier 1. Very, very much appreciated. Low stamina, Rob. It's actually interesting because I was really tired before. And I was yawning and stuff, and I was kind of getting ready to say goodbye. Now I kind of got a second wind here. Sometimes that happens when I'm driving too. Does anyone ever get that? Like I just went on these 10-hour drives, and after like 3-4 hours, I'm like, I'm falling asleep. Like I'm so tired. I'm falling asleep. I can't do this. I can't drive for another 6 hours. I physically can't. And then once it gets up to like 6, 7, 8 hours, it's like doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo, and you kind of wake up. You know? That's kind of where I'm at now. I probably could go for another little bit, but I'm not going to. In theory, I could. I got a second wind, a second energy. All the caffeine I've had today kind of finally started doing something. You start slapping your face and recover later. I've been like pinching myself, or like I pull out my little leg hairs or something when I start getting super tired and I'm driving. Or do the hand through the hair. That kind of works sometimes too. Okay. Whew. Support your local Rob. In China, all the Robs are being replaced by AI. This is totally where advertising is going in our culture too, and possibly films and TV as well. If the studio heads and powerful people that run these industries get their way, do you hit yourself with the stick? I should bring myself a whack and stick.
These men and women each have their own personality and backstory. For example, one is into popular music, there is a girl next door type, a more aloof fashion blogger, and another who is into new technology.
There's loads of advantages, right? So the first one is you have absolute control.
Well, I have no doubt that there's going to be an AI Rob replacing me at any time. Or has he already? That's the question. That is the question. Thanks for watching the stream today, folks. Had a great time hanging out with you. Yeah, I made it 6 hours, 15 minutes. Not too shabby. I will be back tomorrow. Rob vending machines where you insert a friend coin and a Rob pops up and thanks, folks. I know you sickos would like that, wouldn't you? You sickos watching and listening to this, you'd like an AI Rob companion to make it do whatever you want, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? You disgust me. I'll see folks tomorrow. I always aim to start at noon Eastern. Maybe it's a little unlikely, but I will be back tomorrow. Okay? Thank you, folks. See you tomorrow.